Hi, my name is Tara, and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small village by my amazing single mom, who was a farmer. We didn't have a lot, but we were really happy. She was my best friend. Once when I was 5, Mom and I were at a funeral when suddenly I yelled,
Ew, Mom, did you just fart?
As I turned around to look, Mom turned red. Of course not. This child is so silly. I've never in my life.
You're such a liar, Mom. I hear you do it all the time.
Tara, stop it.
Stinky liar, pants on fire.
By now, everyone was roaring with laughter as Mom chased me around and I ran ahead singing,
She farted, she farted.
I was in a lot of trouble later, but I realized something. I'd made people laugh, and I really enjoyed that. After that, I became the joker of the village. Mom thought I was hilarious too, as long as I wasn't joking about her. Once when I was 14, I'd taken my cows out for grazing in the fields when suddenly I saw a bird drop to the ground. I ran to it and saw that it was hurt. As I tried dressing its wound, 2 strange girls came running up to me. Hey, cow dung, that bird is my prey, so back off.
Yeah, do what my boss said.
You hit this poor creature? Pick on someone your own size, witch. Okay, you asked for it. And with that, she jumped on me and we broke into a fight. I kicked her in her stomach, and as she howled in pain, I ran to my cow and went back home. Soon after I got there, I realized the 2 had followed me. They started complaining to Mom that I'd beat them up. She started it. Oh, you horrible girl. I think you burst my appendix. Yeah, Auntie, I saw how your daughter kicked my boss. Wait, I'll show you. She took some steps back and ran straight to the mean girl, kicking her hard in the stomach. Ow, you moron. Boss, I'm sorry, so sorry. As the 2 ran out, Mom and I were laughing our heads off. What idiots. I found out later they were some city brats who'd come on a school trip to the village. Thank God I wouldn't be seeing them around again. A few days later, when I got back from school, I was surprised to see a big car outside our house. I stepped in to find a wealthy-looking man talking to Mom. The doctors think it's safe for Tara to move back to the city now. I can never thank you enough for taking care of my child. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, Tara, how lovely and grown up you are. Who are you? And what's going on? Mom? And what she said next turned my world upside down. He's your real dad, Tara. And your real mom died soon after you were born. You had some mysterious disease, and the doctor said you had to be raised in the village till your teens. So your dad left you with me, and now he's here to take you. You never thought of telling me this? And what am I? Another animal on your farm that you keep and give away whenever you like? I thought you were my mom. I'm sorry, Tara, but you're not my real daughter. Your dad has been giving me money to take care of you, and now you must go with him. Her words were a big blow to me. I had to leave, and I did with a heavy heart. But my dad seemed really nice, and I felt myself warming up to him. He dropped another bombshell on me, though. Apparently, I had a sister too. Her name was Rita, and she was a year older than me. A few hours later, I arrived at my new home in the city, which was a huge mansion. As Dad led me inside, he told a servant to go get my sister, and when she walked in, I nearly had a stroke. It was one of the girls I'd met in the village, the mean girl's minion.
Cow dung? What are you doing here?
You 2 have met?
Yeah, I met Cow dung on a school trip. Why is she here, Dad?
Stop calling her that. Her name is Tara, and I told you I was getting your sister.
Yeah, but I thought you meant you were getting me a cute little puppy.
Dad warned her to be nice to me, but the minute he left the room, she whipped out her phone and called the mean girl.
Hello, boss. I've got some really gross news. Dad got me a sister, and it's Cow dung. Yeah, the same girl from the village. Okay, I'll keep reporting. Over and out.
Gosh, of all the people in the world, I had to have this mad girl as my sister? It was summer break and school hadn't started yet. I thought I'd get to bond with Dad, but he wasn't around much. He was mostly away for work and would give us gifts when he returned. But otherwise, it was just me and Rita at home, and I tried to avoid her as much as possible. A few weeks later, Dad hosted a grand dinner for some guests, and it was the first time I'd ever been to a party like that. Suddenly, Rita came running in with some things Dad got on his last trip.
Dad, your gifts are always so cheap. Why did you get me a calculator when I asked for a new cell phone? You wait till I steal yours.
A cell phone won't change your math grade from an F, but a calculator might help you get a D. Now go away and let me introduce Tara to everyone. Come here, love. Meet my daughter, guys. This one's really smart. For the first time, I felt bad for Rita. Dad had basically just called her dumb in front of everyone. A week later, I joined Rita's school, and as soon as we entered the building, she ran to her boss, whose name was Diana. She smirked when she spotted me. Well, you turned out to be really lucky, didn't you? But don't think for a second that you actually belong here. You will always be the uncivilized monkey whose best friends are cows.
That's a compliment because cows are amazing. And yes, I'm quite lucky and rich enough to have a private zoo for donkeys like you. The kids standing around us snickered and Diana looked furious. Apparently, lots of people in school didn't like her because she was mean, and they warmed up to me instantly. I made plenty of friends in no time because I could always make people laugh. Soon I found out about a stand-up comedy contest at school, and I immediately signed up. Just then, Rita came running and pushed me aside and wrote Diana's name on the sheet too. Jeez. The night before the show, I was rehearsing my script in my room when I noticed Rita peeking through the door. Hey, you can't steal my jokes for Diana. As if she needs your jokes. She's gonna win anyway. How can you be so sure? My cat told me. Cats are really good at predicting the future. Okay then, tell me something. Why do you like being Diana's minion? You're just as pretty and rich as she is. Are you crazy? Diana's so much prettier than me. Says who? Diana does. She's been saying that since we were kids, and she would never lie to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to practice my clapping for the show tomorrow. This girl was mental, but I'd started to realize that she wasn't evil like Diana, just really dumb. On the day of the contest, I gave my best on the stage and got quite a few laughs. And then it was Diana's turn. She stepped up in front of the mic and said, "Hello, judges. Before I begin, I'd like to tell you that I'm the most beautiful comedy queen of the school." Suddenly, Rita laughed out loud. Wow, very funny. Diana glared at her. Where was I? Yeah, so all my friends say I have the best sense of humor. Oh my God, what a joke. You're killing me, Diana. And she laughed so hard, she fell off her chair. Everybody started laughing too, and Diana looked super embarrassed. She screamed and jumped off the stage after Rita, who yelled, "What, boss? You told me to laugh!" But later, when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I ran home happily to tell Dad, but he wasn't home as usual. So I called him up. "Dad, you won't believe this. I got first place in the comedy contest. You should have seen how everyone laughed at..." "Oh, that's great, honey." "Yeah, it's... Dad? Hello? Can you hear me?" He just hung up the phone. At that moment, I really missed my mom. She would have been so proud of me. Probably not. She said I wasn't her daughter and made me leave. She wouldn't care either. As I was going to my room, I walked past Rita's room and saw her sitting on her bed, crying like a baby. "Hey, what's wrong? Can I sit here?" "Yeah, sit, but a little away from me because boss says cow dung stinks." "Oh, come on. Now tell me, why are you crying? It's about Diana, right?" "Yeah, I did what she told me to. I laughed at her jokes to make her win, but now she's mad at me. She didn't even post my video on her TikTok account today." "What video and what account?" She showed me Diana's TikTok account where she uploaded Rita's videos doing absurd things, like standing on a table and doing a stupid dance, jumping like a frog on the street, even acting like Diana's puppy in one video. What the freaking fish? Diana has been using my sister as a joke to get followers? Don't you see the problem with this, Rita? What? Diana is making me popular. Maybe I'll get so famous, I'll be cast in comedy movies one day. Rita was just watching the views on her videos and smiling. This Diana was a jerk, and I had to think of some way to teach her a lesson. And the very next day, I walked into the cafeteria with Rita, and we found Diana bragging loudly to a group of girls. "This is your first time going to Europe?" Loser. I've been there so many times.
Actually, I was planning on seeing the fashion show in Paris this coming weekend, but my old grandma passed away last night. Ugh, just ruined my plans.
And Rita started to wail. Oh my God, what? Granny died last night?
But wait, I spoke to her this morning when I called your house. This doesn't make any sense. And she said you guys were going to the village on the weekend. As Diana's lie was caught and everyone started to laugh, she looked livid. You don't know anything because you're a complete moron. Why can't you just keep your mouth shut? Diana raised her hand to slap her, but I stepped in and pushed her back. Don't you dare touch my sister. Stay away from her, and you're not using her anymore for stupid videos or anything else, you black-hearted donkey. I knocked her down to the ground, and Rita jumped in too. While the two wrestled and screamed, I grabbed Diana's phone and deleted the TikTok account and all the videos. We got suspended for a few days for attacking Diana, but it was totally worth it. Dad wasn't mad at me when he found out, but he went totally bonkers on Rita. You already don't do much to make me proud, and now you've gotten yourself suspended? I don't know what I've done to deserve a dumb daughter like you. Rita went crying to her room, and I felt terrible. Later that evening, I decided I'd talk to Dad about not being so mean to her all the time. I went into his study, and he wasn't there, but I found his laptop open with an email from his lawyer that left me shook. The will left by Tara's mother cannot be changed. She is the sole heiress of all her mother's wealth, and you as the stepfather get nothing. We will have to find some other way to get a hold of that orphan's money. Wait, Dad was my stepdad? My mother had left me money, and he was trying to take it? Why are you snooping around? Can you explain this email, Dad? Or should I say, stepdad? Yeah, I'm not your father. Your mother left me for someone else and had you. But then they both died and the police left you with me because there was no one else. I left you in the village with some poor woman who wanted a child so badly. She didn't even take any money. I only brought you back because I needed you to sign some papers, but it looks like it's no use. So you can just go back to your idiot mother while I figure something out. And what about my money? You can't have it. Oh, yes, I can. And I will. What are you gonna do about it? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This man was pure evil. I ran upstairs and started packing my things. I wasn't staying here another minute. But as I was leaving, I heard police sirens, and there were cops at the door to arrest Dad for theft and fraud. You called the police, Tara? No, I did. I heard everything you and Dad were talking about, Tara. And then I snuck down to his study and sent his emails to the police. How could you do this to your own father, Rita? Because you're a crook, and you're not a good father either. My whole life you've told me I'm stupid and not good enough. Well, I deserve better than you. Take him away. The cops took him away, and I turned to hug her tight. You're amazing, Rita. But you're still leaving me to go with your mom, right? No, I'm taking you with me. Mom said she took money to keep me, but I just knew in my heart that wasn't true. Your dad made her say that to make me leave with him. She's the most amazing mom, Rita, and she would love to have you too. Are you sure? 100%. Let's go!
I was in 4th grade when the teacher asked me to present my poem in front of the class. I was doing so well when suddenly the whole room started to stink. Goodness, that fart could ruin lives. Someone from the back jokingly said, I bet it's Nina. What? No, it's not me. Look at her face. Of course it's her. I kept protesting, but no one believed me. The teacher told me to leave the class and sent me to the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, it suddenly hit me why everyone thought it was me. Hi, my name is Nina, and I have something called idiopathic craniofacial erythema, or simply put, I blush a lot. It might sound cute, but I turn crazy red whenever I feel anything. Whether I'm embarrassed, guilty, stressed, angry, just name an emotion and I'm a tomato. Please like and subscribe before I tell you how this condition changed my life forever. It was never easy to have everyone know what I was feeling, but it got even worse when Dad started working as a janitor at a posh private high school and I got enrolled for free. But Dad, I don't think I'll fit in. They're all probably billionaires, and they'll just turn up their noses at me when they find out you work there. I don't want you to tell anyone that I'm your dad, okay? I don't want anything to be harder for you. And you're just as smart and deserving as any kid out there, so don't let anyone make you feel otherwise. But as expected, school was a nightmare. On my first day, the school queen, Ashley, and her gang immediately noticed me. Their eyes were scanning me up and down, and it was really freaking me out. You're pretty, but do you own a private island? Oh, is that a requirement here? Not really, but everyone here is rich, so I'm just checking which richness level you belong to. I felt so annoyed. I turned as red as her lipstick, but they thought I was just embarrassed. Aw, you're blushing. Don't worry, I'm the only one who has a private island. But at least tell me you have a private jet? One of her minions butted in. I don't think she does, Ash. Look at that cheap secondhand bag from Walmart. Ashley looked horrified, like I had bugs crawling all over me. Yes, of course I do. Who doesn't have a jet these days? She narrowed her eyes, so I backed it up. I came in the limo because the jet has gone for maintenance. Just then, I saw my dad mopping the floor nearby, and even though he was poker-faced, I'm pretty sure he'd heard me. Boring! But since you're pretty, you can join our gorgeous gang. We'll make your school experience beautiful like me. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Good luck." I turned around and instantly started blushing. Oh my! He was the cutest guy I'd ever seen. Hi, I'm Julian. He held out his hand, and I could feel the blush spread down my neck and chest. Ew! Why are you so red? You look like a stupid tomato. Forget about the gorgeous gang. I don't want a freak with us. She's probably simping hard on Julian. Well, Julian is only available for me, right, babe? Come on, Ashley. How many times do I have to tell you that we're not together? Yeah, I hear you. Babe. I was so relieved to hear that Julian didn't like Ashley, but I was sure it was becoming way too obvious to him that I was crushing hard. So I excused myself and ran away. I knew I'd have to avoid him, but that wasn't easy when we had all our classes together. And during chemistry, he sat down next to me. Just then, the teacher started demonstrating sugar dehydration and asked us why sugars turned into black toothpaste after sulfuric acid is added. Everyone looked at her like she'd spoken Chinese, but I knew the answer. Because the sulfuric acid removes water from the sugar, releasing heat, steam, and sulfur oxide fumes. It also smells like caramel. Everyone looked uber impressed. Just then, Julian scooted closer to me and whispered, "I didn't know your brain is as pretty as your face." Immediately, I turned horribly red. Ew, what's wrong with you? Is that thing infectious? Julian moved away immediately, and I could see the girls snickering. What a total jerk. My blushing disease wasn't the only thing that was ruining things at school. It wasn't long before Ashley realized I'd never worn anything that screamed $1 million. One day in the canteen, she suddenly came up to me and knocked my lunch tray off the table. "I've been watching you go to school every day, and you're just walking." I instantly turned red, totally furious. Before I could attack her, Dad was suddenly by my side. "That's an awful thing to do to a new student, miss." Ashley looked like she was about to explode. "Excuse you? Who are you, her dad? Just do your job, you stupid janitor. And that's to clean up our mess. Here's some more for you." And with that, Ashley suddenly kicked the cart and spilled all the chemicals and trash onto the floor. "Do your work properly, or I'll tell my parents. They can easily get you kicked out of here." How dare she treat my dad like that? That's not how you should treat janitors, Ashley. They work really hard to make sure the school is nice and clean for us. In fact, you shouldn't be allowed to speak like this to anyone. Aw, so am I supposed to cry and hug him for giving me his lame opinion? No, but you're supposed to treat hardworking people with respect. Imagine how you'd feel if someone treated you that way. And why do I need to imagine that? I'm pretty rich. I'm never going to be a janitor. I'm going to be sitting in a nice big office one day running Daddy's business. The principal, Ms. Sheldon, suddenly arrived and asked what was going on. Ashley immediately transformed into an angel. "Oh, nothing. The janitor just spilled his stuff and I was helping him." She's lying. She kicked his things on purpose and was being horrible to him. I was sure Ms. Sheldon was going to tell her off, but she just looked uncomfortable and told everyone to go to their classes. I was so angry that she didn't stand up for Dad, just because Ashley's rich parents gave a lot of donations to the school. That night, Dad surprised me with a beautiful birthday cake. Happy birthday, sweetheart. I'd completely forgotten I was turning 17 today. Thank you, Dad. I'm really sorry about how horrible Ashley was to you. I wish I could just punch her in the face. Even the principal didn't do anything. I'm sure she didn't have a choice, honey. She can't afford to make someone like Ashley's parents angry. But that's so unfair. Well, I'm sure when you're rich one day, you'll treat people around you much better. Now don't worry about it anymore and open your gifts. I was shocked to see some branded bags, shoes, and clothes. How did you afford these? I had some money saved up. This will hopefully get those girls off your back for a while. I hugged him and promised myself that someday I was going to spoil him and make him proud. But a few months later, my world turned upside down when he suffered from a heart attack and fell into a coma. I didn't know what to do. And how was I going to pay the hospital bills? When I told the principal, I broke down into tears and she comforted me. You don't have to worry about anything, Nina. I'll talk to the school board and we'll still keep you in school free of charge. That's really kind of you, but I have another favor to ask. Please hire me in Dad's place. I really need his salary. Nina, I'm not sure you want to work here. Maybe I could lend you some money? Thank you, Miss Sheldon, but I'd rather work for it, please. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed to hire me. And she was generous enough to double Dad's salary. When Ashley saw me in my uniform for the first time, she cackled with delight. I knew it. You're the janitor's daughter. It's a shame to have a poor freak like you here in my school. The only thing that's a shame is that there are people like you in the world. Now please get out of my way. In between classes, I'd mop the floor and clean everyone's trash, and whenever I did, she'd be there to mock me. One time she peeled a banana and threw the peel right at my face. Oops, sorry. I mistook your face for a trash can. One day we were in the middle of an exam and she excused herself to go to the bathroom. When she came back, she complained that the toilet was clogged and I needed to go fix it. But I'm still answering my exam. You're the janitor here, right? Do your work now. I was furious when I checked it. She purposely stuffed a lot of tissue paper in the toilet. And even worse, she'd written the worst possible things on the bathroom walls. The next time Ashley complained about the clogged toilet, I finally spoke up. Ugh, how long should I suffer from your constipation, Ashley? I'm dying from the smell. She was surprised with my comeback and looked furious when others laughed. I didn't poop, dummy. Then why is the toilet always clogged? It was now her turn to blush and walk out. In your face, you stupid witch. One day when I was in the janitor's closet, I was surprised to see a boy coming in with a paper bag on his head. But I knew exactly who he was. Julian, why are you wearing that? Because you blush hard every time you see my handsome face? Oh, wow. Not only was he a little jerk, but he was also really full of himself. He got rid of the paper bag and held my hand. Surprisingly, I felt nothing. Listen, what you did with Ashley a while ago was so cool. It was the first time someone stood up to her and I'm impressed. Do you want to hang out sometime? I was about to say no when suddenly he leaned in for a kiss. I was blushing now, but in panic. Before our lips touched, the closet was suddenly opened by a super jealous Ashley. You're going to pay for hitting on my future boyfriend, Nina. You'll see. One evening when I was studying for a big test, the principal called me. I'm really sorry, Nina, but the jocks and the cheerleaders had a big party at the gym, and we need the place clean for an assembly tomorrow morning. It shouldn't take too long. But when I got to school, I realized to my horror that not just the gym, but the whole school was a total mess. There was trash everywhere and stuff written on the walls. All the toilets were also clogged with tissue paper. Of course, I knew the culprit. I had to finally teach Ashley a lesson. I took pictures of all the mess. Then I went to her locker and opened it up using a hairpin. I grinned when I saw what was in there. There was still a room for a few things, so I took out the tissue papers from all the toilets and stuffed them in her precious locker. Perfect. Then an idea came to mind. I sneaked into the laboratory and mixed up a few chemicals together. I put my formula on a sponge and wiped it across the wall. The ink came off instantly. I sat down to rest for a while, and I just fell asleep there. The next morning, I woke up to everyone gathered around me, and Ashley was screaming. That freak ruined my locker. She did it. What's all this commotion? The principal walked into the scene, and I jumped to my feet as Ashley screamed about her locker. It's true I did that, Miss Sheldon, but look at what she and her minions did to the school before I cleaned it all up. Miss Sheldon looked horrified to see the pictures on my phone. She turned angrily to Ashley. Ashley, you have no respect for the people who work here, or for the school property. If you think I will keep tolerating such behavior, you are very much mistaken. Miss Sheldon, you know who my parents are, right? Yes, I do, and I will be calling them right now. I'm going to talk to the school board about having you expelled. Everyone around us erupted into cheers as Miss Sheldon and a very furious Ashley walked into our office. She had been bullying everyone way too long. Long story short, Ashley was expelled, and even her minions were suspended. I was about to graduate high school in a few months, and I kept thinking about the formula that I tried in the school lab. I continued testing it at home, and after a few weeks, I felt I'd really perfected it. I set up a website and put up a small video of me cleaning the toughest stains with my invention. And to my surprise, it went viral. I had orders pouring in so fast, I was working day and night to meet the demand. 2 weeks later, an investor contacted me. And fast forward to a couple more months, I was earning millions. I transferred Dad to a better hospital, and just a month later, he finally woke up. I told him everything that happened, and he hugged me tight. I'm so proud of you, Nina. I went off to college, but Dad and I continued my business together and moved into a mansion. We supply our invention to a lot of schools for free to make the jobs of janitors easier everywhere. Oh, and I also found out that my condition could be easily fixed by a small surgery, and I could certainly afford it now. Finally, I could keep some secrets.
You know those stories about the sons and daughters of famous people? Well, that's not my story. I mean, I am the daughter of an Oscar-winning actress, yes, but my story is far crazier. My name is Layla, and I live in a huge mansion in Beverly Hills with my mother. It had always been just the two of us. I never knew my dad, and Mom never spoke of him. I didn't have siblings because Mom said pregnancy ruined her perfect body once, and there was no way on earth she would let that happen again. But Mom was delighted to have me. You see, I had my perks. I was a beautiful baby, so much that by the time I was 3, Mom had me cast hundreds of ads and made sure my face was everywhere. Magazines, TV commercials, formula, even diapers. But I didn't care much for it. On my 4th birthday, she woke me up saying we were late for a photo session.
Mommy, I don't want any more photos. I want to watch Cinderella. It's my birthday.
She rolled her eyes and tossed the CD aside. Cinderella is poor and filthy. You have nothing to learn from her. We did not watch Cinderella. But while Mom was super proud that I had started my career so early, I just thought feeling lucky was a pretty crummy feeling. I was always tired and so bored. We were always traveling, and Mom only paid attention to me to explain how important beauty creams and lotions were. Once I asked her to read me a bedtime story, and she laughed and tossed the book aside and said, "Oh, sweetie, stories are for dumb, ugly kids. You need to know how much more important it is to start using this lotion early." I wasn't even 5 yet. Mom decided that I should be homeschooled since my schedule was tight and there was no room for school. But by the time I was just 6 years old, I started to try to learn about creams and beauty processes because when I didn't, Mom stopped talking to me and ignored me. The first time I tried a DIY face mask, my mother was thrilled. She picked me up and swirled me, saying, "I knew you weren't dumb." I was so happy with her attention that by 7, I was practically a professional. I knew everything there was to know about beauty, and trust me, I knew a lot. Day creams, night creams, shower creams, astringent lotions, and flowers. So many flowers. We lived in a pretty big house, and Mom and I had started cultivating all these flowers when I was 8. By the time I was 12, it was hard to distinguish which part was the greenhouse and which part was the rest of the house. We practically lived in a jungle. Mom loved flowers and was always talking about how pretty I would look because of them. "You'll look like a flower too." I was so curious that I tried to add some flowers to my plate, and to be honest, it didn't taste bad. But Mom wasn't the only one obsessed with beauty, and once she finally allowed me to go to school, I began to realize everyone was obsessed with beauty. Not only was I famous, but I was also a living encyclopedia of DIY beauty hacks. So obviously every girl wanted to be my friend. One day they all started to beg me to take them home. "We'd love to see where you live." I was thrilled. I'd never had any friends over. But as soon as we got home, they ran to Mom and said, "Oh, MG, we thought we'd never see you." One of them actually said, "Adopt me so I can be as pretty." My mother was delighted with my new friends. She turned to me and said, "At least you're smart enough to be friends with the right kind of girls." Then she spent hours talking about flowers and beauty. Pretty soon I realized that I didn't have any real friends. Everyone just liked me so they could be beautiful. I talked about flowers at home. I talked about flowers at school. I was beginning to lose my mind. Luckily, around that time, Mom took me to the Cannes Festival. That's when my entire life changed. We went to see an art exhibition of this famous artist and the paintings. That was a whole new world for me. And suddenly, I realized I wanted to do that. I wanted to paint flowers. I immediately signed up for art class at school. I became obsessed with it. A few years of practice, and I was getting really good at it. It was my hiding place because my friends just wanted to drag me to the mall all the time. "You're so lucky to have your mom. Mine doesn't understand anything about beauty or fashion. She lives in flip-flops." Oh gosh, don't even get me started on mine. She doesn't even know what a primer is. But now I started to care even less about fashion, and that translated to my clothing quite quickly. One day, we were walking through Rodeo Drive, and my mom looked uncomfortable. I was enjoying a greasy bagel. Honey, people are staring at you.
So?
You're not even wearing makeup.
So?
She stopped walking and looked at me desperately. You look ugly. I realized we were in front of the beauty salon. I sighed and we got in. It was still nice to share a moment with my mom from time to time. This was the only place where she was really happy. Layla, it's been so long since the last time you were here. The shop owner put on her glasses and scanned my face closely. Oh, that porcelain skin, no makeup at all and still perfect. It reminds me of your mom's younger days. My mom looked at her annoyed and didn't smile again throughout the entire day. I got the impression that something changed inside her after that. She became more obsessed with creams and lotions and makeup and fashion, and the day I said, I want to go to art school when I graduate, she snapped. That beautiful body of yours is not going to last forever, you know? Do you know how lucky you are to have inherited my genes? All your friends would kill to be in your place. Maybe I don't care about beauty or fashion. Maybe I don't care about your stupid creams. You seem to like my friends more than me, so why don't you throw me to the street and adopt them? Oh, honey, they are not even half as pretty as you are. I went to my art studio and continued to paint. Mom followed me and looked at all my pieces with disgust. There's no future in the art world, honey. You should take advantage of your beauty while it lasts. Like you did? It doesn't look like it worked. What are you talking about, you little brat? Look around you. How do you think I got all this? You really think you'll get all this with those stupid drawings? I don't care if I get all this. I never cared for any of this. All I ever wanted was to be with you. Mom rolled her eyes and said, Drama, drama, drama. I wasn't going to leave my dream aside, so I applied to every university in the country that had a good art program. My mom looked at my computer monitor from behind and said, I'm not paying for this nonsense. I don't need your money. My art will speak for me. I received acceptance letters from 6 different universities. High school was finally coming to an end, and I would probably choose the one with more miles between it and my home. I felt invincible and free. But when I got home that afternoon, not only was my mom not there, but all my paintings were gone. I started panicking. I needed my work for university. I had over 50 pieces. Where the hell were they? My phone started to buzz with hundreds of messages. Your mom is so awesome. I didn't know your mom was such a gifted painter. Your mom rocks. And emoticons everywhere. Mom? A painter? I saw a picture of my mother with all my paintings, and behind her, the place, National Museum of the Fine Arts. I jumped into an Uber and rushed there. There were photographers everywhere. There she is, it's her daughter, and blinded me with her flashes. I saw my mother waving at me and smiling. That witch! She came to me and said to the reporters, My beautiful daughter, isn't she beautiful? She's always there for me. For you? You stole my art! She stole my art! The flashes stopped for a moment, and then my mother started laughing. Everyone laughed too and followed her back inside. You will not get away with this! But it was too late. I was alone. I went back home and directly to my now empty art studio. I got a message on my phone. It was a video of me shouting at reporters. It went viral in an instant. The very next day at school, everyone was looking at me like a freak. I heard their laughs and whispers. I went to the art room. It had been my refuge for years. Now I felt like an imposter. What's wrong, honey? I looked around and saw my art teacher. She must not have seen the video. Before I knew it, I had broken into tears. My mom stole all my art. I felt helpless. No, she didn't. I looked at her and she was smiling.
She didn't steal these ones, and I have you on video.
What?
I always film my students. It's for academic purposes.
She handed me a tape with a smile. I looked at it for a moment. I was so angry I thought of taking it directly to the news. But then I thought of my mother. This would ruin her.
This is your art, your life. Don't let anyone take that away from you. Fight for it.
And so I did. I went to the news and gave them the tape and explained everything. And that too went viral. And it did ruin my mother. I didn't want to see her again, but I had no choice. I went home and saw her sitting in the dark. But that woman wasn't my mother. The container was the same, but her spirit was gone. I felt awful. She looked at me and said, You did the right thing. She had tears in her eyes. Huh? I got scared. What? You're leaving for college. You have your whole life ahead of you. I'm so proud of you, but I don't know how to live without you. I got scared. Oh, Mom. I hugged her. I'm not going anywhere. I already decided to go to USC. It's 10 minutes away. Okay, yes, that was a lie. The night after she stole my work, I wanted to go as far away from her as possible, but then I realized I don't need to leave her to paint. I can do that from anywhere. I was happy on my first day of college. USC was huge. Some people knew who my mother was, but nobody knew me, and that was okay. A few months later, I did my first art exhibition, and it was a huge success. I sold all my paintings and my mom was there for me. She stole a few flashes, but I was happy to know that now we could share time without any makeup or fashion involved.
I spent my whole life being told what to wear, how to act, and what to be when I grew up. My name is Sarah, and my parents were the absolute worst. They were always trying to control me. They were famous lawyers, and I was destined to be one too. While they were at work, I painted a picture of the three of us. And when they got home, my mom said, "What is this ugly painting?" My dad tore the picture up. "This is a waste of time." They went to their office and slammed the door in my face. My dad asked me what I wanted for my birthday. "I want to go horseback riding." He blew up. "What? How dare you? It's books or nothing." "But I don't want to be a lawyer." They exploded. "You'll be a failure if you don't go to law school. You'll end up just like those kids on the other side of town." They'd shower me with fancy clothes and expensive dinners to buy my obedience. When I was in the 7th grade, my parents started making me proofread their notes and court documents. For smart people, they really couldn't spell. And sometimes I made mistakes on purpose. I wanted to try being a normal girl for once. What's the worst that could happen? I came home with a temporary tattoo once, and my parents lost their minds. They hated tattoos more than anything. "Lawyers don't have tattoos." I was just having fun for once. I ran up to my room and slammed the door. I just decided to follow their rules, not because I liked them or anything. It's just because I want them to let me live in peace until I met a gorgeous boy. His name was Tyler. He played guitar and loved video games. Tyler was kind of a dork, but in a cute way. He even played in his own band. But our first meeting didn't go so well. He tried talking to me one day in between classes. "Hey, Sarah," was all he said. I slapped him. "Don't talk to me." I didn't mean it. I felt so bad because he wasn't popular like me and my friends. My parents would kill me if they found out about him. He never talked to me after that incident. I was sure he hated me. One day after school, Tyler was sitting up on the bleachers and practicing guitar. Whatever he was playing sounded beautiful. He caught me listening to him from behind the snack bar. He got nervous and stood to walk away. I yelled out, "Wait, don't stop. I swear I'm not gonna slap you this time." But he kept going. I tried to chase after him, but my high heels made it hard to run. I took them off and ran barefoot after Tyler. I could tell he was surprised once I caught up to him. "Why are you talking to me? Is this some sort of prank? I thought I wasn't cool enough for you." "I like your music, really. You're such a good guitar player," I answered, and I meant it. We stood in silence for a moment. We didn't know what to say to each other, so I blurted out, "Can you teach me?" He smirked. "Your dad is gonna kill me, you know." "Forget about him. He's stupid. Let's just go back to your place." Tyler agreed, and we met up every Tuesday and Thursday after school for secret guitar lessons on the bleachers. I knew my parents wouldn't approve. I told them I was working with my history teacher to learn about famous 19th century court cases. They were impressed and didn't question it. Tyler had an extra guitar he let me borrow for lessons, but I didn't dare bring it home. He even let me borrow a few CDs of his favorite bands to listen to for inspiration. My parents were not the musical type. When I would sing Happy Birthday, my mom would cover her ears. "Oh, stop, you're giving me a headache." I wasn't bad at guitar. I wasn't good either. But it was never about being good or bad. It was about doing something that I wanted to do, something that made me happy for once. One day, my mother decided to call the school and personally thank my history teacher for helping me with my studies. Of course, he didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She drove to the school and caught me and Tyler on the bleachers. She marches right up, ripped the guitar out of my hands, and smashed it over the metal steps. "How dare you lie to me, Sarah?" She turned her attention on Tyler. "Don't you dare come near my daughter again." I'd had enough. I wasn't about to let her treat Tyler the way she treated me. "Get away from him," I screamed and pushed her away. To my horror, she lost her balance and tumbled down the bleachers, landing on the dirt below. I felt terrible and ran down to her immediately, saying I was really sorry, but she just brushed me aside and yelled, "Have fun walking home." And with that, she stormed off. My life got worse after that. When my father found out, he screamed at me. You're not allowed to see any of your friends ever again. He took all my CDs and stomped on them till they were tiny little pieces. One night, after not seeing Tyler for almost 2 weeks, I got a text from him. He asked if I wanted to come and see his band, the Cadets, play at a house party across town. I sent back an enthusiastic yes and started planning my outfit. Later that evening, I pretended to go to bed early, but instead, I snuck out of my bedroom window, hopped onto my bicycle, and went off to the given address. I got to the party and stuck out like a sore thumb in my pink top. Everyone was wearing torn t-shirts and tight jeans. A rock band was playing loudly in the living room. I recognized a few kids from my high school, but none of them wanted to talk to me. It was pretty obvious I didn't fit in. Hey, Sarah. Tyler ran over, tripped, and spilled his drink on my cute top. I was mortified, but Tyler laughed and grabbed my hand. Follow me. He walked into the kitchen where it was a little less crowded. He reached into a box and shuffled around for a bit. Finally, he pulled out a t-shirt for me to change into. I stared down at my stained pink top. I grabbed a lighter off the table and set it on fire. Burn, 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 I screamed. Easy there. Give it to me. Tyler threw the shirt in the bin. Then he grabbed his guitar and hurried out of the kitchen. He got on stage in the living room with the rest of his band. Everyone was dancing and singing along. The Cadets were actually really good. They might actually make it big one day. It was the greatest night of my life. Tyler drove me home and kissed me goodnight. It was my first kiss, and it was amazing. I had the best night's sleep ever. But the next morning, I was rudely woken up by my mom's screams. What's this? She had found the Cadet's shirt in the laundry. Where is the pink top I got you for your birthday? I set it on fire. It was uncool, just like you. Oh, yeah? She took my cadet shirt downstairs and threw it in the oven. Let's see how well this holds up at 400 degrees. I tried to open the oven door, but my mother held it shut. Please, please, Tyler gave that to me. I told you, I don't want you seeing that boy. Now go to your room and study. I can't wait to go to college. I can't wait to be away from you and this house. I stormed off and slammed my door. College was only a few weeks away. Even if it meant I wouldn't see Tyler again, at least I'd get away from my parents. But I could never really get away from them. I met all sorts of new people at college, but I only focused on my classes and didn't make any friends. I could always hear my father's voice in my head. How is making friends going to get you into the country's best law program? My parents told me I wasn't even allowed to get a job. They wanted nothing to distract me from my studies, so they gave me a credit card to take care of my expenses. The only thing I'd really started enjoying was studying at a quiet little cafe I'd discovered. But Dad even found a way to ruin that for me, sitting hundreds of miles away. I didn't give you a credit card to spend hundreds of dollars on coffee. Stay in your dorm to study. One morning, I noticed a help wanted sign on the front door of the cafe. I marched up to the counter and, instead of ordering my usual coffee, I asked for an application. The job was easy. It was fun even. Making my own money felt so good. And I also realized something. I didn't want to pour coffee for the rest of my life, but owning my own cafe sounded really cool. I went to pay my family a visit on the weekend, and for a change, I was actually looking forward to it. The minute we sat down for dinner at a fancy restaurant, the questions started pouring in. How's school? How are your grades? Even Grandma chimed in. Where are you going to get a job? As I cut up my steak, I casually replied, Oh, Grandma, I already have a job. At a coffee shop. They stared at me like I'd lost my mind. What are you doing wasting time in a coffee shop? How's that going to help you become a lawyer? I looked Dad straight in the eye. It won't, because I'm not going to be a lawyer. Dad went ballistic and smashed his plate onto the floor. Everyone in the restaurant was staring at us, but he didn't seem to care. Are you crazy? We spent so much money on you and gave you everything, and you just want to throw your life away? I'm going to cut off your allowance. I didn't scream back. I stood up and took his credit card out of my wallet. Then I snapped it in half and walked out of the restaurant. They would never control me again. I went back to college and reconnected with Tyler. We met up for a cup of coffee at my favorite place. He told me that the cadets were playing a few towns over and needed a tour manager. And even though the opportunity to travel the world seemed really exciting, I wanted to complete my degree and save up for my coffee shop. So I turned his offer down, but we started dating. We got married a few years later, and he was my biggest support in setting up my dream cafe. To this day, I run the most popular cafe in the city. Even my parents eventually forgave me, and they sometimes stop by for coffee in between court dates. People from all walks of life come through my doors, each with a unique dream or goal. Here in my little coffee shop, I hope they make their dreams come true.
Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. When I was 8, my dad left my mom, and my Nana was furious. She yelled at my mom, "I told you not to marry a Sagittarius, but no, you think I'm just a babbling idiot." Then Nana turned to me and said, "Make sure you never fall in love with a Gemini. A Gemini and a Cancerian can never be soulmates." "What's that, Nana?" She gave me a book on astrology. "Here, this will tell you everything you need to know. Hi, my name is Flora, and ever since I saw my mom crying bitterly over my dad, I've been on a mission to find my soulmate. By 16, every guy in school had asked me out. 20 of them even said they loved me. One said, 'You're so perfect, Flora. I want to marry you.' But I knew better than to trust an Aries. Thank you, next." After I turned down every guy in school in search of the one, I just knew I was destined to die alone. But little did I know everything was about to change. One day when I went to the chemistry lab after cheer practice, I saw a huge crowd. For once, it wasn't boys lining up to ask me out. "Hello, excuse me, coming through." When I finally managed to get into class, the teacher told me to sit with some new guy at the back. "Since you're the teacher's assistant, I think you'd be best to help Mr. Tyler catch up on whatever he's missed." One of the girls whispered, "Really? Her? Why does she have to get everything? I can help him all day, every day." Curious to know what the big deal was, I looked over at him and immediately my heart started to beat like crazy. It was Tyler, the lead singer of a local band. And right now, he was looking at me and smiling. My heart. But the boy really did need all the help he could get. He couldn't even get a simple formula right. I had to show him 5 times before he finally got it. And when he did, he turned to me like an excited child and said, "Oh man, you're so cool. You want to come the next time I play live?" I nodded, thrilled. After school, I found myself looking for him. It wasn't hard. Just follow the yellow brick road of screaming groupies. I found him in the middle of a huge crowd. The minute he saw me, he grinned and waved me forward. "Girls, girls, please let the pretty lady pass." My heart did a somersault. Everyone around me turned red with envy. As I walked forward, I almost felt like I was walking down the aisle. "I do, Tyler, I do." But just then, someone said something that made me stop dead in my tracks. One of the girls yelled, "Tyler, I'm a Gemini like you." It was as if the whole world was collapsing around me. A stinking Gemini? I could practically see Nana's disapproval. So I did what she would have wanted. I turned around and walked away. I ran to the library. Maybe reading would help. Suddenly, my foot caught something and I tripped. "Whoa, are you all right?" I slowly opened my eyes to see who my savior was, and for a minute, time stood still and we stared into each other's eyes. I got up clumsily and apologized. He smiled and introduced himself as Harry. "It's my fault, really. Some of the girls found out I'm Tyler's stepbrother and they won't stop asking me for his hair." I laughed and said, "Yeah, I don't know what they see in him, except for the perfect face and the perfect voice and the smile and the eye." Before I could say anything else, Tyler barged in. "Flora, Flora." He stopped mid-sentence, and his smile faded as he looked at us with shock. The way he looked at me made my heart pound. I found myself moving even farther away from Harry. "I got your ticket for my show." Uh-oh. I jumped to my feet and grabbed it from his hands, running out with a hurried, "Thank you." I couldn't even look him in the eye. Why did he have to be a stupid Gemini? Harry ran after me and said he'd walk me home. When we got there, Nana opened the door and practically pulled him inside. "This is the first time our Flora has brought home a boy. You must be really special." I dragged him to my room and told him to wait as I got him some snacks. But little did I know what was happening in my room. Well, 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 what do we have here? My ticket to win her over. When I got back, he was looking at my book of horoscopes. "You really believe this stuff? It's been true so far." He chuckled, and I ended up telling him about my mom and dad. He listened with the saddest look in his eyes and then suddenly took my hand. I know this will sound crazy, and maybe you don't believe in all of this, but I feel like I've been looking for you forever. I think you're my soulmate. I gasped and pulled my hand away, and he suddenly looked embarrassed. Maybe that was too soon, but you should know I plan to win you over. With that, he ran out. Had he just said the S word? Had I finally found the one? I swear I'm going to take her from him. She's mine now. Over the next few days, I felt like I was bumping into Tyler and Harry everywhere. Harry was sitting next to me in bio, and Tyler was my lab partner for chemistry. Harry was the sweetest. We could talk about things for hours. We liked all the same books and the same music, and he even liked pineapple on pizza. To top it all off, he told me he was a Taurus. There was no one better for a Cancerian than a Taurus, and this one seemed to be tailor-made for me. But then there was Tyler, who always did something to make my heart flutter. One day, as I was sitting in the cafeteria reading a book, he sat down across from me. The entire cafeteria fell silent as everyone started to whisper about us. Do you mind if I join you? His voice was so sweet that I found myself nodding. He grinned at me like a kid and started chattering on about his day. I listened, oddly fascinated. As he talked, I found myself looking deep into his gorgeous, warm, brown eyes, and I realized in horror that I definitely had a crush. Just then, someone asked, "Would you mind if I join you?" I looked up to see Harry smiling down at me. Yeah. But as soon as Harry sat down, Tyler got up and marched away. Looking at him go, I felt my heart sink. What was wrong with me? Harry laughed and said, "He's such a Gemini." I nodded miserably. Tell me about it. A few days later, Tyler messaged me, "Hey, I hope I'll see you at the concert tonight. I'll be waiting." So of course, a few hours later, I found myself dressed up and ready to go. Nana called from downstairs. "Flora, there's someone here for you." I gasped. Was it Tyler? I ran downstairs and stopped in my tracks. Oh. It was Harry. Of course, Tyler wouldn't come to my place to pick me up for his concert. How stupid was I? And besides, why should it make me mad? He wasn't my soulmate, but Harry could be. Harry said he had a feeling I'd be going to the concert alone, so he came for me. Of course, trust Harry to be a steady, thoughtful Taurus. At the concert, as I had a VIP ticket, I was in the front row. Tyler, who was already on stage, smiled at me. That is, until he saw I wasn't alone. But near the end of the show, Harry disappeared, and when Tyler went off for a break, Harry suddenly appeared on stage. Perks of being the lead's brother, I guess. Then to my surprise, he yelled, "Guys, I'm Tyler's brother, and while he's off stage, I have an announcement to make. There's a girl here tonight who I've known for many months now, and from the very first day, I knew she was the only one for me. My soulmate, Flora." In a matter of minutes, I found myself on the stage as Harry got down on one knee and asked me to be his girlfriend. Officially! From the corner of my eye, I saw Tyler rush over. My heart was pounding, and an image of my mom crying flashed before my eyes. I'd been looking for a soulmate for years. "I will! Yes, I will!" Harry jumped in delight and kissed me. The crowd went wild. As Harry led me off stage, he stopped next to Tyler and said, "Thanks for letting me be on stage, man." I took a quick look at Tyler's face, and for a minute, I wondered if I had done the right thing. He looked devastated. After that, I suddenly felt queasy, so I told Harry to drive me home. The next few weeks were amazing. Harry came over every day with flowers and drove me to school. He was treating me like a real princess, and even Nana approved of him because he was such a Taurus. That is, until he wasn't. You see, slowly, Harry started acting mean and rude. This one time we were on a date, and he yelled at the server. When I tried to calm him down, he said, "Be quiet, you stupid girl, and don't interfere in a man's business." I was so mad I walked out. He camped on my lawn that night till Nana forced me to forgive him. Another time, he took me out and tried to feed me shrimp. I'm allergic to them. I can't eat this. What's wrong with you? Why are you always so dramatic? I'm trying to be nice. Don't be mad. I suppose a bit won't kill me. I ended up taking a small nibble and took a small trip to the ER. One day he promised me he'd come to my cheer practice. Not only did he ghost me, but someone told me he'd invited a girl to watch a movie at his place. That jerk. I rushed over to his place. Just as I got there, I saw Tyler pull out of the driveway. I tried to talk to him. "Tyler!" But he ignored me and stormed out. The housekeeper who opened the door pointed to Harry's room and walked away. But Harry wasn't in his room. As I waited for him, my eyes landed on something. It was my diary. I ran over and picked it up. I'd been looking for it for months. What was it doing here? Harry returned then with a girl. The smile disappeared from his face as I asked him what this all meant. He laughed and said, "So, you finally found it. That's for the best, I suppose. I was planning on breaking up with you tomorrow anyway." For a minute, I felt like I would pass out. What did he mean? But why? Why do you have my diary? He laughed like a maniac again and said, "You really are the dumbest smart person." Then he said something that horrified me. He said he'd never been interested in dating me anyway. He'd only chased me because Tyler liked me. I'm so tired of always playing second fiddle to my jerk stepbrother. He's always getting things I want, so I took what he wanted for once. But now that he's going to London tonight, I don't have to keep up the stupid act. Hearing him say all that was making me angrier by the second. I grabbed stuff from his desk and started throwing them at him. Are you even a Taurus? That's the only thing I didn't lie about, sweetie. I was shocked, but I didn't have time for this. I had to find Tyler before he left. I hopped into a cab. If I hurried, I might catch him outside. Throughout the ride, I kept wondering how someone who was my soulmate, according to Nana's book, could turn out to be so mean and vicious. Was all this really useless? Was Nana wrong? After driving for a grueling 20 minutes, all thoughts of soulmates and horoscopes fled my mind as I pulled up at the airport and saw him. He was at the entrance. I jumped out. Tyler! Tyler! Everyone stared except him. For a minute, I thought he would keep walking, but just then, he turned and looked at me in shock. I told Tyler everything Harry had done, and he looked as shook as I felt. Harry would never. Then I showed him my diary. He looked like he was about to puke, but he did make me realize something, Tyler. It's not him I love, it's you. Tyler looked at me sadly and said, "You made your choice, Flora. I know my brother wronged you, but I guess we missed our chance, and I have to go now." A gorgeous blonde suddenly ran over to us. "Babe, Tyler, we'll be late." I looked between them in shock. "Please let them be siblings. Please be siblings." But she turned to me and said, "If you don't mind, please, my boo and I have a flight to catch. We're starting college together." With that, she dragged him away as I stared in horror. Then I started to cry. I had been so focused on finding my soulmate that I didn't see the love of my life staring me in the face, and now he was leaving. I'd learned my lesson, and the minute I got home, I threw out all my astrology books. Who cares if some idiot is telling you which horoscope to be with? They don't know if a person is a jerk or not. They say if you truly love someone, set them free. Set them free. If they love you back, they will come back to you. But weeks and months passed, and I didn't hear a peep from Tyler. I decided to focus on my SATs instead so I could get into a good college. Then the day of my high school prom arrived. The whole week, I'd been finding love letters and roses and locks of hair in my locker. The football jocks kept saying that as a cheerleader, it was my duty to date at least one of them. The chemistry nerd said that since I was so good at schoolwork, I could only truly bond with one of them. In fact, even Harry showed up outside class, asking if I wanted to go with him. I practically threw my shoe at him. How dare he even think he had a chance? I obviously turned everyone down and decided to sit at home and miss Tyler. But as I wallowed in self-pity, the doorbell rang. I went to check and gasped, "Tyler!" I slammed the door shut. Was I dreaming? I pinched myself and carefully opened the door again. He was still there. He held up a single rose and said, "Flora, I don't know anything about soulmates, but I can't stop thinking about you. No girl could distract me, and God knows I tried. Now I really want to get to know you better, so will you go to prom with me?" I jumped into his arms and kissed him. The next day, he returned to London with a promise. "As soon as I'm done with my courses, I'll come back to you." I looked at myself in the mirror. I couldn't believe I was graduating college. Nana yelled, "Hurry up, we don't want to be late for your graduation." Outside, Mom and Nana were waiting for me. They weren't alone. With them was Tyler. "Congratulations, you beautiful, beautiful girl." I ran over to hug him, and quickly he got down on one knee and said, "Marry me, Flora. I can't live without you." That was 10 years ago. Even though we're not exactly alike and we fight sometimes, I know that if ever there was a soulmate for me, it was him, Gemini or not. We even have a little girl, Daisy. Mom, there's a new kid in my class and he's the weirdest. I bet he's an Aquarius."
I'm so proud of you, Martha. Every time Dad said those words, I cringed. Have you ever felt like all you needed was approval from this one important person in your life, and for some freaking reason they just never gave it to you? Yeah, well, same. Hi, my name is Elsa. Martha is my twin, and all my life I've been competing with her for Dad's approval and failing miserably. The first time I remember hearing these awful words was when I was 3 years old. We were sitting at the dining table, and when Mom put our food in front of us, I grabbed a knife and fork and started cutting up my vegetables. I had to admit, I was a pro at it. Oh wow, where'd you learn to eat like that? Look at her. But Dad was too busy admiring Martha, who had her face in her bowl like a dumb little puppy with gravy dribbling down her face. That's my big girl eating all by herself. I'm so proud of you, Martha. Wait, what? You call that eating? I picked up my love of books from Dad, and by the time I was 4, I could read fluently. After finishing everything at home, I begged Mom to take me to the public library one day, and I was like a kid in a candy store. One night when Dad came to our room to read to us, I whipped out the 7th Harry Potter book from under the bed.
Daddy, let's read this. I can't wait to see how it ends.
You've read all the Harry Potter books?
Yes, and they're so amazing. I love...
Just then, Martha took out a book from under her pillow and nearly hit me in the face with it.
Daddy, please read this to me. I couldn't read all the words, and her book sounds stupid. It's not stupid. Goldilocks and the Three Bears is stupid. What are you, 2 years old? No, I'm like 4, you idiot. Then why do you want to read books for babies? Because we are babies. I'm not, but you're a big crybaby.
That's enough, Elsa. Martha, honey, tell me where you got stuck. I'll read it to you. And I'm still very proud of you. It was always the same. We'd learn everything together, and she got all the praise even if I was 5 steps ahead of her. I didn't mind it too much at first. I'd read in a book that parents can be like that sometimes, showering the dumb kid with extra praise to encourage them. But then something happened that really made me lose my temper for the first time. Since my vocabulary was really good for a kid my age, Mom entered me in the local spelling bee for gifted youngsters when I was 7. I was the youngest participant, and I won first prize. I couldn't wait to go home and tell Dad.
Look at my trophy, Dad, I won!
Just then I saw Martha's pouty face with fat tears rolling down her cheeks.
I want one too!
Dad immediately snatched it from me and pushed some chocolate bars in my hand instead. There you go, Martha. Daddy is very proud of his little girl. Hello? What for? And what about me? I just stared at him for a minute. Then I rushed off to my room, slammed the door as hard as I could, and threw the bars in the trash. 10 minutes later, I took them out and ate them while sulking on my bed. I just didn't get it. Why was it so hard for him to say that he was proud of me, too? Later that night, I snuck into the kitchen and sprinkled salt on his oatmeal. And I felt so happy the next morning when he took a big spoonful and spat it all out. Dad would sometimes take me and Martha to his office because he said we'd be running the company one day. Once when we were heading out, Martha said she wasn't feeling well and she stayed back. I felt really happy secretly. I'd get to have Dad all to myself. Dad had a board meeting and told me to sit quietly in a corner. His boss did not look happy with everyone. Guys, our data is indicating that sales have gone down this past quarter. We need to come up with something new, something exciting. As everyone looked at each other blankly, I had a great idea, so I raised my hand. What is it, kid? I read in the New York Times that smartwatches for teenagers are going to be the next big tech gadget. Everybody looked at me in surprise, but then a big smile spread on his boss's face. That's brilliant. We don't have anything for teenagers. Who's this genius kid? Instead of looking proud, Dad just looked embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I'll make sure to leave her home next time. I didn't understand why he was looking like he was mad at me when everyone else seemed to think I was a delight. Are you insane? She's amazing. I would be so proud of her if she was mine. Dad just nodded and glared at me. The second we got home, he rushed straight to Martha's room with the gifts he had for her. I missed you so much today. It really wasn't fun without you. I felt shattered at hearing those words. Just then, she got out of bed and showed Dad the painting she'd been working on. Martha, that's so beautiful. It was a painting of SpongeBob and his starfish buddy. I thought it was really ugly, actually. I'm so proud of you, Martha. I'm really glad you're better. Watching him hold her tight for so long made me want to cry. Mom and Dad thought I had tears of joy because my sister was feeling better, but they were just tears of anger. I wanted to rip her dumb painting into 2. As I grew older, I couldn't help thinking maybe Dad loved Martha more because she was the prettier twin. Everyone thought she looked like an angel with her blonde hair and blue eyes. All the boys in school would be asking me to introduce them to her. Geez, the girl could have her own TV show. Everybody loves Martha. It wasn't until the 8th grade that someone finally noticed me. It was our science teacher, Mr. Martin. He saw that I was always done with my work early, and he started giving me more advanced physics books to read. One day, when he asked me about what new thing I'd learned, I told him I just loved quantum physics. Mr. Martin took his glasses off as he looked at me in surprise. Are you saying you actually understand those concepts, Elsa? Yeah, I think so. Next thing I knew, Mr. Martin had taken me to the principal and asked if I could be allowed to take advanced level maths and physics tests. And it turned out I did really well in all of them. The next day, my parents were called in and the principal beamed at them. You must be so proud of your daughter. Yes, we are very proud of Martha. No, I'm here to talk to you about Elsa. She's quite the little genius. We want to bump her up a few grades. Dad looked confused. But what about Martha? Will she be bumped up too? Sir, Martha is an average student at best. She's fine where she is. Well then, Elsa can't move up either. Imagine how that will make Martha feel. She's a very sensitive child. Thank you for the offer, but Elsa will stay in 8th grade. I couldn't believe my ears. Was he for real? Later that night at the dinner table, I ate my food in silent rage. As usual, Dad was busy asking Martha how her day had been. It was great. Thanks to your help, I got a B in my history assignment. Oh, and I'm starting cheerleading practice tomorrow. That's wonderful, darling. I'm so proud of you. If I heard those words one more time, I was going to explode. I banged my glass down on the table. And what about me, Dad? Aren't you proud that I'll be finishing high school earlier than most of the other kids? Dad, what is she talking about? Dad clenched his jaw. We've had this discussion, Elsa. You're not moving up a few grades. No, actually, I never got the chance to speak. How could you do this to me, Dad? This is for your own good. You should thank me instead of being a total brat. Who do you think you are? How would you feel if your boss stopped you from being more successful? I would actually be so grateful to him because he knows what he's talking about just like me right now. You can't hold me back because of Martha. It's not my fault she's dumb. I don't know why you think you're smart. Trust me, you're just dumb. You only have confidence, not smartness. No, I'm smart. Martha is a dumb one. Do you hear me? I regretted the words as soon as they were out of my mouth. Martha looked hurt for a second. Then her face turned vicious. It would be much better for my popularity if my nerdy twin sister wasn't in the same class. No one even likes you. Why do you think they don't like me? Because you're a weirdo? Not true. It's because you kept telling them nasty things about me. You think I don't know? Do you care about how that makes me feel? What about you, Dad? Are you happy about this? Martha is just joking around. You don't have to make a big deal out of it. You're a monster. And so is Martha. Like daddy, like daughter. Mom pushed back her chair and stood up. Enough, all of you. I think it would be better for you two to be apart. So Elsa will be changing her grade, and no one is dumb or a weirdo. And then she turned to Dad angrily. I can't believe you. You're so selfish. Selfish? Why? Because I want the best for your kids? For my kids? Or just for Martha? You think I don't see? You stopped seeing a long time ago. But I can see your pity from a mile away. And with that, she left. I looked at Dad, but he just flung his napkin down on the table and walked away. I didn't care anymore. I wasn't going to wait around for him to say those words to me. I was bumped up to 9th grade and finished high school 2 years before Martha. We never had much in common, but in the past couple of years, we'd really grown apart. She wasn't doing well at school and was always more interested in going to parties and hanging out with boys. But Dad was as blind to her faults as ever. Look what's arrived in the mail, Mom! I just received my college acceptance letter to MIT on full scholarship. As Mom squealed in delight and hugged me, suddenly Dad walked in and snatched the letter out of my hands. You never told me you're applying to MIT. What will you study there? Quantum physics? That's what I've always loved, but you never asked. He crumpled up the letter into a ball. I own a tech company. How will you manage if you're too busy studying stupid theories in a research lab? I'm not interested in taking over your company, Dad. You should train the daughter you're really proud of to take over, and we both know that's not me. Well then, hear this. I'm not going to be paying a penny for your college. And with that, he stormed out of the room. That fall, I moved away to Boston and got a job at a coffee shop to pay for my expenses. I stopped talking to Dad and Martha altogether. Mom kept in touch with me and sometimes sent me money. In my last year at university, I was clearing the tables at the coffee shop one day when a regular customer, Leonard, walked up to me. He'd been coming every day for 6 months and I had the biggest crush on him. Hey, Elsa, I've probably spent hundreds of dollars on coffee just to see you every day, so how about I cut to the chase? I think you're beautiful and smart and I'd like to ask you out. Wait, he thought I was beautiful? Growing up under Martha's shadow, I'd never really seen myself that way. We dated for 2 years and then we got married. Only Mom attended the wedding from my side. I found out from her that Martha had dropped out of college and run away with some loser boyfriend who had promised to make her a big model one day. Your dad's really heartbroken and has just thrown himself into his work even more. A year later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. Leonard was so supportive of my career and always told me how proud he was of my achievements. And it was the happiest I'd ever been until the day I got a phone call from Mom. Honey, you have to come home. Your dad's had a stroke. I flew back home immediately. Seeing Dad looking so weak and sick made my heart hurt. I sat by his side and took his hand. I'm here now and everything's going to be okay. Dad was no longer fit enough to work. And I knew what I had to do. I left my dream job and moved back home with my family.
and Leonard and I took over the company's operations. One day, I was looking all over for Anna when I found her on Dad's bed, reading out loud to him. I saw that he had tears in his eyes. "She's just a little genius like you. Do you remember how smart you were?" "Do you remember that, Dad?" He took my hand and drew me close. "I'm sorry that I wasn't a good dad to you. I just always felt Martha needed my love and attention more. I shouldn't have treated you the way I did." I thought I didn't care by now, but my heart soared with joy as he said the words I'd been longing to hear my whole life. "I'm so proud of you, Elsa."
Imagine you come home exhausted and you see a bunch of presents on your bed with a weird letter. "Dear Annabelle, I've been watching you for a while now. You're so beautiful and it's so distracting. Love, Anonymous." It's the third such letter you've gotten that month, along with a package of bath salts and chocolate truffles. You live kind of a crazy life. You're a star ballerina from New York with agents and assistants at 16 years old. You don't have the energy to deal with this. You're ready to relax, put on a face mask and watch MSA videos. And like and subscribe to MSA because their videos are awesome. The next day, you're in the school hallway with your childhood BFF, Luca. You guys are walking slowly since he has a new prosthetic leg. You show him the latest letter you've gotten from your secret admirer. "This dude is obsessed with you. What does he mean he's been watching you for a while now?" You respond that he is probably trying to be romantic. "Stalking isn't romantic. I'm worried, Annabelle." You say that you are getting free chocolates and foot scrubs and that you are not complaining. Just then, the school hallway starts emptying and everyone starts whispering. You know exactly why. The new kid Isaac is walking your way. Everyone thinks he's bad news, but you think he's cute. You say that underneath his tattoos and cold, hard shell, he is probably a great kisser. Okay. Unless you want to spend your first date beating people up, I wouldn't ask Isaac out. He's got a bad rep. But your curiosity about Isaac grows each day. And one afternoon, things take a wild turn. Luca goes with you to your first rehearsal for a new show. Guess who your dance partner is? Isaac. He's a ballet dancer and cast as the male lead. He walks over to you and smiles. "Hey, you go to my school. You own about 10 Gucci bags and you're always staring at me." You apologize and say that you didn't mean to be that obvious about it. "Nah, I like it. I don't mind a pretty ballerina watching me." Isaac winks and walks away, and you can't help feeling butterflies. Just then, Luca comes up to you. "How about I take you out to dinner to celebrate your new show?" You say that he is the sweetest and agree to the dinner. But as soon as you get to the restaurant, Luca starts talking about Isaac. I wonder how many gangs he's part of. You say that Isaac is a ballet dancer and question whether Luca really thinks Isaac is some gang member. Then you sarcastically suggest that maybe they all wear tutus and walk around on their tiptoes. Well, that might be useful if you're a thief sneaking around. You are outraged that Luca considers Isaac a thief and call the accusation ridiculous. Then you ask Luca why he is so obsessed with Isaac. Luca suddenly falls quiet. He puts some money on the table and then leaves without a word. What's going on? You follow him out of the restaurant into the subway. You ask what his deal is and point out that he has been acting weird the whole night. "Annabelle, I'm in love with you. I have been since ages, but I don't think you love me back." You're completely caught off guard. Luca loves you? You tell Luca that you never knew that and admit that you have never thought of him that way before. Do you think you ever could? You don't know what to say, but your heart is racing a bit looking into his eyes. "It's okay. Don't worry. Nothing between us will change." Luca then gets on the subway and leaves. You're left there with your head spinning. But when you get to rehearsal the next day, you forget everything because Isaac's staring at you the whole time as you do your routine. You get so self-conscious that you trip over something and fall. Want some help with that routine? You say that he can help you by dancing with you. I guess I can't argue with that. Dancing with Isaac gives you goosebumps. And as rehearsal goes on, you get to know him a little bit. Surprisingly, he's a total nerd. He shows you 5 comic books he's carrying in his bag. He doesn't exactly fit the bad boy image he has, and he's fun to be around. But at the end of rehearsal, Luca shows up looking completely normal. He walks right up to you with 2 tickets. "Ready for a night at the carnival? Just the 2 of us?" You excitedly say that you love the carnival and call them a freaking angel. "Oh, wow. I've been meaning to go too." You suggest that he should totally come with you and Luca and say that it will be fun. Luca agrees, but doesn't look too happy. And when you get there, things get heated. Luca and Isaac start competing over everything. They both keep taking selfies with you on every ride. Isaac wins you a stuffed unicorn, then Luca wins you a life-size tiger. Luca knows how you love a good chocolate shake, but Isaac accidentally knocks it over and gets you a giant ice cream sundae. You say that you are really tired of walking them and suggest resting for a bit.
Of course. Here, let me give you a foot rub.
You can't help smiling at how sweet Luca always is. But just as you're ready to get up, Isaac literally sweeps you off your feet.
I'll carry you, Anna. We can't have your pretty ballerina feet hurting. Hey, I can carry her too. Dude, with your leg? Probably not. Just chill out. I got her.
Finally, you tell the boys you want to ride the Ferris wheel. You state that it will be a quiet ride with no selfies and ask them if that is understood.
Whatever you say, madame. Yeah, as you wish.
But when you get to the Ferris wheel, you see it's only a two-person ride, so you have to take turns riding with both. You go with Isaac first, and then you guys get stuck at the top.
Can I tell you a secret? I've never gone out with a girl before. I've always been too shy to talk to girls.
You express surprise, saying that you never would have guessed that he would be shy.
Hey, I'm still human underneath these biceps, tattoos, and amazing hair.
Isaac's face is inches away from yours, and suddenly he's leaning in, and he kisses you, and you forget everything else. But when you get to the bottom, you see Luca with his eyes full of fire. He gets onto the ride, but seconds later bursts out angrily.
So what, you guys are a thing now?
You hesitantly say that you guess he saw you two kiss, then clarify that he kissed you, but suddenly, Luca's hands are on your face, and he kisses you. Your stomach is doing backflips.
I said nothing would change, Annabelle, but it has. I need to know if we can be more than friends.
You hesitate and say that you're not sure. Then you admit that you might like Luca, but also like Isaac.
But you barely even know him. You've known me since we were kids.
You point out that it doesn't mean you can't like someone else more.
Oh, so you do like him better.
You clarify that that's not what you said.
Annabelle, I'm going home. I guess I need some space from you right now.
Luca walks away, and things change after that. You start spending more time with Isaac since you rehearse together every day, and you can feel the chemistry growing. But you hardly see Luca over the next few weeks, and you really miss him. Then one night, you're walking to the subway after rehearsal when you see someone with a black mask coming towards you. You freeze for a second, and then swing your purse to smack him with it. He drops what he's holding and runs away. It's a package with your name on it. He's the guy that's been sending you all that anonymous mail. This time, when you open the package, there's no present, just a single note that reads, "Why don't you love me?" And suddenly, you get a shocking thought. What if the stalker is Luca? He's been in love with you for ages, and he knows where you live. The next day at school, you see Luca in the courtyard. You walk up to him and push him. You call Luca a creep and accuse him of being your stalker.
What? Are you crazy?
You accuse him of following you to the subway last night and running away after leaving the note.
Annabelle, I can't even run properly. Don't you think you would have noticed my limp?
Of course. He was right. You feel so stupid. Suddenly you start crying, and Luca puts his arms around you. You say that you weren't freaked out before by the letters and presents, but now that Isaac is following you, you feel scared.
Hey, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
You feel so safe in Luca's arms, and you look up into his eyes. He's leaning closer, and you pull away. You tell Luca to stop and say that you can't kiss.
Because you have a boyfriend now?
You confirm that you do have a boyfriend now.
And I'm just your friend. It's because of my leg, isn't it?
You exclaim in shock and ask how he could even think that. Luca doesn't answer and storms off. You go looking for Isaac, but he's not at school because he's sick. You spend the next few days alone, and riding home, you're terrified of running into your stalker again. Finally, the night of the show comes, and Isaac comes into your dressing room to wish you good luck. He's leaning in to kiss you, but just then, Luca comes in.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your makeout. Just wanted to wish you good luck, but I'm guessing Isaac already did that.
Then all of a sudden, Isaac turns to him angrily.
Dude, just let it go already. Annabelle doesn't want to be your girlfriend. It's time you stop acting like a jerk and be happy for her. And yeah, she and I were in the middle of a kiss.
At that second, Isaac pulls you close to kiss you, but you can see the hurt in Luca's eyes, and you just can't do it.
You tell Isaac to stop and say that Luca already gets the point. He has to get over himself. It's not fair to us.
You look over at Luca, but he's already left. You take some time alone after that to do warm-ups. Then suddenly, you feel someone watching you. It's the masked guy from the other night. He runs out of your dressing room and you go after him, but he's disappeared. That's when you see the basement door is open. You go inside, and it's pitch black. Suddenly, the stalker comes up from behind and pushes you to the ground, and you hear the door close and lock. You bang on the door like crazy, calling for help, but no one hears you. You stay locked inside all that night. Finally, the next morning, the door opens and a bunch of cops come in. Your parents are crying and asking if you're okay. Just then, you see a policeman with a boy who looks around 14 years old.
This is the young man who's been stalking you, sending you letters and presents for the past month.
I've just had a crush on you ever since I saw you perform, so I saved up my allowance to buy you presents. I know I kinda got carried away, but I didn't mean to freak you out.
You ask him if he is kidding, then you accuse him of locking you in a dark basement all night.
No. It wasn't him who locked you in the basement.
To your horror, you notice Isaac is in handcuffs with another cop.
We did a background check and your friend here has a restraining order from his ex-girlfriend. He's a criminal.
You ask in confusion what he is talking about.
Annabelle, I locked you in that basement because I was angry. You didn't kiss me in front of Luca, and that made me think you had feelings for him. I hated you at that moment. And yeah, I lied. I did have a girlfriend, and she pushed me away, just like you did.
You feel like you're gonna throw up as the cops take Isaac away. The next day, you sit at your favorite spot in the park to collect your thoughts when someone sits beside you.
Want some company?
You tell Luca that he was right about Isaac and admit that everyone was right about Isaac being bad news. You acknowledge that you were the only one who didn't see it.
I also didn't do a great job looking out for you. I acted like a jealous
Warm breath on your lips.
You say you want to try it again so you can be sure.
My head was pounding as I slowly woke up.
She's awake!
Your Highness, you're awake!
Huh? Your Highness?
What was happening?
Hey there, I'm Bella, and I'm about to take you through a whirlwind of royal troubles. Ready for some royal chaos? Hit that like button and subscribe. Right after waking up, the doctor came in checking on me and asking a bunch of questions.
You've had an accident. You've been out for 3 weeks. Do you remember your name? Can you name an animal that starts with E?
Good news, I knew my name and my family's names. Bad news, I couldn't remember anything about my life. And here's the shocker, the doctor said I might never get my memories back. I was super confused when my family came rushing in. My sister Aurora, just a year younger than me and a huge gossip, tried to update me on all the royal news, but my mom stopped her. Let her be, she just woke up.
But Mom, she'll want to know everything, right, Bella?
Aurora, that's enough!
That's my dad, the king.
Bella, you gave us a fright. No more football for you.
You need to rest now, Bella.
I was surprised my parents didn't hug me or kiss my forehead. I mean, I just woke up from a coma. Later, Aurora snuck back in and started telling me about my life, which sounded pretty awesome. You're a star athlete, you have a boyfriend named Vincent.
A boyfriend? Where is he?
And you're a total rebel. You never listen to Mom and Dad.
A rebel? But why?
Because they want you to marry some prince. But you're in love with Vincent.
Why? Don't they like my boyfriend?
He's not a prince. You went on 2 dates with him and you were really into him. Your phone was broken in the accident, so you can't check your messages. You two were like lovebirds.
Cool.
Is he rich? Yeah, a lot. His dad is a big businessman, but Mom and Dad want a prince for you. To be honest, they're pretty happy you got amnesia. They hope you'll stop biting them. Thanks for the heads up, love. I owe you. As I tried to pick up the pieces of my life over the weeks, my only friend was Aurora, who kept telling me little bits of my life before amnesia. One day, Mom and Dad insisted that we do a press release. Ugh, do we have to?
The future queen should certainly do that.
It certainly is not in that outfit. Here, dress like a princess.
Hey, I never got a press conference after I broke my leg last year.
Aurora, please be quiet now. Not everything is about you. Guards, come take her outside.
I was shocked how they talked to her, and she kept screaming while the guards dragged her away. Then, Mom dumped a super frilly pink outfit on me. Just 5 minutes later, Aurora sent me an SOS message.
marriage. They're about to announce your wedding. As if this outfit wasn't bad enough, now they planned this? I was livid. So, during the announcement, I demanded to speak.
Wonderful! Let's hear from our future queen.
But they didn't expect what came next. Ever heard that chickens have impressive memories? Maybe if I were from a royal chicken lineage, I'd remember more. Dad was livid and grounded me for a week, despite my illness.
Sick or not, a future queen cannot act this way.
That night, I was chatting with Aurora when my parents suddenly came in, followed by 3 doctors who looked pretty intimidating, more like butchers than medical professionals. Aurora, leave, now. Why? What are you planning to do to her? Then, Mom signaled a bodyguard, and he dragged Aurora away as she shouted, "Don't listen to them!" One doctor opened his case, revealing a long, frightening needle. I screamed until everything went dark. My parents were unbelievable, but thank God I had Aurora. Over the weeks, Aurora filled me in on my life before college started. She gave me my diary too, reading that I was super anxious to see my boyfriend. A week later, I was finally ready to go back to college. It was a crazy fancy place where only kids from royal and super rich families study. As Aurora and I walked in, flanked by a mini army of security guards, I spotted him, Vincent, my boyfriend. He stood there with a bouquet of roses and gave me a warm, inviting smile. Aurora winked at me and walked away. My heart was racing. I felt like I was back in my teenage years. Vincent came over, looking at me with so much affection.
Can I hug you?
I couldn't help but smile and nod. As he hugged me, he said,
You look beautiful, Bella. I've missed you a lot. It felt like I was seeing your face everywhere.
We chatted for a while, and he was so polite and respectful. Vincent spent the day introducing me to people, helping me remember who was who from before I lost my memory. I met a few friends, which felt a bit strange, but having Vincent there made things feel more comfortable. Later on, he mentioned that he and my friends planned a party to help jog my memory. That might be too much for me.
I get it. How about you try the party, and if it feels overwhelming, we can leave and spend the rest of the night just the 2 of us.
His idea sounded good, so I agreed. That evening, my parents said the doctors were coming again, so I was even more eager to head out to the party. Vincent texted, saying he was waiting outside, but how could I sneak past the guards in a fancy dress and heels? I grabbed my heels in one hand and my purse in the other, then quietly climbed out of the window and tumbled into the bushes. Luckily, the security wasn't too tight, so I managed to avoid them and got to Vincent's car. The party was okay, but after just an hour, I started feeling a sharp pain in my body. Vincent quickly called his driver to take me home, and he even paid him extra to keep quiet about it. As I sneaked through the garden to my room, I heard footsteps behind me and felt a bit scared. "Come out, or I'll whoop your butt." Then I accidentally bumped into someone, and without thinking, I flipped them over. "Who are you?"
I'm Dylan, the gardener.
I helped him up. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll survive.
He gave me a wink that made me blush. "Girl, you have a boyfriend. Stay focused. Can I ask you something? Do you know what I was like before?"
Not really. I'm new in this job, but you kept to yourself. Seemed a bit snobby and arrogant.
Oh, wow. Thanks for being honest. Before he could say any more, Aurora rushed over and pulled me away. "What are you doing talking to him? He's just a gardener." The next morning, my parents were really mad at me. Turns out, Dylan the gardener told on me. So, Aurora said we should keep things quiet for a while until things calmed down. One night, feeling really upset, I snuck out and climbed a tree in the garden. I just needed to think. Then I heard a voice.
Why is a pretty princess like you up in a tree?
Oh, it's the snitch.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can I come up? I've got something to say.
Sure, why not? Dylan tried to climb up, but he wasn't very good at it. When he finally got up, he was all messy. For a cute guy, you're not very sporty.
So, you think I'm cute? That's good to know. Now, what's bothering you?
Honestly, I didn't expect to spill my guts to the gardener, but I guess I just need someone to listen. And you seem genuine, so here it goes. I ended up telling Dylan everything. It was so easy to talk to him.
Man, that sucks.
That's all you've got? You're not great at giving advice.
Can't argue with that. But hey, I stole a chocolate bar from the kitchen today. You want some?
Sure, why not? I ended up staying with Dylan until sunrise. For the next few weeks, I hung out with Dylan whenever I could, and it was great, but I felt guilty. Vincent was a nice guy, and I didn't hate spending time with him either. But as time went on, I started to prefer Dylan's company over Vincent's. It puzzled me why I'd rather spend time with Dylan. Maybe my amnesia and the medicines were really messing with my feelings. Then one evening, I found Vincent in my room unexpectedly. "Vincent, what are you doing here?"
You've been acting distant. Is something wrong?
I didn't know what to say. How about I show you around the palace?
I was hoping for a different answer, but okay. okay. Let's spend time together.
He kept asking why I was acting different. I dodged his questions, but he persisted. Then we reached the royal jewelry room.
If you need space, just say so. It'll hurt, but I'll understand.
In my rush to change the subject, I quickly entered the passcode on the digital keypad and let him inside. Get ready to be amazed. This is where we keep all the royal jewelry. Isn't it beautiful? Vincent was stunned. Then Aurora burst in.
Bella, why is he here? Mom and Dad would freak out. He needs to leave now.
After leaving the room, Aurora went to her bedroom. Vincent looked at me, clearly hurt.
Maybe I should leave. Reach out when you want to talk, or actually, maybe don't. Bella, you ignore me and act superior. The only reason people respect you is your royal status, and that's just luck, not an achievement.
With that, he left, and I was shocked that he just said that. Later that night, I was jolted awake by loud yelling outside the royal jewelry room. The family tiara, passed down for 5 generations, is gone. I froze. Vincent? But he was with me the whole time. Then a bodyguard approached us.
We found someone on the security footage you need to see.
We rushed to the security room. My heart sank as I watched the video. There was Vincent, hiding the tiara in his jacket while my back was turned to him, looking at Aurora.
Not only are you seeing the guy we've said no to multiple times, but you also showed him the jewelry room. What's wrong with you?
We've been patient with you because the doctor said you needed time to adjust. But this is unacceptable.
And how did he even get in? Your Highness, our check showed the cameras were off and only started recording when Bella began her tour with Vincent. Really? Bella, did you think you could outsmart us? What on earth?
I don't know. Please stop yelling at me. Then everything went black and I fainted. When I woke up, Aurora was by my side, telling me I'd been out for 12 hours. The police were now looking for Vincent. Just then, Mom stormed in. Your father is furious. He can't even look at you. But I'm here to tell you that you're no longer the future queen. We've decided Aurora will take that role. You think I care? Well, guess what? I don't.
But Mom, I don't want to be a princess either. I can't stand it.
It's not up for discussion. And she left us there. Throughout the week, I felt more and more anxious. The guards were always around, keeping an eye on me, and Vincent was nowhere to be seen. One day, as I sat in the garden, Dylan came over. He acted like he was just doing his job, but then he quietly said to me,
Your parents aren't really bad. They're strict and can be a pain, yes, but they never wanted you to marry any prince. Aurora made that up. You should look into it.
How do you know all this?
Us servants hear everything. We catch all the gossip.
Later that night, I went to talk to Aurora in her room, planning to lie to get her to reveal something. Why do you think Vincent stole the tiara?
I think he was upset you preferred hanging out with the gardener over him. He knew stealing the tiara would land you into trouble. Boys are dumb, and when their ego is hurt, they can act dumber.
Did you hear they caught him?
No, they didn't.
Actually, they did. They caught him trying to leave the country. He spilled everything. Aurora, it's time to stop. Of course, that was a lie. Vincent hadn't been caught, and Aurora's explanation for why he stole the tiara actually made sense.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you feeling okay? Did you take your medicine?
I know I wasn't perfect before my accident, but I wasn't a troublemaker either. You didn't need to scheme. If you really wanted the crown, you should have just told me. I would have stepped aside.
Sure, as if Bella, the darling princess, would give up anything. Poor Aurora, always in Bella's shadow. That's what they say. I was happy when you got amnesia. It was my chance.
What chance are you talking about? For a moment, Aurora looked lost, like she'd been caught off guard.
Chance? What chance? I don't know what you mean.
It doesn't matter. I recorded everything you just said. As I tried to leave, Aurora attacked me. We ended up fighting until the guards separated us. I showed my parents the recording. They were shocked and immediately called off the announcement about the crown. They were really mad at Aurora. You've gone too far. How can you hate your sister so much?
Not just her, you and Dad too.
They decided to send her to my royal uncle on the other side of the world, hoping it might teach her a lesson. I wasn't so sure.
I'm just glad the truth came out.
Thanks to you, and all the gossip, I guess. I'm glad I didn't lose.
Let's see, you lost your memory, your boyfriend, and your sister, and the crown, at least for now.
I don't mind. I still have you. Dylan took my hand, and I kissed him.
Hi, my name is Mia, and my story begins with a lot of missing things. For starters, my teeth and my parents. I have a medical condition called anodontia, which means I will never have my own teeth. That's pretty wacky if you think about it. But that's not the craziest thing about my life. Ever since I was young, my parents and I were always moving. At first, I thought it was because they wanted to protect me from the awful people who mocked me. Like one day when I was 5, I was swinging in the park when 2 kids pulled my hair and called me Toothless Granny. I started crying. Mom says I'm cute. She's lying. You dumb gummy bear. Mom flew to my side in a second, and she chased the kids away. The next day, she surprised me with a set of dentures. I was thrilled. We were moving to a new place, and I was starting school soon. Finally, my life was perfect, and no one would ever know my little secret. But a few weeks later, when my parents announced we were moving again, I was not happy. I just made friends at school. I ran outside and tied myself to the tree in our backyard. If you want to take me, you'll have to take the whole tree with you. Of course, Mom untied me in 5 seconds and carried me away. And I realized for the first time that they weren't moving because of me. I drove them crazy asking them the same question for 10 hours. Why do we have to move? Why? Why? I can go on forever. I won't shut up till you tell me. Why? They always said I was too young to understand. For the next few years, we kept moving every 6 months. But when I was in 8th grade, it all finally made sense. We just had moved and I couldn't find my dentures, so I went to look for them in my parents' bedroom. That's when I saw a light flashing from behind the giant painting on the wall. As I moved it, I was shocked by what I saw. A secret room? When I walked in, I saw cool gadgets mounted on the wall and huge monitors everywhere. I opened a folder lying on the table and I stared at it, dumbstruck. It was filled with pictures of my parents, but they had different names. There was only one crazy but reasonable explanation for all this. My mom and dad were spies. That explained everything. I knew I had to keep this a secret, but I couldn't resist taking some gadgets with me. Binoculars, HD cameras, a telescope. I was in geek paradise. The next day, I was sitting on the bleachers when I spotted Robbie, the hunky football captain, walk onto the ground for practice. All the girls were crazy about him, and he knew it. As soon as some giggling cheerleaders gathered to watch, he took his shirt off. Well, I didn't need to get closer when I had high-powered binoculars. As I was busy drooling over his perfect abs, someone nudged me in the ribs. It was Robbie's awful twin sister, Natasha. Ugh, loser. I know my brother looks like a Greek god, but seriously, get a life. And some self-respect. He's never going to look at you with that face of yours. I was watching birds, not... She walked off before I could even finish. Ugh, what a witch. And what was wrong with my face? I could have Robbie if I wanted. I just had to get close to him before someone else beat me to it. But the very next day, I saw something that broke my heart. Robbie was kissing some girl. I was totally crushed. But a few days later, I caught him making out with another girl. How many people was he dating? I decided to spy on him for a little while longer and discovered that Robbie was dating more than half the class. I couldn't believe I had a crush on this 100 timing jerk. But since I was a sucker for justice, it was my duty to tell everyone about this creep. So I sent anonymous messages to everyone he was dating with proof of his cheating. The next day, Robbie was dumped by 15 people at lunch. I can't believe I was dating a jerk like you. Go kiss your own reflection, Robbie. It felt so awesome to help good people and expose the bad ones. And that gave me a brilliant idea. I set up a website where people could reach out to me with their problems, and I'd help them. Anonymously, of course. With my newfound spying talents, I exposed a bunch of bullies, cheaters, thieves, and gold diggers. And pretty soon, I became a secret hero. Everyone in school was curious about my identity, and I came to be known as the Catcher. As I was going through my long list of requests one day, I was really shocked to see one from Natasha. She said she was secretly dating a new boy, and she thought he was cheating on her. She sounded so heartbroken, I just had to help her. The next day, I followed her boyfriend, Jack, to a restaurant. But I suddenly bumped into someone, and when I looked up, he vanished into thin air. Where'd he go? Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. Who are you and why are you following me? Also, you're not very good at it. I stared at him stupidly for a few seconds. Wow, this boy was gorgeous up close and smart. Okay, you caught me. Your girlfriend asked me to follow you. You're lying, because I don't have a girlfriend. What? Aren't you dating Natasha? No way. She keeps asking me out, but I'm not interested. Natasha was such a liar. I texted her and told her I wasn't doing the job for her. My dad is a cop, you know. I can find your identity in seconds. Whatever. I wasn't going to fall for her stupid bluff. The next day when I entered school, I saw something all over the walls that made my heart stop. They were pictures of me with my dentures off, with toothless freak written on them. Someone took them while I was cleaning my dentures in the washroom after lunch. And there were more posters of me with my camera and binoculars and the caption, "Mia, the ugly creep who's been spying on us." The people I spied on were glaring at me. The people who I spied for were pretending I didn't exist, and the others were laughing at my pictures. And then came the devil, Natasha. "How's the payback, jerk? You humiliated my brother, remember?" "No, your brother did that to himself. He deserved it." "I think you framed him because you couldn't have him, you toothless witch." "I think you did all this because you can't have Jack. And you know what? I'd rather be toothless than be an awful person like you. At least I can fix my problem by wearing dentures. But you can't buy a nice personality or a good heart." She stared at me in shock. And just as she was about to attack me, someone suddenly stepped in. It was Jack. "I can't believe you stooped so low, Natasha. Take these posters off, or I'm filing a complaint against you to the principal for bullying." And with that, he took my hand and started walking away. As I looked back at Natasha, I could see her face turning every shade of purple. After that, Jack and I started hanging out more often, and I could talk to him about anything, even my condition. Then Jack asked me out. Of course I said yes. I also decided to shut down my website. I made a public announcement during lunch. "Guys, my spying days are over. You all should learn to deal with your lives yourselves." I focused on my studies after that, and my parents kept sending me money and emails, but it had been a couple of years since I last saw them. That made me kind of sad. I wish they'd been around when I needed them. Jack and I got into the same college. We gave each other a loving kiss with no clue that our lives were going to be flipped upside down soon. One day, I was sitting in the lounge by myself when 50 people in suits barged into my apartment. My parents were with them. "Mom, Dad, where have you been?" "We'll explain later, darling. We all have to go into hiding right now." "What? I'm not going anywhere. What about college? What about Jack?" "Sorry, Mia. This is non-negotiable. Go, go, go!" Before I could protest anymore, the agents literally put me in a car and moved us to a new place. My hair was dyed red, and I was given a new name, Selena. All my social media accounts and the numbers from my phone were wiped clean. And the worst? I was told not to contact Jack for my own safety and his. I couldn't believe it. I'd worked so hard to build my life, and it had been torn to pieces. I got really mad at my parents and decided to run away and live alone. It was my only way to try and have a normal life. I used a different identity to get a part-time job at a cafe, and I continued with my studies. One day while I was working at the cafe, I saw a customer shouting at his wife. I just couldn't stand there and watch. I marched right over and told him off in front of everybody. As a few other people joined me and the rude man muttered an apology, I turned around to see someone I never thought I'd see again. "I thought you were letting people deal with their lives themselves." "Jack?" I nearly smothered him with a bear hug. He said he'd been searching for me for a year with no luck. But one day, out of the blue, my parents called him and told him where I was. "What? They've known all along where I am?" "Of course. They're spies." "Yes, but they decided to stay away so you can live your own life. They asked me to take care of you and to tell you that they really love you." Hearing that, I burst into tears. I wished I could meet them, but of course, I had no idea where they were by now. "It's okay, Mia. I'm here for you now, and I'll never leave you alone." Soon after I graduated with a business degree, we got married on a beach, and it was perfect. Except that I really missed my parents. We settled into our new home, and I had a good job at a company waiting for me. But I didn't feel really happy. Something inside me wanted to do something that helped other people. And that's how I decided to go into training to become a firefighter. A year later, Jack and I were blessed with twin babies. And now I had to leave them behind to go off to my dangerous job. I understood how hard it was, and how my parents must have felt leaving me behind every time. One day, when I was at home with the kids, I got an emergency call. A huge fire had broke out in a residential building with hundreds of people trapped inside. I dropped the kids at the neighbors and rushed to the disaster site. Just when we thought we'd gotten everyone out, I spotted a little girl inside. Without a second thought, I ran back straight into the burning building, found the child, and helped her climb out through the window. Just as I was about to get out, a burning beam fell on my head, and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes inside the hospital, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Mom and Dad were standing by my side. They instantly hugged me tight. "We're so sorry we haven't been there for you, Mia." "No, Mom. Dad, I understand that you had something really important to do, and I'm really proud of you guys. But I still think what you did to me wasn't fair. We don't expect you to forgive us now, but please let us make it up to you for lost time." I decided to give them a chance. Fast forward 6 months, and I fully recovered and I'm back at my job. My parents have retired from their exciting lives now, and they live right next to me. Even if they couldn't really experience my childhood, I don't want them missing out on their grandkids. And I forgave them eventually. Hi, I'm Jennifer. So an average teenager living with her parents. My childhood was amazing. The three of us lived well enough, with my father working in the fields and my mother taking care of the household. But my blissful life didn't last. The drought arrived, like every year in the rural town I lived in. The wallets of the small community dried up as well. Over those 3 months of drought, people went less to the store to buy food because they could not afford it. Teachers used their small amounts of money to buy snacks for those kids who went hungry. But soon, their wallets dried up as well. But my parents always made sure I believed everything was okay. What I did not know is that my father during that time would sneak out at night when I was sound asleep to work the night shift as a postman and come back just in time to sleep 1 hour before going to his day job. And my mother would wash people's clothing for money until her hands cracked and her knuckles bled. They did everything to make sure my lunches weren't scarce, and I didn't suspect a single thing. They were scared to introduce me to poverty. Every year, I watched my mom do something very interesting. Every once in a while, she and my father would take the money they saved up, and after buying a big load of vegetables, my mother would cook enormous amounts of delicious hot tomato soup, her specialty. She would open the doors to our house and feed everyone that came by. Families with many kids, kids alone, old folks, everyone. The community came alive and happy on those days, as everyone would huddle up in our front yard and talk as they enjoyed my mom's doing. She was the most generous soul around. And not only did she never let me starve, but she never let anyone starve as well. Years went by and I grew older. Soon enough, I began to realize that things were not what they seemed, that my princess fairy tale was over, and I needed to be confronted in the real world. My parents eventually grew older, and by the time I was in high school, I was babysitting my neighbor's kids, and my lunches soon grew scarce as well. Things got worse and worse. My mom got sick, incredibly sick. Money was not prevalent enough to afford her treatment. We didn't even have enough to pay more than rent and food for the month. She passed away before I left for college, leaving me and my father to figure life out by ourselves. My father was miserable. He missed her every single day. I always believed his heart was broken. Now I needed to stand on my own 2 feet. I ended up going to college. I had studied hard during my school years and had gotten a scholarship for a college near my small town. It was not Harvard, but it was good enough to give me a second chance. My father was put into a retirement home, so I was on my own with no money, with a void in my heart that I was not able to fix. I studied and worked in order to afford the basic needs. I had 2 jobs, one at a fast food restaurant, and I was also a babysitter. My days went by between books, kids, and flipping burgers, and that is how I went by. I really missed my fantasy childhood, having homemade lunches and living life with my only worry being what princess dress to wear during the day. I was tired. It was a Saturday afternoon, but not a regular one. It was my mother's birthday, and for once, I really looked forward to going home and getting a good lunch. Every year, I would save up enough to buy myself a special lunch on her birthday, almost as if it was a sort of gift. It was usually one of the only full meals I had that week, as everything I could afford to cook at home was rice and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I walked home, dragging my feet under the sun. I looked around me. Kids were playing in the playground, laughing and screaming in their little fantasy world. Looking after them, tired parents falling asleep on park benches, I was looking forward to my meal. I had to study all night, and I hadn't eaten anything the night before. I just wanted to sit down and eat, and finally get a rest from my crazy life. I tried to keep my energy as I walked home, but my march was becoming slower. As I passed the gas station, I noticed something I hadn't seen in a while. A girl was sitting on the curb, with her head to her knees. Beside her, what looked like her only possessions laid in supermarket bags. Her hair was messy, and so were her clothes, and she looked exhausted and cold. I quickly noticed the sign she had next to her feet. I need money. I'm homeless. She reminded me of my old hometown. I would see people like her every passing season, people who had lost all their hope and had no one to help them. For a brief moment, our eyes met. I shook my head and fixed my gaze forward. Now is not the time for distractions. I have work to do and can't do it on an empty stomach. My home was close, and so I rushed there before I had time to think of something else. I sat down and opened my lunch. The warmth reminded me of home. For a moment, I was that little girl again, with no worries of the world. I began to eat, each swallow harder than the last. I miss you, Mom, I whispered, as tears filled my eyes. I stared at the warm food I just couldn't eat. Before I knew it, I was rushing back out in the heat. The girl was still there. I approached her and placed a hand on her knees. She looked at me. "How long have you been without food?" I asked. She counted with her fingers. 2, she said. Her face was sunken in. "My parents abandoned me a month ago. I have been struggling to find somewhere to live, and I ended up on the streets," she explained. Memories came back to me like a flood, moving out of my hometown and struggling, never to the point of being homeless, but fighting to afford rent every month and avoid eviction, and checking prices at the supermarket to buy products at their cheapest price. I nodded. I understood her. I looked at my food bag. I was hungry, starving even. I had looked forward to the special restaurant-cooked meal that I had worked so much for, and also for the memories that it resembled. However, I remembered my mom, how she made sure no one ever starved, no matter what the situation was. "Here, I can share my lunch with you," I offered, sitting down next to her. Her eyes sparkled in seconds. "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded with a smile. Studying could wait. I sat down next to her and took out the small containers. In one of them, creamy pasta with shrimp. In the other one, a decadent piece of chocolate cake. As she ate her first meal in 2 days, she shared with me her life story. I couldn't help but notice how much she was enjoying it. She was taking every bite as if it was the last one, and as much as I wanted to enjoy it as well, I knew what was the right thing to do. "You know, you can have the whole meal," I said. Her eyes widened. "No, I can't accept that. It's too much," she said, closing the containers. I grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes, which were glossy. "Have it. You need it more than I do." As I left, she grabbed my hand. "Thank you. I will pay you back one day," she said, and I smiled back. I was happy as I went back home. Yes, maybe now I didn't have lunch for myself, and let me tell you, the outcome was not easy. Skipping such a meal, especially since I had avoided breakfast that day and dinner the night before in order to enjoy my special meals to the maximum, had not worked in my favor. I spent the next day relishing on the consequences of not eating, which included almost fainting at work, a grumbling stomach, and extreme tiredness. But helping that girl and making her less miserable left me satisfied better than any meal could. I knew my mother, especially on her birthday, would have been proud. Time went by, faster than I thought. I worked and studied day in and day out, saving up money little by little with my hard work. I always made sure to help others, and that helped my happiness grow with time. I tried to continue my mother's legacy. Soon enough, I graduated college. My life was starting to make sense. I found the love of my life and got married. We had one daughter, and she was the light of our eyes, the blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel. My father passed away soon after my daughter was born, but he died happy. I hadn't become any close to a millionaire, but my life was comfortable enough, and just like my childhood, we lived in a small town, in a small neighborhood, in a cozy house that was perfect enough for the 3 of us. Then, my daughter became sick. All our savings went so fast. I would never let my family suffer like I did. Never again. With this determination, I went for job after job. No jobs wanted to take me in. I walked into the job agency, and my name was soon called. A woman behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. After a whole deal of talking, she looked at me with a non-promising face. "Your curriculum is amazing," she said. "However, and unfortunately, we can't find any jobs that fit your profile. I am so sorry." Her words were a blow to the back. I sighed and buried my face in my hands. My plan was failing. I was, for once, very scared. I was scared that I would not be able to give my daughter her fairy tale life just like my parents had given me. I refused to show my daughter the face of poverty. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my shoulder. I looked up, and a woman, close to my age, was looking down at me. She wore a black, beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry I had ever seen. She smiled brightly. "I think I can arrange something for her," she said. The lady behind the desk nodded and quickly left, and this mysterious woman sat in her place. Her eyes looked familiar. The sparkle was something I had seen before, but could not remember where. "I want to know about you," she started. "Tell me, who are you?" she asked. I looked at her with curious eyes. This woman was mysterious. She had appeared right at the moment when I thought everything was lost. Could I even trust this woman? However, something told me that I needed to tell. So I sat up straight and began telling her my story. She listened intently to every single bit, from my childhood to my college years to my adult life. I told her about my parents, about my mother, and about how I wanted to be as generous and open-hearted as she once was. About my daughter, how I wanted her to live in a fantasy world. She nodded and smiled every step of the story without interruptions. She then asked me questions, the typical formal questions of any job interview. I answered truthfully. This is when I thought I was going to lose my chance. When I was done, she looked at me. She started. "I knew you wouldn't ever change," she said with a bright smile. I raised an eyebrow in confusion, but before I could ask, she continued, "I want to discuss working with you." She finally said those words that sounded like heaven to my ears. "I would like to analyze giving you a position at the job agency. You are determined and ambitious, someone the agency definitely needs." I sighed in relief and smiled. I started crying. Everything was going to be fine. "Thank you," I cried out with a huge smile. "Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back," I said. "You don't have to," she answered. "After all, I told you I would pay you back one day." I looked at her with confusion. "But we have never met before. What do you have to pay me for?" She took my hand. "A few years ago, I was homeless, abandoned, and hungry. You found me sitting at the curb of a gas station and gave me the only lunch you had instead of keeping it to yourself. You were my only glimpse of hope when I was abandoned by my own parents. You saved me. I was eternally grateful." My mind went blank. Images of that event were very vivid. She was the reason I wanted to be like my mother, always. She had been a girl like me. She knew what struggle looked like, what hunger looked like. "Let's discuss the rest of it over dinner. What do you think?" I accepted her invitation. I started small and worked my way up. Played it safe, never letting my ambitions get the better of me. Then, as my daughter recovered and we were stable, I began getting more involved, taking bigger risks, bringing her with me so I could teach her what I learned. She made herself at home and helped me in whatever ways she could. I know my mom would be proud. We organized big charity dinners and raised money to help during the drought. After some years, the job agency even decided to make a big donation to a homeless shelter that took care of everyone in my small community during the drought. I gave a big, enormous check to the owner of the shelter in an official announcement that made it on television. Everything around me began to make sense. Finally, I was back at my old home. But I was not that little girl anymore. I could make a difference. And that's what I did.
It was Mom's birthday. She hadn't been home for so many days, but I'd heard her come home last night. So as soon as it was 9, I rushed to her room with a special breakfast in bed and a card I'd made. I hoped she'd like it and stay longer this time. I pushed open the door of her room and yelled, "Surprise!" But Mom was nowhere to be seen. I checked everywhere, but nothing. I ran to Dad and he said,
She's not coming back. Forget her.
"Forget her? Forget my mom? Daddy, take me to her. I want Mom!" Dad just walked away, leaving me with the nanny, but I stomped my feet and yelled, "If you don't take me to Mom, I'm gonna have the police sue you!"
Oh, all right, fine. You want to go? I'll take you there. I'm moving to London anyway.
With that, he put me in the car and drove me to her new house. As soon as I got out, he drove away. I rang the bell and waited excitedly for Mom to open the door. As soon as she saw me, her eyes welled up with tears. Mommy, I missed you. But the next minute, she slammed the door in my face. I stood in shock as the door reopened, but this time, it was a man. He was tall and wore glasses and smiled at me kindly. You must be Alexis. I'm Brian, your stepfather. He took me inside saying it was all okay and that Mom was just so happy to see me. Then he left me and went to the other room. A minute later, I heard her yelling, "Send her back, Brian! She's just a kid. I'm not sending her anywhere." I knew I had to do something to change her mind, so I opened the door and went inside. Mom, Dad left yesterday, so I think you should raise me now, or I will end up in the streets. Not that I mind, but because I have to go to school, I need a home. She looked me dead in the eye. Do you think I care? I hate kids. I hate you. And with that, she marched away. As I realized for the first time, my mom hated me. I burst into tears and tried to follow her. Mommy, no. Take me with you. But Brian pulled me into a hug and said, It's okay, kiddo. If your dad's gone to London, I'll take care of you. Want to see something really cool you can do on this computer I just got? Hi, my name is Alexis, and after my mom left me, my stepdad became my mom. He spent all his time teaching me two things. First is the coolest thing in the world, computer programming. And the second is how to be a tough girl and get back on all the jerks in my life. But before I tell you exactly how, please like and subscribe. Anywho, by the time I was 16, I'd forgotten Mom and even my real dad. In fact, life was as perfect as it could be, until one day when everything came crashing down. I was at school when suddenly all the computers in the computer lab crashed. My teacher was going crazy trying to fix them, but I could tell she was doing it all wrong. Do you want help with it? I think I can fix it. How could you? I'm the teacher here. I have a degree from Princeton. But you're doing it wrong. It's obviously malicious software. You think you can do better? Fine, baby genius. If you mess anything up, I'm flunking you. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at us. Someone muttered, There goes her straight A's. Why is she such a show-off? I rolled my eyes as I looked over the computer. Aha, I was right. Within minutes, everyone's screens lit up. I looked at her, thrilled. She'd have to be impressed, right? Wrong. She was glaring angrily at me and yelled, There's no way you could have fixed it so quickly unless you messed it up in the first place. Are you trying to show me down, idiot? To the principal's office, right now. I had nothing to do with this. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just then, I heard an announcement. Alexis, please report to the principal's office immediately. I sighed and walked out. But as soon as I saw the principal's face, I knew something was very wrong. I'm afraid I have bad news. Your father, stepfather, he is in jail. I stood there in shock. What do you mean? He's always at work at this time. She got up and hugged me. Alexis, sweetie, I'm sorry. It's about the case with his son, from what I heard. That's crazy. I turned and ran home. I knew Brian had a son, Matt, but they hadn't spoken even once in the last 11 years. Matt had sued Brian, claiming that he had ruined his childhood when he left him. And now he'd won the case and Brian was in jail. When I got home and entered the lounge, I bumped into a bunch of kids running around as a man and woman lay on the couch watching TV. Hey, who are you and what are you doing in my house? The man laughed. Your house? This is my dad's house, and now that he's gone, it's mine. You're welcome to stay if you want as a charity case, but don't get your hopes up. What kind of people are you? Suing your own dad and sending him to jail? You have no mercy. You have no idea what I've gone through, so shut up or else. Show me some respect or I'll throw you out. Yeah, of course you'd do that. Why am I not surprised? I mean, you threw out your dad. Get lost. Now. The next few months were horrible. Matt and his family were like a pack of wild, idiotic animals. He made me do all the chores just so I could earn my keep. You can't do this, you jerk. Well, I'm the man of the house now. You'll do whatever I ask you to do, you useless girl. In your dreams. I went to my room and spent time there working on my computer. And all of this wasn't enough for Matt. He also never allowed my boyfriend Josh to come visit, saying our relationship was a bad influence on his kids. But I let Josh sneak into my room through the window and we spent nights there. And Matt had no idea. Josh was also into programming, and it was so romantic. Having him in my life gave me some strength to deal with my jerk stepbrother. Things were going fine until one night, Matt burst into my room and found Josh there. He started yelling at him and kicked him out. Then he looked at me and said, "That's it. I'm taking this stupid laptop from you. You should be taking care of my kids and not partying with guys. And God knows what else you were doing in my house." "Who do you think you are? You can't control me, you moron. Watch me." He snatched away my laptop and left. That was it. He'd just messed with the wrong girl. I gave one of his daughters a candy and told her to go to Matt's room and get me back my laptop. Later that night, as he was working in his study, I snuck into his room and used my laptop to hack into his. I sent all of his rude messages, gossiping about his boss during a Zoom meeting in front of everyone from his work. Then, just to add insult to injury, I shared a video of him making fun of his boss show up on his screen. Ah, sweet revenge. He barged into my room and stomped on my laptop and smashed it to bits. "How dare you? You got me fired. Maybe this'll keep you in place." I started throwing pillows and books and whatever I could get my hands on at him. "Leave my room, right now." That jerk. I had to do something to get a new laptop, so I started working at a local McDonald's. A month later, when I got my first paycheck, I ran straight to the computer shop. I was beyond happy as I walked home. Just then, something caught my eye in the candy shop. A lotto announcement. Ugh, these lame shows. I looked at the dollar in my pocket, so I thought, why not? I went in and bought a ticket. When I got home, I ran to my room, hid the ticket, and opened up my laptop. And the first thing I did on it was hack that lotto company's website, and I knew just what to do. Little did I know that at that very moment, a little devil was hiding under my bed. After dinner, as I headed to my room, I heard the lotto numbers being announced. I ran to my room to get the ticket, but stopped short. My drawer was open, and the ticket was gone. I ran back and found Matt jumping up and down with the ticket in his hand. "I'm rich! Babe, I'm rich! I won $500K! He grabbed his wife and twirled her around. "Yes, we are, babe!" What were they going on about? "Hey, that's my ticket. Give it back." I tried to snatch it from him, but to no success. "You can't go around hiding things from me in my own house. This money is mine." "I'm your legal guardian, remember? I will make sure you regret this." I stormed off to my room. I had to think of something. And then it came to me. I created a website and named it Jerk Brothers, where anyone could order a hairspray for their jerk brothers, but it was a paint spray that needed days to go away. I told people it was a joke and nothing would be sent because, of course, I didn't have the money to do that. But people went crazy about this website, and I received hundreds of orders in the first week. The website got so popular because of its simple creative idea. One company offered to buy it for $75,000. I agreed and got the money. Soon after, some companies offered me a job, and I started working with one from home. My brother didn't interfere. He was too busy spending the lotto money. One day, he barged into my room and was being way too sweet to me. "Hey, my lovely, lovely stepsister. You make my life fun like a game of Twister. Make more money and make me happier. If not, I promise, I will show you real anger." What's wrong with you? Listen, you don't live in my house for free, and you're using it like an office, so you have to pay the rent every month, or find yourself another place. Sure, I will. I called Josh and moved into his basement. His parents were nice to me, and they didn't ask for money or anything. I continued going to school as usual, and I got 3 scholarships. Josh and I agreed to apply for Michigan State University. On the day we were supposed to leave for university, someone knocked on the door. It was my stepbrother. He started crying and begging me to help him out. "I can't find a job. No one wants to hire me since the incident. Please help me out. You're my only sister. I need to feed my kids." I knew he didn't deserve my sympathy after everything he did to me, but I loved his daughters, so I agreed to give them a monthly payment to help him out. He leaned in to kiss my hand, but I pulled it away. "Please, there's no need for this. I only have one request. Please get Brian out of prison." He nodded his head. Sure, I will. I swear. Thank you. You're a good person. Thank you." And then I left with Josh. 5 years later, and now I'm a programming instructor at my dream university. In 2 weeks, I'm going to get married to Josh, and the man who is going to walk me down the aisle is Brian. I will never forget him and what he always taught me. Humanity, knowledge, and science are more important than money. Alright, let's clear this up. This whole Goldilocks and the Three Bears story, total nonsense. Bears, please. If I'd seen one, I'd have bolted. Want to know what really happened? Well, it involves uncovering the biggest secret of my life. And yes, meeting a ridiculously handsome prince. Hey, why should Cinderella and Rapunzel get a prince in their stories and not me? I'm Goldilocks, and I'm from Belgium. I grew up in a tiny cabin in the woods, surrounded by endless trees and animals that, spoiler alert, don't burst into songs like in the movies. It was just me, Mom, and Dad. Dad was a carpenter who made furniture out of fallen trees, and Mom sold crafts at fairs, our version of Amazon Prime. We lived simply, growing our own food, reading by candlelight, and with no electricity or Wi-Fi. I had no clue what I was missing out on. I was always super curious by nature, and Mom always warned me that it would get me into trouble, but I never listened. Goldilocks, what are you doing? The door says, do not enter. Remember, curiosity killed the cat. Yeah, but don't cats have 9 lives? I'm just trying to live my best one. What happened when I told you not to touch the beehive? But we get honey from there. How cool is that? Not when your face swelled up like a balloon. Some things are better left alone. You should play it safe, like your dad and me. We work hard and life isn't always easy, but at least it's real. And by being real, you'll always fit in. But everything changed when I started high school in a small town outside the forest. After being homeschooled, I knew things would be different. I had an epic meltdown before I left. Please, just button up your shirt. You don't want to be late on your first day. But it's too tight. Then wear the blouse. It itches. I know, my t-shirt is just right. Oh no, but it won't match my shoes. High school was a whole new world. No more dodging tree branches or picking berries. Suddenly, I was navigating crowded hallways and trying to crack the code of cafeteria clicks. No matter how hard I tried, I just didn't fit in. Also, it took me so long commuting back and forth from school, and it was super tiring. So when I spotted a neon flyer at school advertising available spots in new on-campus housing, I saw my chance to make some real friends. Sure, there would be chaperones around, but I'd also finally have a little space for Mom and Dad. Be yourself, and please, trust that your new roommates will see how brilliant you are. And maybe this time, try not to do the whole which seat is the most perfect analysis out loud. Noted. I was bouncing with excitement to meet my new roommates, praying they'd like me. Turns out, I had nothing to worry about. The door opened to the most handsome guy I'd ever seen, with blonde waves and sparkling blue eyes.
Hi, I'm Rupert. Let me get those bags for you.
He casually lifted my heavy suitcase with one muscly arm like it was nothing. Winnie was like a walking fashion magazine, with highlighted curls cascading down her back.
Ooh, what fun. Somebody needs a makeover. You can borrow my clothes anytime. And you should.
Teddy was this cute tech hippie who was always meditating in designer clothes.
Your aura is amazing. Now, tell me everything about yourself.
Finally, someone who wanted to know about me. We all clicked instantly. Even when I started my usual Goldilocks seating analysis, they didn't flinch. Okay, so sitting on this end of the sofa would give me a chill because it's by the door, and the other end is no good because you can't see the TV. But the middle, it's just perfect, halfway to the kitchen and the exit.
Wow, I've never thought about it that way.
So cute. You should live in my pocket.
Please, tell me more about your seating philosophy.
At first, they seemed like an absolute dream. Winnie and I would spend hours laughing as she styled me.
You're practically my twin. You must come to New York and meet my family. They'll probably want to adopt you.
Rupert always offered to help put up shelves and fix stuff and always wore a tool belt.
Sometimes it's hard being this beautiful. I've heard it can stall your career.
Teddy always complimented me and had my favorite frothy coffee in hand.
Here's a little thank you. Now that you're here, the room's brighter, and the energy levels have skyrocketed.
I felt most at ease with Teddy. I couldn't help wonder if he liked me, and a part of me hoped he'd ask me out. But just as I was settling in, things got weird. I started wondering where Winnie got all her clothes. She rocked the latest trends daily without repeating outfits and kept giving me tons of clothes too. Seriously, how could she afford that on a high school budget?
Oh, my mom has a boutique in San Fran.
I thought you were from New York. I noticed Winnie blushing.
Oh, yeah, they moved because of bed bugs.
Then one time, when I asked Teddy to fix the Wi-Fi, I caught him frantically searching YouTube for a tutorial.
I was just double checking. Old electrics. Better safe than sorry.
The building was brand new, and wasn't he a tech guy? But the real head-scratcher came when I found Rupert coming out of a room I'd never noticed before. He was locking it up when I caught him.
Oh, it's just my personal gym. I'm a bit funny about people using my equipment, so please respect that and don't go in.
Here's the thing, he was never sweaty afterward. My curiosity got the better of me. And one day, when everyone was out, I stood in front of the mysterious door. Rupert must have forgotten to lock it. Mom's warning about curiosity killing the cat echoed in my head, but I couldn't resist. Just as I reached for the doorknob, I felt a presence behind me. I spun around to find Winnie.
You will love this top. Let's try it on.
I saw her impeccable timing as a sign to stay away. I soon had no time to think about the door as Teddy roped me into organizing his costume party. He kept piling on tasks. Food, entertainment, costumes, and I didn't have the heart to tell him I was struggling. I spent most of my time fixing my mistakes to make sure his party was perfect. Finally, on the day of the party, as my roommates were getting dressed up, I was sitting out snacks when something shiny caught my eye. The key to Rupert's room. I grabbed it and rushed to the mysterious room. I put the key in and the door opened. Inside was a dimly lit room with monitors showing live feeds from the communal areas. The lounge, kitchen, hallway, even outside Rupert's so-called gym. Has Rupert been spying on all of us? Why? Then, I noticed a desk cluttered with files, each labeled with our names. I flipped open Winnie's. Her real name was Lisa, and she was an actress from San Francisco. The scripts, planned scenarios, and highlighted drama moments told me everything. I wasn't just living with strange roommates. I was the star of a reality TV show. My heart raced as the truth hit me. The friendships, the laughs, the attention, it was all a setup. No wonder Winnie had endless clothes, Rupert posed with tools, and Teddy paid me attention. Because of the cameras. Just as I was about to leave, I turned and saw 3 bears. I grabbed something to defend myself when I heard a familiar voice.
Looks like the cat's out of the bag.
I'm sorry for giving you all those tasks to organize my party, but I wanted to distract you from finding out about the reality show.
I bolted, not wanting to be around them.
No, wait! Goldilocks, let me explain more!
I ran out the door, and to my surprise, they followed me. I stopped and turned to them angrily. Go away! You used me! Winnie stepped forward and put her paw softly on my arm.
Listen, if you sign this contract agreeing to be in the show, you'll make tons of money. Just think about it. You could give your parents everything they've ever wanted. You've told us how much they struggle. They'd never have to work another day in their lives.
Please, Goldie, don't take this away from us. From me. Modeling is my dream.
But it was Teddy's silence that struck me the hardest. He couldn't even look me in the eye. My dad's hands have calluses from years of carpentry, and Mom puts in long hours for almost nothing. But if signing only changes things for me and leaves their quiet life in the woods untouched, then I think I can go through with it.
I promise nothing else will change. I know I was supposed to act like your friend, but I really do feel like we are besties.
Really?
Really. Also, you'll be the most popular girl at school because everyone loves a celebrity. It's what you've always wanted, to fit in somewhere.
I mean, I guess so then.
Wait!
No, Teddy, don't.
Once this thing airs, everything will change for you. The paparazzi will be camping outside your parents' house, hoping to catch you on a visit.
Oh no, the trees, the woodland, it'll all get disturbed.
Come on, who really cares about nature? Goldie and her parents would have better lives. They could even add a pool in the backyard. Aren't you curious about how much their lives could change? Just sign the contract.
I thought about telling Mom and Dad they could finally live in luxury, but would they really want that? Would I? No, because the woods don't deserve it, and I won't be the girl who traded everything real for fake friends and a pool I never wanted. I'd rather be alone and live in the forest. I ran off. Behind me, I heard the roars and cries as Winnie and Rupert realized their TV reality dreams were over. I had reached the forest when I heard someone behind me. It was Teddy, now out of the bear costume, who'd followed me all the way here.
Just hear me out, then I'll go. I'm sorry, Goldie. Hurting you was never my intention. The producers of the show wanted to bring something different to the cast. Not an actress or model, but a person living a simple life. It was decided it would be kept a secret from you, because you might not have agreed to be on the show otherwise. I know it's wrong, and you shouldn't have been made a part of this without your consent. I only agreed to do the show because my dad thought I needed to experience life without butlers and chefs, but I never expected to meet someone like you. Your background makes you so special. I got so nervous around you, I couldn't think. Like when you asked me to fix the Wi-Fi.
Turns out Teddy's dad is the freaking king of Norway. Anyway, a family out on a picnic had caught me on camera talking earlier to Winnie, Rupert, and Teddy in their Teddy costumes. The footage soon went viral, and the internet was buzzing about the girl who befriended 3 bears who had escaped from the forest. Prince Theodore, yes, Teddy, reached out after it all came out, and before I knew it, we were dating. Our families soon met, bonding over my mom's homegrown meals, hikes, and a few glitzy parties. But the best part? The king renewed his love for nature and promised to protect my parents' land. So, when you hear the tale of me and 3 bears, just remember, sometimes a little curiosity leads to discovering that high school friends can be as ferocious as grizzly bears. Hi, my name is Bella, and I'm from Australia. My parents were super wealthy. When I was 4, we moved to another city and they threw a party for our whole neighborhood. But they were not expecting the reaction they got when all those people set their eyes on me. Everyone was stunned by my beauty. Some of them started shoving business cards in my parents' face, saying I'd be a great child model. Others offered money to my parents to adopt me. An old lady tried to take me away. This girl is so beautiful. She has to be a miracle. I will find eternal youth through her. Thankfully, Mia, our cook's daughter, tripped the crazy woman up just in time. Mom and Dad ended up calling the police to kick everyone out. Mom hired bodyguards for me, but even that turned out to be a complete disaster when one of them tried to kidnap me. Oh, my baby, your beauty is just too much for the world to handle. We'll have to keep you safe. So you'll just have to stay home forever. My parents really meant it, and I became a prisoner in my own home. I wasn't allowed to go out to the park or the mall or to join school. I wasn't even allowed to step outside and play on my own street. And the only friend I had was Mia. As we started spending more time together, it turned out we didn't have much in common. You're so boring, Bella, with your face in books all the time. I want to go outside and play with other kids, especially the boys. Life without boys is like a song without lyrics. Her mom glared at her. Mia, if Miss Bella stays, you stay. Understand? Now, go get me her face mask so she can walk down the road for 10 minutes. Minutes after I'd put the face mask on, my skin started to itch horribly. Mia's mom quickly washed it off and put on ice. Just then, I suddenly caught sight of Mia's sneaky smile. Wait, did Mia do something? She wouldn't, right? By the time I turned 7, Mom decided to homeschool me and Mia and teach us herself. That's when she discovered that I was already studying advanced calculus on my own. Dad picked me up with stars in his eyes. You deserve the whole world for having such perfect brains and beauty. You're so smart. You can teach Mia. Mia looked like she wanted to eat me alive, and then she did something that no one could have imagined. On my 8th birthday, someone had mixed peanuts in the cake, and everyone knew I was deathly allergic. When my parents questioned Mia, her face turned totally evil. Yeah, fine, I put them in. Why does she get everything good, huh? Just because she's pretty? Everyone was shocked by her outburst. Mia, don't be jealous. It's not like I want to be this beautiful. It's a curse. Oh, shut up. You're not even that beautiful. I wish that guard had taken you, and then I could have been their daughter. I hate you. I'm tired of seeing your face every day. My parents were furious, and they asked Mia's mom to leave with her immediately. And I was all alone now. So by the time I was 10, I started playing games online. At first, it was just for fun, but soon enough, I was addicted. I then discovered Fortnite, and boy, was I good at it. My avatar, Bellatrix, was getting really popular in the gaming world, and I was the undisputed champion that everyone wanted to beat. People were hosting online competitions to fight it out with me. But then one day, as I was logging in, I got a flashing notification across the screen. Your account has been hacked. I know who you are and where you live. I will expose you unless you send me $1 million. Seriously? Someone had kidnapped me online? Of course, I had to involve my parents, and they had to involve the police, and the hacker was tracked down. But my parents made me shut down my gaming. I couldn't stay away from it, though. I made a new avatar, Average Belle, and I kept a low profile. I wasn't only addicted to playing, but also interacting virtually with others. It made me feel less alone, especially when I started playing with this one guy, Dragon Jake. We started talking, and it turned out he was 13, like me, and he lived in the same town. We became really good friends, but I was too scared to even tell him my real name. He just knew me as Average Belle. One day, he messaged me saying, "I really wish we could hang out, Average Belle." How could I tell him I was too beautiful to be seen? A couple of years passed, and life was so much better with Drake in it. But I still wanted to find a way to get out. One day, when I was 15, I was watching a makeup tutorial, and I had a brilliant idea. Instead of putting makeup on to look pretty, I'd put it on to look the opposite. When I went to my parents, they screamed in horror and asked me who I was. This was perfect, because you know what this meant. Goodbye homeschool and hello social life. As I walked into school on the first day, I saw someone who made me stop dead in my tracks. Our eyes met from across the hall. It was Drake. I recognized him from his picture on the gaming website. Next to him was a tall girl with lovely black hair. She was leaning so close to him. I felt a pang of jealousy. Did he have a girlfriend? Oh, Buggy Boo, why don't we go to the beach after tonight's game? Just you and I. Before I could stop myself, I giggled. Buggy Boo? Drake looked at me in surprise and grinned awkwardly when the girl turned to me angrily. And then I received my second shock of the day. The girl was Mia. She looked at me with narrowed eyes. Wait, do I know you from somewhere? Oh, no, of course not. I'm new. Bye. I turned and fled. But just as I was leaving home for that day, I felt someone drag me by the arm and pin me against the wall. It was Mia breathing in my face. You! I know who you are, Bella. You finally found a way to let your stupid parents let you out, huh? Well, you know I can send you right back. I was horrified. I couldn't bear the idea of being forced to stay at home again. Please, Mia, don't tell anyone. I'll do anything. Anything? You know what? I'll take the offer. I was always the prettier one. Now I'll be the smart one, too. So you'll be getting your hands dirty for me. What? You think I'll cheat for you? I know you will. Or I'll expose you, and your psycho parents will take you home. And you can kiss high school goodbye. As much as I hated Mia bullying me, I had no choice but to agree, at least for now. The next few months were terrible. She made me do all her homework and slip answers to her during tests. Mia was like the queen of the school, and her awful minions were everywhere. Forget talking to Drake. I couldn't use the loo without one of them emptying a bag of trash on me. Until one day, when we were in the library, Drake saw me playing a game on my phone and started talking to me about gaming. He even said he'd met his best friend online. When he said that, I got so excited that I almost told him that I was Average Belle. But before I could say anything, he leaned across the table till his face was just inches from mine. What? I don't know, Bella. You have really lovely eyes, and my heart started to beat wildly. Was he going to kiss me? But just then, the library door flew open and Mia barged in. She took one look at me and dragged Jake out of the room. One day in math class, when I gave the right answer to the teacher's question, Mia stood up and slow clapped. Well done, Bella. You're so smart. Of course, God had to give you something. Imagine how ugly you must really be for him to make you that nerdy. Everyone burst into laughter except Drake. He suddenly jumped to his feet. Okay, Mia, cut it out. No one chooses the way they look, but you're choosing to be mean. It's not hot, man. Mia turned red and glared at me. She was definitely going to kill me. But after class, Drake came to me and grabbed my stuff. Hey, let me walk you outside. They won't mess with you if we're together. As we sat down on a bench, I sneaked a glance at him and felt my heart glow warmly. He saw me looking at him, and I quickly turned to my phone and started playing a game. He leaned in close and laughed.
I love that game. My friend I told you about, she keeps kicking my butt at it. Maybe you guys could play against each other. What's your username?
I took a deep breath. The moment of truth. I had to tell him now, or I'd never tell him. Average Belle.
What? No way. Are you?
I looked at him nervously and nodded. I wanted to tell you, but I kind of have a massive crush on you, and I was terrified you wouldn't like me because, well, I'm not pretty. He looked at me in shock for a second and then suddenly pulled me into his arms. I gazed into his eyes, and before I knew it, I'd pulled him in for a kiss. What the freaking hell is going on here? We jumped apart in shock to find Mia staring at us like a raging bull, and then she flung her arms around Drake. Why would you want to kiss her and not me? Have you seen her? She's hideous.
She is not. I don't see what your problem is, Mia. I love Bella. She's perfect the way she is.
With that, he pushed her away and pulled me in for another kiss. Mia screamed and stormed away yelling. Just wait and watch what I do, Bella. I'll have my revenge, and you'll be sorry. I was wondering what Mia the psycho would do, but the answer came sooner than I expected. A week later at the parent-teacher conference, I was taking my parents to my class when Mia jumped out of nowhere with a large bucket of cold water. Oh no! She threw it all on me and my makeup washed off. As everyone started looking at us, Mom and Dad ran to me. Hide her! Don't let anyone see! She's too beautiful!
We'll have to move to another state. Quick!
I wiped my face, expecting everyone to go crazy all over again. Well, everyone was staring at me, but they looked more confused than stunned at my beauty. Wow, she's pretty. Why is she wearing that ugly makeup, though?
I don't know. And she's all right. I mean, my girlfriend's prettier.
Whatever. I'm prettier. As the crowd started to disperse, my parents looked around, totally confused. What's happening? No one seems to be going crazy. Ah, you stupid people make me want to pull my hair out. I always told you, you're not even that beautiful. The guard wanted to kidnap you just because you were rich. Wait, what? I wasn't so beautiful that I had to be kept away from the world? Mom, Dad, were you just keeping me in hiding for nothing all this time? No, of course not. You're the most beautiful. I shook her off and ran to a very stunned Drake. I'm sorry I deceived you, but the fact that you saw me and fell in love with me even when I wasn't pretty just makes me fall in love with you even more. Well, Drake wasn't complaining. And Mia, I never saw her after that day. Seems like she just couldn't stand to be around me. And I heard she'd moved away to some other school. Drake and I graduated high school, and we both got enrolled for software engineering degrees so we could make all the games we wanted to play. 4 years later, we're married now and own a really successful gaming company. And finally, I have the freedom to go anywhere and do anything. I'm making plans to travel around the world with my best friend and arch gaming nemesis.
Once when I was in the 11th grade, I threw a birthday party and Ellen, my neighbor, was coming over. Most importantly of all though, tonight I was going to tell Ellen about my feelings for her. But just before she was due to arrive, she gave me a call and said, "Luce, I'm going out with Brian tonight. Do you mind covering for me?" I told my mom that I'd be spending the night with you. I rushed to my window just in time to see Brian kiss Ellen before they got into his car and left. This was just a week after I told her I thought Brian was cute. Hi, my name is Lucy, and this is my story. Anyway, when Ellen's mom called later that evening and asked to speak to her, I said I hadn't the slightest idea where she was. That night, I heard Ellen's mom yelling at her when she got home. For once, she was getting what she deserved. The next day, she came over and apologized for putting me in an awkward position. Then, she pulled a brand new box of AirPods from her bag and gave them to me. "I know you've always wanted these, but they're too expensive for you, so here you go." I said, "Get off your high horse, Ellen. Stop showing off your money all the freaking time. Is that all that matters to you? You make me sick." I was so mad at Ellen that I didn't know what to do. So I decided the best person to get advice from was our school guidance counselor. After listening to everything, she said she had something serious to discuss with me. She said, "Ellen was just in here." She said that Ellen had said something crazy, and since she knew about my feelings for Ellen, she had decided to tell me. She said, "You have to promise never to repeat what I'm about to say." Then she told me the craziest, most unimaginable thing. She said Ellen had told her we were half-sisters. Apparently, Ellen's dad was also my dad. Just last week, she had overheard him say to my mom that I was his responsibility too, and he had to keep taking care of me. I was beyond horrified. This was too much. Not only was my crush my half-sister, but my dad had also left me to live in misery while she got everything? And I'd lived without a dad my whole life. I was done with this. I needed payback. I started with small things. I cut the string on a tin can phone line we had made when we were kids. It went between our bedroom windows. She always said it was a symbol of our friendship. Well, no more. Ellen called me immediately and asked why I had cut the line. Instead of answering, I asked her about her boyfriend, Brian. She just said goodbye politely and then didn't speak to me for a few days. A week later, she called me and said in her stupid goody-goody voice, "It's no big deal. We're growing up, and yeah, Brian is fine. It's nothing serious. We're just friends." I could have screamed with rage now. The next day, I decided to up my game. Ellen was hard of hearing and needed to feel what I was feeling. Ellen loved to listen to my music. So, I wrote a song just for her. I opened my window and started screeching. Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. She looks like fuzzy lumpkins, has cheese like bloated pumpkins. Her breath smells bad, she's borderline mad. Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. A few minutes later, there was a knock on my door. I opened it to see a very upset Ellen. I asked, "What's up, Elle?" She said, "You're singing about me," and loud enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. I smiled at her. "I thought you'd appreciate me writing a song just for you. Consider this a small repayment for how good a friend you've been." She didn't know what to say to that. It felt so good to finally get to her that I decided to amp it up. I shared the song on Facebook. The video was removed a few hours later, and I was banned from Facebook for bullying. Brian came rushing over to Ellen's. He went inside and consoled her. I looked out from my window that night and was shocked to see Ellen and Brian kissing in her backyard. Ellen saw me looking, and I slammed the window. This was all wrong. To make it all worse, at dinner, Mom said to me, "What was that horrible song you were singing? You and Ellen are like sisters. Don't be so mean to her." I was so mad when I heard that. I yelled, "She's not my sister. I don't care what you or her dad say." A month later, there were rumors going around school that some college scholarship scouts were coming to watch the final hockey game of the season. Ellen was the star of the hockey team, but I was going to make sure that the scouts never got a chance to see Ellen. The morning before her big game, I snuck into her garage and stole her goalie kit. Ellen showed up late for the game. Her coach didn't let her play, and the team had their biggest loss of the season. Best of all, the scouts never saw Ellen. If she wanted to get into college, she'd have to get her dad to pay for it. When Ellen got back, I was waiting for her in her driveway. She looked at me in surprise and asked, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Hey, Al, it looked like a pretty fun sport, so I borrowed your stuff to give it a try." Looking at her face, I knew that she was finally going to explode. It was the moment I'd been waiting for. We'd finally put an end to this friendship and would have the biggest fight of our lives. She would finally tell me that I was the worst friend ever, and I could tell her she was a backstabbing, heartbreaking pain in the butt. But instead, Ellen took a deep breath, nodded, and then went inside. I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. To make matters worse, Brian visited her more and more regularly now. Then she came over one day and said, "I want to apologize for being selfish. I'm glad that you want to play hockey." She pulled out a brand new hockey kit and handed it to me. "Now we can play together. What do you think?" I shut the door in her face. She'd done it again. For the next month, I was miserable. Ellen tried to call me, but she was the last person I wanted to speak to. Over time, she found new friends. But I wasn't going to let her off that easy. My life was going nowhere, and hers was perfect. I had another idea. Monica, the leader of the group of girls Ellen was hanging out with, was super insecure about her boyfriend. All it took was an anonymous message and a quickly photoshopped picture sent to Monica, telling her to watch out for Ellen. Monica did the rest. The next day, I watched as Ellen went to greet her friends, and they completely ignored her. Monica even posted on the class WhatsApp group. The message said, "Ellen is a boyfriend stealer. Be careful, girls." Finally, Ellen broke down. But rushing in to her rescue was Brian. He told her that everything was going to be okay. Damn it! I couldn't believe it. Every one of my plans seemed to backfire. Every single time. I felt like I had no energy left. I made a decision right there. I was done with Ellen. 6 months went by. We didn't speak. It hurt to be betrayed by her, but I didn't have the energy to fight it. And then one day, Ellen was at my door with a plate of brownies. "I miss you, Lou," she told me. "Can we talk?" "How's Brian?" I asked. She took a deep breath and choked back her tears. "He doesn't go out of his way to hurt me." which is more than I can say for you. I had finally made Ellen feel as hurt as I was, but I didn't feel happy. I just wanted to tell her how I felt, about my 16th birthday and all the times she let me down, but I didn't. A week later, Ellen and her family moved away. I started college, but I always kept tabs on Ellen from afar. She went off to college to become a lawyer. Now that she was gone, I missed her like crazy. One day when I got back from college, I saw Mom had a visitor, Ellen's dad. Seeing him, I snapped. I demanded to know why he was here, and before he could say anything, I said, "I don't care about you. You're no dad to me." Mom jumped to her feet and asked me what I meant. I told her what I had kept a secret all this time and said I knew everything about how she cheated on Dad with Ellen's dad. Out of nowhere, Mom roared, "How dare you say that?" I yelled back, "That's what Ellen overheard." Then they told me that the conversation Ellen had overheard had nothing to do with us being siblings. He had even cleared up that confusion with Ellen years ago. Her dad said, "Your father used to work in my factory when the accident happened. I felt responsible for you just because of that." Then he handed me a card and said, "You're invited to Ellen's and Brian's wedding." Then he was gone. An hour later, I was outside Ellen and Brian's house. To my surprise, I heard screaming inside. Brian was yelling at Ellen. I called 911 and then I banged on the door until he opened it. Behind him, I saw Ellen. She was sobbing. I pushed inside, ran over to her and said, "I'm so sorry, Ellen, for everything." After a minute, she pushed me away. Brian rushed in too. He yelled at her to throw me out or else. I demanded to know why he was speaking to her like that. The police arrived and Brian stopped screaming. Immediately, he started telling Ellen how much he loved her, how he couldn't live without her. The police asked Ellen if she wanted to press charges. She said no. I told her she was crazy. I told her that marrying him was going to be a mistake. She told me to get out of her house. It hurt like hell, but I knew that Ellen wasn't going to listen to a single thing I said after all that had happened. After that, I knew I had to stop their marriage no matter what happened. So I started going to all the places I knew Ellen would be and tried to talk to her. At first, she refused to accept me. One day, I decided to surprise her just like she had once many years ago. I baked a batch of brownies and rang her doorbell, but no one answered. The next day, I went again, and still no answer. Disappointed, I decided to try one last time. The door was opened by Ellen's mom. She told me Ellen and Brian had decided to move upstate and marry there. She said, "It's a private event for close friends and family only. You're not invited." I left and tried to look for Ellen everywhere. I still hadn't told her the truth. I hadn't told her how much I loved her. Years passed and I couldn't find any trace of Ellen. One day, my mom said to me, "It's time you get married, Lucy. You're a girl. You've got to settle down soon. Why don't you date someone?" I told her I wasn't interested, but that night, I got a call from Mom telling me she was waiting for me at a restaurant. She gave me a table number and said, "It's serious, hurry!" But when I got there, I saw a guy sitting at the table. He called my name. Oh no. Reluctantly, I walked over to him and told him I wasn't interested. I said my mom had set this up, but he held my hand and said, "Don't you remember me, Lucy?" He told me his name was Alex. I didn't, and he said he had been in my college. He said, "I love you, Lucy. I always have." Then he begged me to stay. I felt sorry for him. Before I knew it, Alex was coming around to my place and calling me his girlfriend. Mom was thrilled. A few months later, on my birthday, Alex threw me a huge party and he asked me to marry him. Before I could respond, though, the doorbell rang and the police walked in. They arrested me, saying Ellen had claimed I was involved in stealing millions of dollars from her dad's business. I said, "I haven't even heard from her in years. How could I?" But they refused to listen. The next day, I saw her again. Even after all these years, my heart jumped at the sight of her. Clearly, though, I wasn't the only one who thought that. Alex jumped up as soon as he saw Ellen. She said, "Why won't you leave me alone? I don't even know what I did to deserve your hate." I wanted to clear up the confusion, but I knew now was not the time. Instead, I said I didn't know why she thought I would steal her money. Just then, Brian appeared and yelled, "Don't try to pretend you're innocent!" He accused me of trying to ruin Ellen's life. Ellen agreed. Then she left, saying, "I hope I never see you again, Lucy." I was still very confused about everything, so I called Ellen's dad. He said he had no idea what Ellen and Brian were talking about. The next day, he came to visit and got them to let me go. I asked him what was happening, and he said the person behind the stolen money was Brian. Turns out, he'd been transferring large sums of money to offshore accounts under my name. By the end of the month, Brian was arrested, and Ellen finally filed for divorce. She moved back in with her parents just a few blocks away. Slowly, we became friends again, and Alex encouraged it. "She's a great person. I'm sure you'll be close friends again," he said. The problem was, I still hadn't figured out how to tell Alex I wasn't going to marry him. Then one day, I decided to surprise Ellen with a visit. When I got there, I was stunned to see Alex's car already parked outside. I snuck in and found Ellen screaming at him. "Get out of here! How could you even think I would like my best friend's fiancé?" I rushed inside and they both fell silent. But I'd already heard enough. I started yelling at Alex and kicked him out. Then I turned to Ellen and said, "I've had enough of this." After 10 years, I finally told Ellen the truth. "I loved you. I always loved you. I got mad when I saw you kissing Brian. Then that stupid counselor said we were sisters, and I loved you. I didn't know what to do." For a while, she stayed silent, and I knew what her silence meant. I got up to leave when she called me, and now, she asked. I said, "I will always love you, Elle." Suddenly, Ellen ran over and hugged me, saying, "Me too, Luce. I've always loved you."
Hi friends, my name is Anya and I was born to super rich parents. Growing up, I had every luxury, but what I really wanted was my parents' time. You see, they were self-made billionaires, and for that, they worked their butts off. Every time I'd ask them to go on a holiday, they'd be so busy. "Darling, Mama has to go to a conference tomorrow. Why not ask Dad?" "Sweetheart, I have to close a deal in Japan this month, but we'll plan something soon, I promise." I seriously hated their work. One time, it was my 10th birthday, and I waited and waited for Mom and Dad to wish me a happy birthday, but they forgot. I was so angry that I picked up a baseball bat and started to smash everything around, even the TV. Right when it was about to fall on me, someone pulled me away just in time. It was a boy. I'd seen him around the house before. "Oh my God, it could have fallen on you. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" I'm fine. Thanks. The boy told me his name was Eli. He was our cook's son. When he asked me why I was smashing stuff, I told him how my parents had forgotten my birthday like every year. To cheer me up, he sneaked me out of the mansion on his bike and took me for ice cream. After that day, we became friends. Once when I was in the 10th grade, I had some super hard math homework I needed help with, but my parents were too busy as usual. So I showed it to Eli, and he solved the problem in no time. Mom and Dad were so impressed with Eli that they got him admission in my school. On his first day, I introduced Eli to all my friends, and he blended in super fast. At school, he was like my self-appointed bodyguard. Our annual school play was coming up, and I auditioned for the lead role of Juliet and got it. But this didn't sit well with the school's most popular girl, Emma. "Will your boyfriend, Eli, be there too? I'm sure he'll play Romeo, 'cause he is one." "Boyfriend? Are you crazy? Eli's just a friend." "Oh, come on, Anya. Don't tell me you don't see it. The weirdo is always around you, like a stalker." I didn't want to say it, but all the kids think your rich daddy bought you a boyfriend. "What the what?" I was about to tell Emma to shut up when Eli came running with a water bottle for me. "Anya, you were terrific. I couldn't take my eyes off you. I know you'll get the part." "Yeah, whatever. You don't have to be so dramatic about it, Eli." I didn't want to hurt Eli, but I felt so uncomfortable because of what Emma had said. Is that what everyone thought? A few days later, a boy, Sean, asked me out, and I wanted to say no, but I saw Eli coming my way with Emma right behind him. So I panicked and said yes and kissed the boy on the cheek, and Eli looked super pissed. I tried my best to avoid Eli and even skipped classes because of him. One day I was in the library, and Eli came out of nowhere and sat next to me, saying he wanted to talk, but since I didn't, I walked away. And that's when Emma said, "You're too ugly to have a boy dying to talk to you. I don't know what he sees in you." "You stupid girl, not everyone is like you, drooling over boys. Some people have class. Ever heard of it?" I was so angry at Emma that I pushed her, but suddenly she crashed right into a bookshelf. And then one by one, all of the bookshelves crashed. The entire library was destroyed. And when the librarian came fuming, Emma put the blame on me. She was acting mad and pushed me so hard into the bookshelf. OMG, I was so scared. I thought I'd die today. I started to panic. "No, it wasn't me. Tell her, Eli, it was you. You did it by mistake, didn't you?" "What? But Anya, I was behind you." "Yes, you pushed me from behind and I fell on Emma. that's how it happened. Eli looked totally shocked. My parents were called to the school, and since they got Eli admitted here, they had to bear all the damages. He was given a week's suspension, too. A few days later, when he returned, he completely ignored me and had frickin' Emma on his arm. And he wouldn't even look at me. By lunchtime, I'd had enough. So I caught up to him and grabbed his arm. Why are you ignoring me, Eli? And what's with you and Emma? None of your business, Anya. Back off. OMG? How could he say that to me? I was angry, but I was sad too, for losing my friend. So one day, I skipped school and texted Eli that I was sick. I knew he would come to check on me, and he did. But he instantly caught my lie. Wait, you aren't sick. Jeez, Anya, did you do this just so I'd come to you? Please, just listen to me, Eli. I'm so sorry. Eli looked tense, but he eventually gave in. Oh, come here. Let's forget about it. I was so happy that Eli forgave me, and I got my friend back. A few months later, Mom and Dad were having some people over who would be investing in their new company. When the guests arrived, I was shocked. It was Emma with her parents. So, this is your mansion? A little too small, isn't it? Why? Does it remind you of your small brain? Throughout the evening, Emma kept rubbing in my face how her dad would soon become my dad's boss, and I was hating it. Before dinner, I had an idea, and I ran to the kitchen, where Eli saw me put an entire bottle of laxatives in the gravy. Anya, no. Are you crazy? Trust me, it'll be fun. No way. And just as he was about to throw the gravy, his dad came and shooed us both out of the kitchen. Later, when everyone was having dinner, I made sure Mom and Dad didn't go for the gravy, and thank God they didn't. Then, in just 5 minutes, it was chaos. Emma and her parents kept rushing to the bathroom, and I couldn't stop laughing. Mom and Dad seemed shocked, and I was so happy that I could get back at Emma. But the next day, I woke up to a nightmare when I got a text from Eli. I wish you would understand what the consequences of your actions are. Everyone makes mistakes, but some people make more stupid mistakes than most. Goodbye, Anya. What was going on? I ran downstairs and got to know that later at night, Dad had questioned all the staff and everyone had pointed fingers at Eli. So Dad fired his dad and kicked them out. What had I done? This was bad. I immediately told Mom and Dad everything, but it was too late. Eli was gone. My parents even called his dad and apologized, but they never returned, and I felt terrible. One day, I was sitting alone in the school's playground when Sean, my nice classmate, sat next to me. Why so sad, princess? Just nothing. Just not feeling well today. I know something that'll cheer you up. And then he vanished and got me some ice cream. It was so sweet, but even that ice cream reminded me of Eli. It had been almost 6 months since Eli had left, and to get my mind off of him, I started volunteering at a soup kitchen where Sean also worked. It made me realize I really acted like a spoiled brat at times. Then a week later, he invited me out, and I was super surprised that he remembered my birthday. Happy birthday, princess. After we cut the cake, I was eating it like a pig, but he kept staring at me with glittery eyes, and suddenly he inched close. You've got some cake on your... Where? Oh God, my heart was about to jump out of my throat. He was so romantic. One day, I was at school, and I bumped into someone and dropped all my books. I looked up to see it was Eli. I was so happy to see him, but he glared at me and left me there. And soon enough, I discovered Eli had changed, and now his life's mission seemed to mock me all the time. One day, we were in math class, and the teacher asked me to come and solve the sum on the board. Oh wow, looks like my math tutoring paid off. Finally, something entered into that thick brain of yours. Yeah? I've had a better tutor than you. Oh really? Did this tutor teach you something like empathy? Or not being a brat? What's your problem, dude? Leave her alone. Why? Are you her new bodyguard now? Beware, 'cause that one... Eli hadn't even finished his sentence when Sean punched him. I got in between them and they finally stopped. Oh, so the new bodyguard needs saving. What's your problem anyway? I get it. You don't like me. You got that wrong.
I really, really, really don't like you.
That stung. I just walked away from him, not wanting to make matters worse. A few weeks later, our school took us for a camping trip, and we went on a tour of the forest. Throughout the tour, Emma was just clinging to Eli like a snake. When I saw him alone for a minute, I walked up to him. Why are you with that awful Emma all the freaking time?
How is that any of your frickin' business? Are you jealous?
Me? Jealous? As if. And just as I said this, I slipped and went tumbling down a slope. Eli came running to me and helped me up.
Oh my god, Anya, are you alright? Can you stand?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Ow. It hurts so bad. And then all of a sudden, Eli swept me into his arms.
I don't think we can climb the slope. We gotta walk around the hill to find a way up.
No matter what, I knew he still cared for me. We'd been out for hours when we realized that we were lost. It was already getting dark, and I felt scared. Eli, what are we gonna do?
Don't worry, Anya. We'll get out of here. They'll come searching for us.
Eli then lit up a fire, and we both sat in front of it. And then I broke the silence. I'm sorry, Eli. I'm sorry for pulling that prank on Emma. I swear I didn't know until the next day that Dad thought it was you. I told him the truth, but you were gone.
I won't say it's okay, but since you realized your mistake, I guess we can let that be in the past.
Eli came really close to me, and he was definitely leaning in to kiss me. Just then we heard something in the bushes. It was frickin' Emma! Buzzkill! Eli, I've been searching for you for so long. I was so scared, and I'm so cold.
Of course it was cold, because that witch was dressed in clothes the size of a bikini.
But since it was late, we decided to try going back in the morning. The next day when I woke up, I had Eli's jacket on me. He must have put it on me while I was asleep. Just then, I shot straight up when I heard Emma screaming that Eli was missing. Oh my God, we had to look for him. I kept walking for a while and my ankle was killing me. And I was so worried about Eli. Emma, let's go back and wait at that spot. Maybe Eli will come back there and someone will come to rescue us. Oh yeah, someone will. But I need to get rid of you before that. Saying that, she pushed me, and all of a sudden, I was hurled up in the air. I was in a freaking trap. I saw someone had laid this trap out earlier, and I thought it would come in handy. Emma, why are you doing this? Why? You brat. Because of you, Eli doesn't love me. He says I'm just a friend. That stupid boy can't get over you. So I think I'll just leave you here. Sure, he'll be sad at first, but I'll heal him with my love. I'll take care of Sean, too.
You are a crazy psycho, Emma. You sick girl. You were just gonna leave Anya out here?
Thank God. Eli and Sean were behind Emma and had heard everything. Eli helped me get down from the trap. Sean had Emma in his grip, who looked like she'd gone mad. Eli led the way out of the jungle, and we were finally reunited with the group. After the school nurse had checked on my ankle, Sean came to me and hugged me. I was so worried. Gotta thank Eli for keeping you safe. Eli, it was at that moment I knew what I wanted. Sean, you're a nice guy, but you love Eli. Jeez, Anya, everyone knows you both are head over heels for each other. Just too stubborn to admit it. What? He knew and still stuck around with me? I kissed Sean on the cheek and just then saw Eli at the door with a disappointed look on his face. I ran after him and stopped him.
It's all right, Anya. Sean is a nice guy. I just came here to tell you.
I know that you love me. And guess what? I love you too. Now kiss me already.
One night when I was 5, I woke up to a strange scratching sound. I reached over for my glasses, but I knocked them off the table instead. Just then, I saw someone climbing in through my window. I screamed, "Shut up, Jess, it's me." Oh, thank God. It was just my sister Betty. "Why are you climbing in through my window?" "Because mine got stuck. I'd just gone out for a walk." As Betty helped me find my glasses and put them on my face, I could see she was dressed for a party. She shoved a chocolate bar in my hand. "You didn't see anything, okay?" Yeah, I know the drill. I'm blind anyway."
Good girl.
Hi, I'm Jessica, and I am kinda blind without my glasses. I have a condition called myopia. I can't see anything clearly unless it's 2 inches away from my face. But this isn't the biggest problem in my life. That's my wild older sister. Before I tell you my story, click like and subscribe. My mom was a marine biologist, and when I was 3, Betty was 13, and Sarah was 1, we found out that her research boat got lost at sea. Dad got really depressed and kept himself busy at work. This left Betty in charge, and she was the craziest substitute mom ever. Once when I was 6, Betty took me and Sarah to the mall and left us at an ice cream parlor saying she'd be back soon. But she wasn't. I took Sarah's hand and said I knew the way home. Well, I didn't, and we got really lost. When we finally managed to find our way home after hours, we walked in on Betty making out with some boy on the couch. Where'd you guys come from? I thought you were in your room. She forgot us at the mall and even forgot she'd taken us there? I'd always been a bookworm, and by the 1st grade, I'd even taught myself Spanish. Betty came running to me one day and said, "Hey nerd, tell me a sentence in Spanish that'll make a guy think, wow, how can someone be that pretty and smart?" I told her something, and she happily skipped off. I went after her. She walked up to a cute boy who'd just moved in next door and leaned in. "Tu aliento huele a caca de perro, idiota." I nearly choked trying not to laugh as he pushed her aside and stormed off. Of course, I paid for it when she left actual dog poop in my room. The smell didn't leave for days. This one time, though, her carelessness led to something really serious. In the 2nd grade, I came home one day and couldn't find Sarah anywhere. Betty just shrugged. She was here a while ago. She said, "I am Superman." And I said, "Prove it." And then she just left. 2 things you need to know about Sarah. She only talks in 3-word sentences, and only when she's excited or upset. Just then, we heard our neighbor scream. We ran out, and to our horror, Sarah was up on the roof wearing a red t-shirt as a cape. "Sarah, no!" "OMG, don't prove it. I believe you. You're Superman." Thankfully, Sarah stepped back, but once she was down safely, Betty and I had a screaming match. Do you realize what could have happened? When will you start acting like an adult? You think I haven't been an adult taking care of you two? I never asked to be your mom, and sometimes it's really hard. What was she talking about? We were the nicest kids. Soon after, she went off to college, and I was responsible enough to take care of myself and Sarah anyway. She visited less and less frequently, but anytime she did, it was with a new guy. Life was just fine until I joined a new school in the 7th grade. On my first day in gym class, we were playing dodgeball when suddenly one of the girls ran right into me and knocked me over, and my glasses went flying somewhere. "Hey, can someone please give me my glasses?" Just then, I saw a blurry shape walk up to me. "Wait, I want to try them on." "Gosh, you're totally blind, aren't you? Let's play a game. How many fingers am I holding up? Hello?" "Knock it off, Annie." Suddenly, a strong hand pulled me up and the person gave me my glasses. As I put them on, the cutest boy's face came into focus. "Gosh, Raymond, we were just having some fun. It's good to have you here, owl face. Well, until your home planet calls you back." And with that, Annie and her friends walked off laughing. I felt pretty embarrassed, so I ran off too. A whole year went by and the jerks kept bullying me any chance they got, but I just got used to ignoring them. Mrs. Harry Potter, Four-Eyed Freak, Geek. They just kept throwing lame names at me. Also, I had a huge crush on Raymond, but I knew I didn't have a shot with him. But then, life at school went from bad to worse. When I started 8th grade and we had our first science lesson, I almost fell off my chair in shock when the teacher walked in. It was Betty. While I was sitting there with my mouth open, I realized so were the other kids, especially the boys. Even Raymond was staring at her. "Hi guys, I'm Betty, your new teacher and best friend. Mindy, where's some blush? Girl, you look like a vampire. And Raymond, I think Jessica has a crush on you. But of course, you're way out of her league." OMG. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow Betty whole. After class, I stayed back to talk to her. "What are you doing? How did you get hired as a teacher?" "No, hello, how you doing, sis? And for your information, my degree is in teaching. But don't worry, I'm just the substitute for 2 weeks. It'll be fun." It was not. She was so dumb and didn't know the first thing about science. She once told the whole class that the Earth has 7 moons, one for every continent. She also said tattoos make you smarter, And when it rained too hard, that was just God crying over ugly people. And even worse, everyone found out we were related. One day in the cafeteria, Annie walked up to my table. "That dumb Betty is your sister? What a family. Looks like she got all the beauty and you got all the brains." I stood up and said quietly, "It sounds like you're a bit jealous, Annie. I mean, yeah, she is really pretty." I was about to walk away when she threw a glass of juice in my face. I ran off to the bathroom to clean my glasses and found Betty there. "Why are you covered in juice? Is that Annie bullying you? I'll deal with her." "No, you won't. You'll just make it worse. Stay out of it, Betty. You're not my mom." She turned to me with her arms crossed. "Fine, but let me tell you, the only way to deal with a bully is to fight back in a way they understand. She's only picking on you because of her own insecurities. Don't be her punching bag." It's easy for you to say. You've probably never been bullied. Oh, yes, I have. And you think I don't know the things people still say about me? I just don't care, Jess. I like myself, just as I am. And with that, she walked out. A week later, Sarah's class was having a bake sale for charity, and I decided to go help her out during recess. But when I got there, I saw her table was already surrounded by Annie and her gang. "Why don't you talk, dummy? Is it because you sound as stupid as you look? I'm not paying for your stupid brownie till you sing a nursery rhyme for me. Come on, let's hear it." I barged right in and grabbed the brownie from Annie's hand. "Get away from my sister or else." Annie and her friends started laughing. "OMG, another sister. And this one can't speak? Wow, what a trio. The mute, the dumb, and the blind." "She's not mute. She just doesn't want to talk to you. And Betty is amazing and wise. And you'd have to get a ton of plastic surgery to be as pretty as her. And I freaking wish I was blind right now so I wouldn't have to see your mean, stupid face." For a second, Annie looked completely shocked. Then she stepped toward me and said, "Well, we can fix that." She snatched the glasses off my face and snapped them into two. I lunged straight at her blurry figure. As we wrestled on the ground, we bumped into Sarah's table and it collapsed. "That's enough." As soon as we heard the principal's voice, we both pushed each other away. The principal was about to drag us both off to her office for suspension when I suddenly heard Raymond say, "Ma'am, we all witnessed what happened, and only Annie and her friends are at fault here." When everyone joined in to say the same thing, the principal let me go and dragged the others away. I still couldn't see a thing, but I could just feel Annie's fury. Raymond taped up my glasses for me, and boy, my heart was just racing. As we helped Sarah set up her table again, Raymond said he had an idea and ran off. A few minutes later, we saw him come over with the whole football team, and he said, "Boys, attack." Within seconds, the jocks had finished all the brownies, and Sarah raised a good deal of money. And with a sudden boost of confidence, I just turned to Raymond and asked him out. He said yes. Later that afternoon, as Betty was leaving school, I ran after her and gave her a big bear hug. "Thank you. You were right." And I stood up to Annie, and it was awesome. She hugged me back and smiled down at me. "Whoa, let's get you some new glasses. Then we'll go home and you two can tell me all about it." You'd think we'd had enough excitement for one day, but we had a shocker waiting for us back home. When we walked into the lounge, a woman with thick glasses was sitting on the couch. I had no idea who she was, but Betty gasped and turned as white as a ghost. "Mom? Wait, what? Mom isn't dead?" The woman jumped up from the couch and started crying when she saw us. "Oh, my babies, you're so big now. And wait, your dad said I was dead? He said your boat was lost at sea and you were never found. Where were you then?" Suddenly the woman, Mom, turned red. I think you girls should sit down for this." As we all sat down in shocked silence, Mom said, "I guess your dad tried to protect you by not telling the truth. You see, I left because I fell in love with someone else. He died last year and But Betty jumped up from the sofa before she could finish. "You what? You just abandoned us and left me to be a mom at 13? How could you be so selfish? I swear, I thought of you guys every single day, but your dad and I weren't happy. I did it for love. Look at us." As Betty angrily looked at Mom's picture with her lover, her face suddenly changed. "Okay, he's much hotter than Dad, I get it. But we can't forgive you just like that. Leave, now." Mom started crying and begging for forgiveness. But Betty opened the door for her to leave, and she left. Mom then never stopped trying to contact us. I felt sorry for her, and honestly, I missed having a mom and wanted to give her a second chance. Sarah and I tried convincing Betty to forgive Mom, but she refused to listen. Until one day, Dad said,
I wasn't a good husband for your mom. And when she left, I kept her away from you by law. I made a huge mistake. I want your mom back. I want us back. Forgive me, my daughters.
Now the three of us were mad at Dad, and we didn't talk to him for weeks. Until one night, Betty opened the front door with Mom behind her. I think it's time to have our mom back. We ran to Mom and hugged her. I'm so sorry I left you guys when you were so little. I put my hand through Betty's. Well, we had a pretty cool mom growing up. Long story short, our missing mom is back in our lives. We're slowly getting to know her, and she and I have myopia and a lot of other things in common.
When my mom was pregnant with me, the doctors told my parents they were having a boy. Wonderful. We'll name him Ace.
Ace. I love that name.
Then along came me, a girl, and I was born without a forefinger on my right hand. My parents were a bit freaked out at first, but they didn't really care. I was still their perfect baby. Hey friends, my name is Ace, and I live in a small town in Ohio. Please like and subscribe. When I was in kindergarten, our teacher asked us to paint with our fingers, and that's when a kid noticed my hand was different.
Hey, look at Ace's hand. So cool. Are you an alien? Whoa, Ace. Did a mouse chew through your finger? No, dummy. My hand's always been like that.
My classmates never bugged me about it, which was nice. Over time, more people found out, and some mean kids would call me a freak, but I was never bothered much because I could do everything people with 10 fingers could do, like play baseball. Dad was really into it, and he taught me everything I knew. Once when I was 14, I saw some boys playing baseball in the neighborhood, and I asked if I could join, but they said they didn't play with girls. Losers. As I turned to leave, one of the boys hit the ball and it came flying towards me. I swiftly caught it and swung it at him. The guy seemed shocked. Whoa, how did you do that? Yeah, you threw a perfect curveball. How did I do that? And when I tried baseball over and over again, I learned that I could throw a perfect curveball because of my missing forefinger. After that day, those same guys wanted me to teach them. I started playing with them every day and gained a reputation for smashing the neighbors' windows. When I was in 11th grade, Dad gave me some big news. I'd have to finish high school in Cincinnati because he'd gotten a better job there and we could use the money. So we moved. The school was 5 times the size of my high school back home, and I was feeling nervous as I walked in. Just as I found my locker, a very pretty girl walked over to me.
Oh, hey, you look like you're new here. I'm Bree, and I must say, your overalls look awesome.
Oh, thanks. My dad and I have matching ones.
Really? The janitor wears almost the same. Is your dad the janitor?
Wait, was she making fun of me? Before I could reply, a boy with flaming red hair came running down the corridor and crashed straight into Bree, knocking her to the ground.
Oliver, you moron, get off of me.
You were in my way, and now you've made me lose it.
Lose what?
The rarest butterfly. I was following it, and now it's gone.
What kind of guy chases butterflies? You are such a loser.
Stop being so mean to me, Bree, or I swear I'm gonna fall in love with you. She shoved him aside and stormed off. He grinned at me. I see you've met the school queen bee. More like school witch. Haha, yeah, that's Bree. So beautiful, but so cruel. Everyone's kinda scared of her, but not me. Me neither. Soon after, I found out Oliver and I were in the same class. He was a great guy, and we started hanging out together. And I discovered that he loved 2 things, magic tricks and baseball. He was always trying out silly magic tricks on me that made me laugh. And when he insisted I join the school's baseball team, I got to see how good he was. And also really competitive. One day in the cafeteria, Oliver was showing me a new card trick when Bree and her minions came by.
You guys make the perfect weirdo couple. Miss Nine Fingers and Mr. Tomato Head.
Having a bad day again, babe? I'll give you a hug if you don't mind the weird smell of my t-shirt.
Ew! And I'd never be the babe of someone like you. Do you even have any life plans, Oliver? Or are you just gonna be some homeless street magician?
Hey, I make plans every day, like feed your goldfish, put on pants,
annoy Bree. Why are you so worried about my future anyway? Do you see yourself in it?
In your dreams, loser! And with that, she grabbed a bottle of mustard and dumped the whole thing on his head. Ketchup and mustard go together. And before I knew it, I'd flown out of my seat and attacked Bree. She screamed like a banshee when I sat on her and pulled her hair. Don't mess with my friend again. I can hurt you pretty badly with just 9 fingers, you dumb witch. That incident landed both me and Bree in detention, but I was a hero after that. No one had ever laid a finger on Bree before, and lots of kids were patting me on the back, and Oliver just couldn't get over it. That was epic, Ace. I can't forget the look on her face. I wish you'd made a video of me, dummy. Bree gave me death glares from afar every day, but I guess she backed off because she knew I could kick her butt. Oliver and I grew closer, and we played every day to help each other improve our game. Even my dad loved him, and his mom was so nice to me. I found out that his dad was always in and out of jail, and his mom was basically raising him alone. Since we were always together, lots of kids assumed we were a couple, but that didn't bother us much. We were best friends, and nothing could change that. One time we were having a practice match, and I was on fire. Oliver was really struggling to hold his ground against my curveball pitching. Are you trying to hit me in the face, Ace? Boo-hoo. Focus on your game, Oliver. You already have 2 strikes. 1 more and my team wins. For some reason, Oliver seemed tense, and when I pitched, he missed again. When my team started celebrating, he just threw his bat, ran off, and sat under a tree. Hey, don't be a sore loser. I'm just mad at myself. The final games are only a few months away, and that's where all the university recruiters pick talent. I really need a scholarship, and I'm playing so badly. And on top of everything, look, my shoes are ruined. Every player has some bad days. Cheer up, let's get some ice cream. Come on, let's go. He just sat there like a stubborn donkey as I pulled his arm with all my might. Suddenly he got up and I fell backwards, dragging Oliver with me. Awkward. By saying awkward, you made it awkward, weirdo. And then we both burst out laughing. I went to the bathroom to clean up, and that's when I heard Bree behind me. Do you know how gross it is to see 2 dorks making out? Get a room. We were not— Wait, why am I explaining anything to you? Think what you like. I was leaving when she said, I haven't forgotten what you did, Ace. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. Oh, I'm so scared. I'd go running to my mommy if I had one. And I walked off quickly before she could reply. She sounded crazy. A week later, it was Oliver's birthday, and I wanted to buy him the perfect gift. I had to use all my savings, but it was worth it. I went over to his place, and when he opened the box, his eyes shone. Oh my God, new baseball shoes. Ace, you're the best. Can you sign them, please? 'Cause for me, you're a star. Are you sure you want me to destroy these killer shoes with my sign? When he nodded, I gave him an autograph. Soon we had our summer vacations, and I went back to Ohio to see Grandma. When I returned, I was in for a shock. Oliver seemed to be over his awkward puberty phase, and he looked really different. I'd never seen his hair brushed before. Where is my crazy best friend, and what did you do to him? I'm still the same guy. Hey, Ace, I gotta tell you something. Let's catch up at lunch, okay? Of course. But when I got to the cafeteria later, I saw Oliver there with Bree, and she was all over him. I felt so angry. I wasn't jealous or something, but why her? And once she left, I asked him, and he was going on and on about how they'd bonded over the summer and how she'd really changed. Nobody. She was calling you a loser only months ago. Well, I was acting like a loser. Come on, Ace, I'm kind of into her. I want to give this a chance. All right, if it makes you happy. But I wasn't happy. Why was he calling himself a loser suddenly? Some weeks later, the baseball finals started. Our school's team was doing well, and Oliver and I were the breakout stars. But only one of us could get selected for the prestigious sports scholarship at the best Ivy League university. As we prepared to go onto the field for the last match, Oliver shook my hand. May the best man or woman win. Couldn't have said it better myself. I played hard and totally nailed the game. But when the scholarship winner was announced, it turned out to be Oliver. He even got a huge cash prize. I quickly got over my disappointment, and I was so happy for him. A week later, Bree threw a party to celebrate Oliver's victory. But when I got there, Oliver was just busy with people I didn't know. I felt out of place and went to go sit by the swimming pool. And that's when I spotted Bree showing off her necklace to her friends. Wow, Oliver sure has good taste. That looks expensive. It was the least Oliver could do after what my dad did for him. He's the head recruiter at that Ivy League university, and he basically gave Oliver the scholarship, even though Ace played better. That witch got what she deserved, and Daddy really thinks Oliver is gonna be a huge star one day. Oh my God, I felt gutted and furious. I ran up to Oliver and grabbed him by his shirt. You cheated? How could you? Oliver knew right away what I was talking about and quickly pulled me into another room. I yelled at him and he kept trying to shush me. Hey, I did what I had to do. Your dad has a decent job. My dad, he's in jail again. You know my situation. I need this, Ace. You can get it next year. Yeah, I know your situation, but that doesn't give you an excuse to stoop so low. Do you feel happy that you won by cheating? I don't even know who you are anymore. I spat in his face and left the party. Oliver and I didn't speak after that, even though he tried to talk to me and kept calling. A couple of months later, he stopped trying, and then one day, I saw him on the news. He was being called the next big thing. A few months later, I participated in a local fundraising match and led my team to victory. After I accepted the trophy, a man approached me. Hello, Miss Ace. I'm from a prestigious university, and we want you to apply for our sports scholarship. Your missing finger gives you an edge that I've never seen in any other player. No one throws a ball like that. I was excited to apply, and I got in. The opportunities my university provided me in baseball were amazing. After graduation, I got into the national women's team, and I heard how Oliver had received a huge offer from a league in Japan and had moved there. Sometime later, I met an amazing guy and fell in love for the first time. After dating for a few months, he proposed, and I said yes. One day, as I was walking into a coffee shop, I bumped into someone, and I looked up to see that it was Oliver. Oh my God, Ace. Oh, Oliver. Been a long time. I thought you moved to Japan with Bree. Yeah, I did. But things didn't go so well. Bree's with a soccer player now. She broke up with me after I had a rather serious injury. What? When did that happen? And then Oliver told me how he had an injury that left him paralyzed for a year. He had to work really hard to get back on his feet, and he was finally playing again. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Oliver. Just then, my eyes fell on his shoes. You still have these? Why? I have a game later today, and these are my good luck charm. Look, Ace, I'm so sorry for what I did. I was selfish, I was a jerk, and I was desperate. I'm not making any excuses for my behavior, though. Please forgive me. I've really missed you. I didn't forgive him right away, but we kept in touch and slowly patched things up. The truth was, I'd really missed my best friend too, and I was happy to discover that he was still a weirdo. And when I got married a few months later, I was so glad my best friend was there by my side as my best man.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm from California. I was born to a very poor family, and my dad was a complete jerk. He ran away from home when I was just 2, and Mom had to work as a maid in rich households to raise me. Once when I was 4, I fell really ill, and Mom had no money to get me medicine. She asked all the rich people she worked for, but none of them helped her. I hear these excuses all the time. Do you even have a kid? Mom felt helpless and decided to steal money from them to save my life. I recovered fine, but Mom was taken away by the cops, and now I had no one to take care of me. So I ended up in an orphanage. The caregiver there was a very mean, strict woman. She made us work like slaves and didn't even give us proper food to eat. Once when I was 8, I saw her shouting at one of the girls because she broke a stupid china doll while cleaning it. How dare you touch such an expensive thing with your dirty hands? Who's going to pay for this now? Your dead parents? The girl burst into tears, and I felt like banging the woman's head into the wall. Even worse, she sent the girl to her room without any dinner, but I saved half of mine and sneaked it up to her. Here, you can eat this. I'm not really that hungry. Her name was Tina, and after that day, we became the bestest of friends. But then one day, when I was 12, Tina's hand got stung by a bee and it swelled up like crazy. We need to take her to the hospital. Are you crazy? It's just a bee, not a dinosaur. She'll be fine. The caregiver refused to take her to the hospital and locked the two of us in the storeroom. This was it. I had to do something. I sneaked out through the window and locked the caregiver in her room. Meanwhile, Tina plucked the giant beehive from the tree nearby and threw it into her room through the window.
Open the door! Open the freaking door! There are bees in here! Someone, save me!
After that, we freed all the girls from the orphanage and left that place for good. We spent hours running around the streets of California, but then we got really hungry.
Let's go to that restaurant.
But we don't have any money.
They don't know that.
We went in and ordered everything on the menu. After we'd eaten up to our necks, it was time to run. Tina ran at the speed of a bullet, but I was left behind. I saw the nearest parked car in the parking lot and jumped right into its open door.
Easy there, kid. You're safe here.
I looked up to see a handsome man dressed in really expensive clothes, and he was staring at me. I thought he'd kick me out of the car, but instead he asked me why I was running. I told him everything, and he looked kinda sad at first, but after a few minutes of silence, he said,
I can't change what you've been through, kid, but I surely can give you a better future. I'll adopt you.
"Oh my God, adopt me?" This was insane. He took me to his home, and it was huge. So many fancy cars and hundreds of people working around. By the time we reached inside, his lawyer was already waiting with the adoption papers, and he just signed them off. Suddenly, my life took a 180-degree turn, and I became a princess overnight. The rich man got me the best clothes and the best education in the world. This was like a dream come true. But there was something missing from my life. Tina. I looked for her all over town, but she was nowhere to be found. One day when I was in the 8th grade, I went to this fancy restaurant with my friends when I suddenly heard a customer shouting at a waitress,
Are you freaking blind? You spilled coffee all over my white silk dress. I want to file a case against this moron.
I rushed forward to help the poor waitress who was on her knees, begging for forgiveness. And to my shock, it was Tina. Oh my God, Tina? What are you doing here? Are you okay? I immediately picked her up and we hugged each other tight. The old lady kept yelling until I threw some cash in her face. But Tina, she looked so happy to see me. I took her home with me and she was awestruck to see my house.
This place is huge. My entire neighborhood could fit in here.
I showed her around and told her everything, and we had a blast. Tina told me that she now lived with her new parents who adopted her soon after we left the orphanage, but they weren't well off, so she worked at a restaurant instead of going to school. I felt sad for her, but now she had me. I asked Dad to enroll her into the same school with me, and of course, he did. Tina and I became the bestest of buddies once again, and we had so much fun together. Until one day in the 10th grade, Rihanna joined our school. Rihanna was a spoiled little witch who picked on other kids all the time, and now her new target was Tina. One day, Tina accidentally stepped on her shoe, and Rihanna went bonkers. Oh my God, that's my new Prada, and it's worth more than your entire family, you lowlife. And saying that, she held up her hand to hit Tina, but I stopped her. You better not touch her or you'll regret it. How dare you mess with me? Do you know who I am? Do I look like someone who cares? She looked at me with blazing eyes and jumped on me like a wildcat. Just then, some kids came in and pulled us apart, but the fight wasn't over. I was so gonna teach her a lesson for this. The next couple of days, Tina didn't come to school and wasn't even replying to my messages. I got really worried about her. Later that evening, I went over to her place to see what was wrong. It turned out her dad was fired from the office and now he was severely ill. I felt so bad for Tina. I had to do something. I asked Dad to help her and he gave Tina's dad an awesome job in his company. A few days later, all the kids from my class were having a pool party and I asked Tina to come with me. But only a few minutes into the party, Tina was talking to a boy when Rihanna marched up to her and pulled her hair.
Get away from my boyfriend, you witch.
You're what? He was the one trying to flirt with me.
Yeah, I know girls like you. You're just after rich boys for their money. What are you even doing here at this party? Don't you know it's for rich kids?
I brought her with me, so buzz off.
Of course you did. There's no way anyone would let a maid like her into this place without you, Megan. Rihanna, watch your mouth.
Oh, but it's true, isn't it?
Her dad works for your dad. Doesn't that make her your servant's daughter?
That was enough. I picked up a glass of juice and threw it in her face.
She ran towards me, but I just moved aside and she fell right into the pool. She came out gasping and screaming. "I'm gonna kill you, Megan! And you, Tina! You don't have anything that I might envy for you, except that face. Gosh, that face is too pretty for someone like you. I'll make sure you pay for it as well." I grabbed Tina's hand and left the party. On our way back home, she looked super sad, but I cheered her up with a bit of some ice cream. The next day when I went to school, I opened my locker and a large sealed envelope fell out. When I opened it, I was shocked. It was the question paper for the upcoming math exam. Suddenly, Rihanna turned up out of nowhere and snatched the paper from me. "What are you staring at?" "Oh my God, Megan, you're a cheater!" "What? No, I don't know how this..." Before I could finish, Rihanna was off to the principal's office with the paper, and I was called in minutes later. The principal looked like she was gonna eat me alive. "Ma'am, I swear, I didn't do it." "Then what about this question paper in my hand? Did it fly to your locker on its own?" "No, I don't know. I didn't do any of this. Please, you have to believe me." But she didn't listen to me, and I was suspended for 2 weeks. When I stepped out of her office, I saw Rihanna running away with an evil grin. It was definitely her. I felt so terrible that I almost burst into tears as I told Tina everything, and she hugged me. "It's gonna be fine. I know you didn't do it, Megan. I believe you. We'll find some way to prove it." She took me home and tried everything to make me happy, but I was feeling miserable. The next evening, while I was sulking in my room, I received a text message from Tina. "Rihanna and her friends have locked me up in the janitor's closet. Please come and get me out of here." I immediately rushed to the school and freed Tina. She hugged me as soon as she saw me. "Oh, Megan, thank God you're here. Are you okay? That witch Rihanna is really out of control. We're not letting her get away with this." Just as Tina and I were running down the hallway, we suddenly heard a loud blast. We were shocked to see a giant fire break out in the math teacher's office. I immediately called the fire department and both of us rushed out of there. The next day, I received a call from the principal's office. I didn't know what it was about, but I was really surprised to see Tina there too. And then I got the shock of my life. "You are being expelled for trying to set the school on fire, Tina. And you too, Megan."
"What? We didn't set the fire."
"Stop lying through your teeth, Megan. You were on campus yesterday. You've been caught on camera."
"I only came to rescue Tina, who'd been locked up by Rihanna in the janitor's closet. If anyone started the fire, it's that psycho. And it looks like she set us up."
"Then how do you explain this?"
The principal then showed us the camera footage, and it clearly showed Tina starting a fire in the teacher's office. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was speechless. I grabbed Tina's hand and dragged her out of the office. "Tina, are you insane? Why did you do that?" And suddenly, Tina looked up at me with pure hatred. "To ruin you, of course. I hate this school anyway. I don't care if I'm expelled, but seeing you destroyed is totally worth it." "What are you saying? Why would you want to ruin me? You're my best friend." "No, I'm not your best friend. I'm just your sidekick, the rich girl's maid. You're this perfect Cinderella girl who went from rags to riches, but me, I got adopted by a poor old couple who couldn't even feed me properly." "But I did everything I could for you." "Yeah, I'm just your charity case, and I hate it. You're not any better than me, so why did you end up with the better life? I decided to take it all from you. I put the question paper in your locker, and I locked myself in the janitor's closet to frame you for the fire." I couldn't believe my ears. She hated me so much, while I loved her the most in the world. "I bet no college will want you now. And imagine all the shame you'll bring to your dad. He'll really regret adopting you."
I don't feel any regret or shame because of my daughter. It's you who's wrong.
"What? Dad?" I turned around to see Dad and Tina's parents standing behind us. They were called in by the principal too, and they looked like they'd seen a ghost. "Is that what you think of us, Tina? After all the love we gave you?" "Love? Love isn't everything. I need a better life, money, luxuries, everything this witch has."
That's enough. I'm sending you to juvenile prison for framing my daughter and trying to burn the school down. You need to learn a lesson, kid.
"Dad, no. I don't want her to go to prison. I can't believe she did all that, but I've loved her since we were kids." "Oh, shut up. Who asked you? I don't need your pity, and I certainly don't need it now. And with that, she stormed off and even left her parents, and I never saw her again. My name was cleared, and after some time, I went back to enjoying my life and studying hard, but now I'm really careful when it comes to choosing friends.
One day, my oldest brother Derek was walking me and my twin brother Ryan home from kindergarten when a masked man leaned out of a car and grabbed me as he drove by. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and before I knew it, the police were following us and it was a high-speed chase. The masked man accidentally slid off the road and crashed the car into a tree. The last thing I remember before being reunited with my brothers was seeing him knocked out with his mask off. He was staring at me angrily. Hi, my name is Maggie, and I'm about to tell you why I can't watch Pirates of the Caribbean. I found out about my problem straight away at the hospital. Dad said, "Baby, are you okay?" The nurses looked shocked as I screamed at the top of my lungs. Monster! They thought I was traumatized, but the psychologist had another diagnosis. Turns out I had something called pogonophobia. It means a fear of beards. I know it sounds stupid and funny, but I promise it's a real disease that nearly ruined my life. I couldn't even look at someone with a stubble without throwing a fit. I mean, I broke the TV during an episode of SpongeBob because a character with a beard scared me. Even normal things like shopping were a nightmare. My parents took me to a grocery store once, and I got so scared by a cereal box with a bearded man on it, I knocked over the whole display and made a huge mess. It was a lot of stress for my parents. In fact, I overheard them talking to my brothers about me one day. Mom said, "She's crazy!" Dad said, "I know. We need to send her somewhere else. I can't handle her anymore." I burst in on the family meeting, crying hysterically, and my parents looked uncomfortable. They said that I could come back when I was fixed. That's when my second brother Joe came in. "Family sticks together. Either you keep Maggie or you lose all of us." Derek and Ryan stood by his side, and my parents shot each other an awkward look. And then they packed their bags and just left. Since then, Derek and Joe kind of became our parents. They had tea parties with me, took care of all the chores, and most importantly, defended me because of my condition. Derek was dropping me and Ryan off on our first day of school when I saw my bearded teacher and had a meltdown. Ryan said, "Didn't you get the memo about BEARDS?" My teacher replied, "Wait, that was serious? I don't have time for this." Derek said, "Oh, we are very serious when it comes to our beautiful sister." He handed the teacher a razor and told him he would watch the class while he did his job. Derek was kind of intimidating, so the annoyed teacher turned white and ran to the bathroom to shave. I have to say, I'm pretty lucky to have the brothers I have. Later that year, when Ryan and I went to the school's Christmas party, I cried when I saw the Santa banners everywhere. I hid under a desk and covered my eyes. Everyone in class laughed at me, except Ryan. Ryan said, "You can open your eyes now." I said, "I can't, I'm scared." He said, "Trust me." When I looked around, I saw that he'd cut the beards off of all the Santa decorations. I was so happy, but everyone thought I was weird because of my fits. I didn't need friends though. I had my older brothers and Ryan. They were more than enough for me. One day though, I found out I wasn't enough anymore. It was our last week of middle school and Ryan decided to go on an overnight trip. I said, "But we never go on overnight trips." He said, "Well, maybe we can start. Don't you want to make friends?" I said, "No, we don't want anyone else." It turned out I didn't want anyone else. Ryan tried so hard to convince me to go, but I refused. Finally, he said he didn't want to miss out on things because of me. He tried to assure that nothing was changing between us. He said, "I'll just be gone a week. You won't even notice I'm gone." I have news for you. When we're in middle school, things change overnight. The next week, Ryan came back from the trip with a little bit of stubble. My other brothers shot him daggers as I started to sob in the corner. I asked, "What's that on your face?" He said, "I thought I'd try something new." Without even asking me? I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bathroom. Ryan came to the door and tried to explain that he wasn't trying to hurt my feelings, but this girl he had a huge crush on said she loved facial hair. I hadn't had an incident in so long. He thought I'd grown out of it. I didn't want to mess up his chances with his crush, so I agreed to try it out. My brothers were so proud I was doing well. They thought I was cured. In reality, I was purposely looking away all the time, and it was eating me up inside. One time, I was trying so hard not to look at Ryan that I fell down the stairs. See, as time passed and his stubble grew into a real beard, it was getting harder and harder to deal with my feelings. The day Ryan told me that he and his crush were finally going out, I broke down and begged him to shave it. He said, But she really likes my beard." I said, "You're already dating." He asked, "What if she doesn't find me attractive anymore?" I asked, "Is that more important than your own twin sister?" After a day of guilt tripping and a little convincing from Joe and Derek, Ryan walked into my room the next day, beard free. I ran up and hugged him. I was so happy. The next day, Ryan seemed really upset, but wouldn't say why. Joe decided to take us out to the new pizza place to try to cheer him up. Ryan asked, "Can Maggie even handle going there?" I said, "Sure I can." I tried with all my might to stay calm. Even when the restaurant was filled with bearded people, I could only do so much though. Then the waiter showed up and said, "Large pepperoni pizza for table 8." I screamed and knocked the pizza out of the bearded waiter's hands and splattered sauce all over Joe and Ryan. Ryan said, "I told you this was a bad idea." I said, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to cheer you up." He said, "Do you even know why I'm upset?" It turned out that his girlfriend had broken up with him the night before. When she heard he shaved his beard for me, she got mad that he did whatever his sister asked. He told me that I'd ruined everything. He wished I was normal. As he left, I started to cry. I wish I was normal too. Joe tried to tell me that it was okay. Ryan would get over it. He was just sensitive because of the breakup. Joe said, "It'll all be better in the morning." It wasn't. Ryan ignored me at school the next day. I nearly cried when I went to sit next to him and he told me the seat was taken. I ate lunch alone for a couple of days, till this really cute guy sat down next to me with 2 cookies, handing me one. He said, "Pretty girls like you shouldn't be sitting alone. Hi, my name's Matthew." A boy sitting next to me was sure to catch Ryan's attention. He was angry the whole time before coming up to us. Ryan said, "Is this guy bothering you, sis?" I said, "Oh, now you're talking to me? I was just upset. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Nothing could ever come between us." He was looking right at Matthew when he said that. He then sat down next to Matthew, took out his notebook, and started firing questions at him. Ryan said, "Are you serious about my sister? Have you ever had a beard? How often do you shave?" Matthew turned red and nearly fell out of his chair, saying we just met. I was ready to kill Ryan when we were all saved by the bell. Later after school, I caught up with Matthew and said I was sorry for Ryan's behavior. Matthew said, "Don't worry. I get it. He's your brother. I am serious about asking you out though." I totally wasn't expecting that. And of course I said yes. I immediately texted my brothers asking if it was okay, and they surprisingly agreed to a movie date and said they would pick us up. The car ride was really uncomfortable. Joe was the driver, Derek was looking as scary as ever in the front, and Ryan sat between us in the back seat. I couldn't wait to get to the date when the biggest surprise ever happened. Why are we parking at the house? Derek turned to me and said, "For your date, of course, silly." Poor Matthew had no idea what kind of date he was in for. I walked into the lounge with popcorn to see Derek grilling Matthew. You'd think he was a murder suspect being questioned by the police. "Are you planning to grow a beard? What does your beard mean to you? Do you consider it a sign of your manhood? If you were with Maggie and a bearded man came over, what would you do? You have only 3 attempts to answer that. Go." I said, "Oh my God, leave him alone, Joe. Matthew, let's pick a movie." Just then, Ryan walked in and said, "Yeah, what are we watching?" My brothers decided we were all watching a movie. Matthew wanted to watch a romantic movie, but Derek picked Frozen. I said, "Guys, we aren't 5. Can we watch something less lame?" Ryan said, "What are you talking about? It's epic. You know, when Anna and Elsa reunite. Aww." Then Joe said to Matthew, "Hey, can you make some room?" Derek said, "Yeah, just a little more to the left." Just like that, Matthew and I were sitting at opposite ends of the couch with all 3 of my brothers between us. At the end of our date, if you could even call it that, Joe drove Matthew home alone. I was so mad. They tried to assure me that they were just being big brothers and this was all normal. Yeah, well, tell that to Matthew. He avoided me all day and didn't respond to any of my texts. I didn't see him at lunch that day either. I was crying in the ladies' room when I heard a knock at the door asking if I was okay. It was Ryan. He said, "Is there anything I can do?" I told him he had done more than enough by ruining my chances with my first date. I was also silent the entire drive home from school. They bought me flowers and chocolates, trying to show me I didn't need a boyfriend since I had such great brothers. I yelled at them, saying how I wasn't going to be their baby sister forever, before locking myself in my room. A few hours later, someone knocked on my door and I walked over to shout at them to go away. When I opened it, it was Matthew. I've been crying all day, and now I look like a mix between a raccoon and the girl from The Ring. I covered my face and told him not to look at me right now. He gently took my hands away and said, "I don't care about all that. Listen, your brothers found me and apologized for ruining the date, and wanted to make it up to us by letting us go on a real date." My brothers were actually really sweet about it. Joe even helped me pick out an outfit and did my makeup. Matthew's jaw dropped when he came to pick me up. He said, "Oh wow, Maggie, you look gorgeous." Of course they came with us to dinner and taught Matthew how to scan the room for any bearded men and shield the lady till she was safely seated at her table. But thankfully, they sat a few tables away. Baby steps. After a year of dating, my brothers really started to trust him more. I would even say they became friends. They constantly made jokes about how he better not grow facial hair now that he was a man, and never to mess with my sister or else. It really did all seem like jokes until the day he came back from summer break. When he showed up at my house after his 2-month family vacation in Europe, he brought a lot more surprises than a postcard. He walked in, sporting a scruffy beard, and I immediately screamed. Ah! Help! Derek! Derek rushed in and started screaming at Matthew. What were you thinking? We told you never to pull stuff like this! Matthew kept insisting that he thought it was just a joke because of a problem I had as a kid. He thought I would have grown out of it by now. That was it! Matthew was lucky my other brothers arrived when they did to hold Derek back. Ryan shouted at him to not come back till he had shaved again. He came back with a clean face a few hours later to apologize and talk in private. My brothers, reluctantly, let us talk alone. Matthew said sorry and explained he thought I would find it attractive, and he didn't mean to scare me. I forgave him, but I could tell my brothers weren't happy with him anymore. After Matthew left, they argued I should break up with him because he knew what he was doing. I kept trying to tell them it was all a misunderstanding, but I could tell something was up between us, and he was different now. He started making a lot of mean jokes about me. One day, I asked him if he wanted to go out to eat, and he said, are you sure? You're not going to cry like a baby if the waiter has a mustache? I said, why are you acting this way? Come on, be nice. He raised his voice and said, I am being nice. Putting up with your stupid condition. It's pretty hard not to have a normal girlfriend and do normal things because you have a freak out wherever we go. I was really upset and went home crying. When my brothers tried to ask me what was wrong, I said I'd just seen a bearded man on my way home and gotten scared. Ryan came to check up on me and said, well, Matthew should have at least walked you home. I told him that Matthew wasn't my keeper. Nobody was. I decided to really push my boundaries one day. I decided I would surprise Matthew by going to the homecoming dance. I knew he was going alone because I avoided places with too many people. I only told Ryan about my plan. He kept begging me to let him come, but I insisted I needed to do this on my own, and he had to promise not to tell the others. He reluctantly agreed, but said I needed to check in every 15 minutes. I promised I would keep in touch as he dropped me off at the dance. I was trying really hard not to find anyone with a beard in the crowd. But then at one point, I caught a glimpse of a guy with some facial hair, and I screamed and knocked over the huge punch bowl. All eyes were on me. That's when I found him. Matthew asked in disbelief, "What are you doing here, Maggie?" His jaw was wide open in shock, and his arms were around another girl. The girl leaned closer to him and asked, "You know this weirdo, babe?" I ran out of the gym and into the hall, furious. Matthew came out and ran over to me. He wasn't trying to apologize, though. He was angry with me. I cried, You're cheating on me!" He started rolling his eyes and shouting, "This is all your fault, you know? It's really hard to date you, and I do my best. Seriously, if you break up with me, you won't find anyone who cares about you as much as me." His face turned white when he heard Derek say, "Oh, buddy. She already has 3 men that care about her more than anything." All 3 of my brothers emerged from the hallway. This time, no one stopped Derek as he chased him screaming down the hallway. Joe and Ryan rushed over to make sure I was okay. I asked, "How did you know I was in trouble?" Ryan winked and said, "I didn't hear from you every 15 minutes. Needless to say, Matthew and I didn't work out. But that didn't stop me from trying to get better. With my brothers by my side to support me, I knew anything was possible. I started going to therapy, and I made a lot of progress. In fact, I persuaded my brothers to let me go to a college out of town. My favorite moment ever was when I came back home and my macho brother Derek met my new boyfriend with tears in his eyes. He has a beard and everything. We all hang out every weekend, and I couldn't be luckier.
Once when I was 5, I was at the grocery store when suddenly I heard loud voices behind me. A mean-looking woman was screaming at my sister Nancy for taking the last toilet roll. Oh no, I knew what was coming next.
Don't you shout at her, you witch! She's gonna faint!
I caught Nancy just before she hit the ground. The woman looked shocked and someone started calling an ambulance.
Don't worry, I can take care of this.
And with that, I started rocking Nancy and singing in a calm voice.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, you're a dummy, yes you are.
Everyone was looking at me like I was crazy, but Nancy opened her eyes soon. I helped her get up, and as we were leaving, I stomped on the woman's foot. Hi, my name is Mira, and I was born 15 years after my sister Nancy. And ever since I can remember, Nancy's had this crazy problem called cataplexy. Every time she's really angry or stressed, she faints. One time, a bully in the park pushed me off the swing, and as Nancy stepped forward to yell at her, she just fainted on top of her. I couldn't stop laughing as the girl screamed till her parents came to her rescue. Mom worked as a maid, and we were poor, but we were happy together. I was especially close to Nancy because she always had my back, and I had hers. Soon after I'd passed 8th grade, Nancy came home with some great news one day. She'd been hired as a teacher in a private school, and I could attend it for free. I was awestruck on my first day there. Everything and everyone was so fancy. When the bell rang for recess, a girl named Lexi shrieked,
OMG, let's go outside. My parents must be here with my birthday present.
and she and her minions rudely pushed me aside on their way out. I followed them out of curiosity, and my jaw dropped when I saw a pink sports car drive up and her parents jumped out. But suddenly, Lexi went ballistic.
Are you kidding me, Daddy? A Mercedes? My name is freaking Lexi, and I wanted a freaking Lexus with a number plate saying Lexi. Are you guys morons? You're ruining my life.
And then she started pulling her dad's hair, and he started crying and apologizing. Gosh, what planet were these people from? Well, now I was on the planet of jerks too, and Lexi was the president. One day in class, the teacher was testing out our mental math skills and asked, "What's the probability of rolling an even number on a dice?" Lexi's hand instantly shot up.
I don't know, but it's definitely higher than the probability of you ever finding a boyfriend. Loser.
As the teacher's face turned red, I felt terrible. Hey, that's really rude. Didn't anyone teach you any manners? The class fell silent, and Lexi stared at me like I'd killed her cat.
You think I can't tell how poor you are? Someone like you shouldn't be messing with someone like me. That was stupid times infinity.
After that, she made it her life's mission to make me miserable. I'd find stinky tuna in my locker, orange juice all over my notebooks, my bag in the toilet. And even though I was doing great at school and the teachers loved me, no one dared say anything to Lexi because her parents were big donors. But then she went too far. One day, I was having lunch when Lexi came over, and she climbed onto the table and kicked my plate away.
Kiss my shoes, loser, and I'll make you part of my gang. We could use a nerd to do our homework.
I'd had enough. I got up to kick her butt when suddenly Nancy walked in and pulled her down. "What do you think you're doing? Stay away from my sister."
Sister? Wow, I do see the resemblance actually. You both look like some homeless people let you borrow their clothes.
Nancy looked furious, and next thing I knew, she'd fainted smack onto Lexi with her food tray. Lexi went mental and stormed off straight to the principal.
That teacher attacked me, and she ruined my limited edition Gucci dress. I'll report her to the police.
She has a health issue, you psycho. She didn't do it on purpose.
I want her fired.
Even though the principal was sympathetic, she said she had to let Nancy go. But since I was a good student, she'd let me stay on scholarship. I was so furious. I decided I was gonna leave anyway, but Nancy wouldn't hear it. "You have a chance to get a great college scholarship if you study here, Mira. I'm sorry I made things worse for you, but you have to go." With Nancy losing her job, I knew money would be tight again, and I didn't want her and Mom worrying. So I found a tutor's job and started teaching math to a couple of super spoiled brats. One evening when I was leaving their house, their snooty mom handed me a bag of trash and a large painting. Someone gave me this butt-ugly painting as a gift. Be a dear and throw this on your way out. God, why were rich people so awful? She didn't even say please. I shoved the stuff in the garbage dump, but then I turned around and picked up the painting. Nancy would probably like it, but I wasn't expecting her reaction when she saw it. This artist is really famous, and it looks like an original. She asked you to throw it away? We took it to an art gallery the next day, and the owner confirmed that it was an original. He told us to sell it at an upcoming auction, and we did. As the number went higher and higher, Nancy fainted. It was finally sold to the highest bidder for freaking $2 million. What? We went into complete shock for a minute, and then we started hugging and dancing for joy. We were rich from some rich idiot's trash. And just like that, our lives changed. We moved into a better apartment immediately and decided to spoil ourselves a little. The three of us went on a shopping spree, got spa treatments and makeovers, had a few fancy dinners. We had a blast. And when I walked into school after the weekend, I could instantly feel all eyes on me. As I put my stuff away in the locker, I closed the door to find Lexi standing behind it like a creep. And then I saw we were wearing the exact same outfit. You have to take your clothes off. What? How can you even afford this? And no one is allowed to wear the same clothes to school as me. Now, just take these gym clothes and go change. Lexi, you can bully your friends and parents and teachers to get your way, but it's never going to happen with me. Like, ever. To make things even better, someone posted a picture of us and started an Instagram poll of who wore it better, and the majority voted for me. When Lexi saw that, she snatched all of her friends' phones and smashed them into the wall one by one. And just like that, a war had started between us. I already had better grades, and now I had just as many friends and boys around me. One time at a big football match, Lexi was busy flirting with all the jocks, but the minute I sat down on the bleachers, the whole team came running towards me. I'll be playing for you today, Mira. Don't miss my moves out there, babe. That was weird, but it seemed to be making Lexi livid. So I blew them all kisses and said I'd be cheering them on. And when they won, they literally carried me off on their shoulders to the celebration party. But the final straw was when the student council elections came around. Usually, no one even bothered to stand against Lexi as president, but I decided to run, and I won by a freaking landslide. This is not possible. I want to recount. I smell foul play. Lexi, it's about time you understood that people might fear you, but they'd rather vote for someone they actually like, and that's not you. I won fair and square, so deal with it. Well, she did deal with it. In a way I didn't see coming. I'd been working for months with my teacher on a math research paper for a university competition. Winning it could get me a full scholarship after high school. So when my teacher called me one evening to say that I'd won first prize, I fell off my chair at the dining table. Mom and Nancy were so proud of me. But when I went to the principal's office to meet the university dean, I was shocked to find Lexi there with her parents. What are you doing here, Lexi? What are you doing here, Mira? I'm here to talk more about the prize and scholarship I just won. I looked around at everyone in shock, and then I just snapped. Oh my God, you mean the scholarship you just bought with mommy and daddy's money? Because you sure as heck aren't smart enough to win anything. Lexi snarled and attacked me, pushed me straight onto the principal's desk. I grabbed a bottle of ink and flung it into her eyes. As the principal screamed and Lexi's parents tried to stop her, she just kicked them. When the grown-ups finally managed to pull us apart, the principal was furious. That's it. I don't care how much you donate, sir. One more incident like this and Lexi will be expelled. And with that, she pushed us all out. As I was about to storm off angrily, I turned to Lexi's parents. You guys have raised a monster. Can't you see she has no respect for anything or anyone? Not even you? You can buy her everything she wants, and she's never going to love you or thank you for it. For the next few days, I pretended like Lexi didn't even exist. And then she didn't come to school for a week. No one was happier than me. But one night, Nancy and I were driving through her neighborhood when we crossed her house, and it seemed pitch dark. Had she left town? I asked Nancy to stop for a minute, and I walked up to the house to look through a window. I found Lexi sitting with her parents on the floor, eating with candles on. There was no furniture. What was going on? I can't even see what garbage I'm eating. How can we not have any electricity?
This is what it means to be broke, Lexi. We can't pay for things.
Ugh, I hate you, Dad. I can't live like this. I wish I'd never been born to a loser like you.
It's not my fault the market crashed. You want me to put you up for adoption? That girl Mira was right. You're awful.
I sneaked away from her house, feeling super weird. Lexi was poor now? The next day at school, I saw Lexi was back, but she was cornered by the other girls from class. Is it true, Lexi? The paper said your dad is totally broke. Are you too poor to afford shampoo now? Your hair looks like it hasn't been washed in a week. Gross. I was about to walk away, but something about Lexi's tear-stained face made me stop, and I pushed through them. Can everyone please, for once, stop being a big jerk around here? You don't have to punch somebody when they're already down. With that, I took Lexi's hand and led her away from the rest. She wiped away her tears and stared at me in shock. Why did you do that? Why would you help me? You certainly don't deserve it, but it was the right thing to do. I don't think someone as heartless as you would really understand that. That was the last I ever spoke to Lexi. Her locker was cleared up soon after, and she and her parents left town for good. But I got a call the very next day from the university dean, offering me the scholarship again. No thank you, sir. I've lost all respect for you and your university, because anyone could buy you if they had enough money. And 2 years later, I'm graduating high school with honors and going off to my dream university. Hi, I'm Hazel from Wisconsin. Please like and subscribe. My older sister Maggie and I lived with our uncle who ran a small ice cream parlor. Ever since I was a kid, I was obsessed with being a superhero. I ran around saving cats from trees or giving free ice cream to poor kids, and I even wore a mask and a cape to look the part. Wow, you're so cool, Hazel. Do you have any superpowers?
Oh, yeah. I can just sense it when people need my help. Did she tell you that she can fart like a chimpanzee, too? No, I don't. Maybe like a rabbit. Whatever. Stop embarrassing yourself. You look like a moron.
Maggie was 2 years older, and besides being really pretty, she was also the smartest girl in school. Literally everyone in the town adored her, while I was called the crazy kid with superhero syndrome. Some people really appreciated it, but sometimes it blew up in my face. Like this one time in 3rd grade, I was walking down the street with Maggie when we saw a homeless guy.
Here, you look like you need it more than me.
And what am I supposed to do with this half-eaten bagel?
You must be hungry, right? It's such a tough time to be homeless.
The guy looked at me confused before throwing the bagel across the street. I'm not homeless, you freak. I just haven't taken a shower. Maggie laughed like a maniac, and the guy kept screaming at me till I apologized. And the next day, everyone at school was making fun of me for it. Thanks to Maggie, I sometimes thought it was time to stop helping people out, but Uncle always encouraged me to keep going. You have a heart of gold, Hazy. Never lose that. Once when I was in 7th grade, Maggie became the youngest girl ever to win the National Math Olympiad. It was a big deal, and loads of people had gathered at the town center where the mayor was giving her an award. I was almost there when I saw an old truck driver struggling to change a tire.
Sir, I can help you with that.
Oh, thank you, but I can handle this. I insisted, and he asked me to go get some more tools from the back of his truck. But just as I was getting out, my cape got caught in something, and I tripped, pushing bottles of something on the street, and it smelled like friggin' fish sauce. And it was a lot of fish sauce. The smell was unbearable. Within minutes, everyone started running away, and the ceremony was over. And boy, was Maggie pissed.
Why are you so annoying? You just had to steal my moment, didn't you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, nya nya nya. Every freaking time.
Maggie didn't talk to me for days. The fishy smell stuck around for a long time, and I became the butt of more jokes.
You know, I have the perfect name for you. Super Stinky.
Give it up already, fish sauce. I didn't show it, but those words crushed me. I really thought being heroic was my thing. But I guess at some point it stopped being cute and people thought I was just weird. It was time to be regular, just like everyone else. Years passed and Maggie got busy with her college applications while Uncle tried to save his business. With so many ice cream parlors opening around town, he was facing stiff competition, which seemed to be stressing him out a lot. One time, my uncle got a huge order for a wedding reception, and he looked happy after such a long time. Maggie and I volunteered to help set up the table, and everything was going fine till suddenly the fridge stopped working. It'll take the technician an hour to get here. Everything'll melt by then. Don't worry, Uncle, I got this. Do you even know how to do this? How tough can it be? Besides, Uncle needs my help. Now let me work my magic. I repaired the plug within minutes, but just as I put it back in the socket, there was a slight crackle sound before the whole place blacked out.
I'd accidentally caused a short circuit, and the technician told us it'll take at least 10 hours to get the system up and running. Kids howling, bride crying, and people yelling. Everything was a mess. We were thrown out immediately, and my uncle didn't even get paid. On our way back, I could feel him fuming in anger. I'd never seen him like this. I'm sorry, Uncle. I just wanted to help.
No one needs your help, Hazel. You're 15. Stop ruining things and start putting your energy into something useful.
You could take out the mask and cape again and work as a superhero impersonator. I hear little nerds hire those at birthday parties now. Shut up. I was super bummed at how my uncle scolded me. So after we got home, I slipped outside to walk around the neighborhood. But soon after, I noticed a tall guy fidgeting with a car. It was dark, so I couldn't see his face. And then the alarms went off. Oh my God, he was a thief. Hey, you, stop! Suddenly, he started running, and before I knew it, I was chasing a thief through the city. We finally stopped in front of a restaurant. That's when I noticed that it was Max, my school senior and a star football player.
Oh my God. You. Why are you chasing me?
Because you were running away.
That's because I thought you were some crazy criminal.
What? I'm half your size. Why would you think I'm a criminal?
Then why were you running after me?
Maybe because I thought you were stealing that car.
Stealing? That's my car, idiot. And I locked the keys in.
Yeah, right. That's what every thief says.
Ugh. My mom works at this restaurant, and she has my spare keys. You want to follow me in and verify that, spy girl?
I did follow him in, and got super embarrassed to find out he was telling the truth. I ran off feeling like a moron. I had to avoid Max forever now. But the next day at school, he pulled up a chair next to me.
What happened to your mask and cape?
Excuse me? Oh, that. Yeah, I stopped wearing it a while ago. People thought I looked crazy.
Really? I thought it was cool.
Apparently, Max was a big fan of comic books. After that day, he started talking to me a lot more, sitting next to me during lunch and walking home from school with me. He was a popular guy and got invited to tons of parties, but he never cared for any of that. He was just a regular guy doing his thing, and I liked that about him. Maybe a little more than I thought.
I want to be a comic book illustrator someday, but I don't know if it'll make me any money. I'm so confused.
I get it. I just want to help people, but I don't know how yet either. I'll figure it out. Things were good, and finally, I had a friend who didn't think I was weird. And even my uncle looked happier recently. He'd found a rich investor who promised to take his ice cream brand international. He'd even come up with this amazing new ice cream recipe and was excited for us to try it. I was lactose intolerant, but Maggie gobbled up an entire tub. This is amazing, Uncle.
You're my first customer. I'll be supplying it at your school for the winter dance, too.
That's great. Where did you get the recipe?
Oh, I just mixed a few flavors and worked my magic.
I wish I could taste just a little.
No way. You're allergic.
What kind of freak is allergic to ice cream? What do you eat when you break up? Oh, wait, you wouldn't know that since you've never dated. Just stick your nose in the ice cream and keep it out of my business. But later that night, I'd just drifted off to sleep when Maggie shook me awake. I don't feel too well. I feel like I'm gonna... We immediately rushed Maggie to the hospital, and it seems like she had some sort of stomach virus. She needed medicines and lots of rest. I took care of Maggie for the entire week. Even though she recovered in a couple of days, she kept acting like I was her servant. What's this? You call this soup? I'd rather drink cat piss. Oh my God, if I don't die of this tummy ache, I'll definitely die of boredom. Hazel, entertain me. Where's that dumb cape of yours? Act like Superman for me. So annoying. Thankfully, I had Max, and he was a huge help. He'd often come by and help me with homework while Maggie shouted orders like the Queen of Sheba.
Don't you get tired of all that howling?
You have no idea.
Listen, I was wondering if you'd like to go with me to the dance. That is, if you're not going with anyone else, because then it would be awkward, like...
Relax, Yappy. I'll go with you. We need to find matching costumes, though. I might have acted cool, but I was dancing inside to have Max as my date. But as always, Maggie had to ruin it for me. You're crazy if you think he's into you. You don't even know him. But I know his kind, and I definitely know you. Guys like Max can only date pretty cool girls. Say what you want, but the truth is that I get to go to the dance with a hot guy while you're stuck in the house. On the day of the dance, I raided Maggie's closet to find her best dress, and I could feel Max's eyes following me the entire time. The dance was great, and Uncle's ice cream stole the show. But the next day, the school was half empty, and Max wasn't picking up my calls either. Apparently, everyone who was at the event had caught a strange stomach virus, and the symptoms matched Maggie's. I went to check up on Max, and he confirmed it. I was fine one moment and started throwing up like crazy the next. Did you eat anything? It was right after the dance. Maybe I had some ice cream, but honestly, I can't remember, and I don't even want to. And that's when it hit me. Could the ice cream be the problem? That was the only common thing in all of this. Maggie got sick right after eating a tub. Why are you looking at me like that? No, sorry. I was just thinking about something else. You get well soon, so we can pick up from where we left. And where was that exactly? I kissed him on the cheek, and he blushed red as a tomato. Then I left to talk to my uncle about my suspicions. I went to the ice cream parlor, which was open, but Uncle wasn't there. Just then, I heard voices coming from the basement. We need to call this batch back right now. So many kids got sick after eating it. Have you lost your mind? I'm the investor, and I say we go ahead. Calling this back and admitting our fault would destroy our reputation. We're not a little shop anymore. We're going big. Don't ruin it. And you still have to pay for your niece's college, no? Think about that. Uncle looked really stressed as the guy left, and as soon as he saw me, his face turned white. What are you doing here? Did you hear everything? Yes, I did. What kind of evil man are you working with? The business was suffering, and I needed the money. I knew he was a bit shady, but you girls are growing up, and I only wanted you to have a good life. I get that, Uncle, but you have to tell the truth. Even if it means shutting down the shop and losing the money, we'll be just fine. And when we told everything to Maggie, she totally backed me up for a change. Uncle decided to make a public announcement by calling an emergency town meeting. As he began talking, I could see people getting angry. Our kids are suffering because of your stupid ice cream. You should rot in jail. Hey, let the man talk. Yeah, he made a mistake, but now he's here and he's owning up to it, which isn't an easy thing to do. You're angry and we get it, but he deserves to be heard. Uncle beamed at me and continued with his apology. He publicly admitted everything about the bad batches and how he'd called them all back. The investor had vanished into thin air, so Uncle had to pay heavy fines all by himself. And his shop was sealed by the food authorities. I'm sorry about the shop, Uncle, but we did the right thing. You always do the right thing, Hazel, and I'm lucky to have you. You're my hero. A year later, after all charges were cleared, Uncle's business license was returned and we started rebuilding the brand. Max and I were dating, and Maggie bagged a scholarship to an Ivy League college. So, you know what you're gonna do next? Yeah, I guess I'll be a politician and help people from a position of power. You sure can talk all day. So yeah, suits you. Just drop the cape and the mask. What are you saying? That's my statement symbol.
I felt really nervous as I walked down the hallway of my new school for wealthy students. I could feel people turning around to look at me and whispering, "Oh my god, I've never seen a goddess like her in my entire life. She looks like someone on the cover of a fashion magazine." Wait, someone thought I looked like a goddess? I was really getting the royal treatment on my first day. I had girls asking me to sit with them at lunch, and boys were dropping by to introduce themselves and bring me food. These people wouldn't look at me the same way if they ever found out about my parents. Just then, a nasty-looking girl walked over to my table and leaned on it, her face inches away from mine. "I don't know who you are or where you've dropped down from, but you better not cross me. I'm the campus queen, and I rule the school." Just then, one of the boys pushed her aside. "Shut up, girl. I've forgotten your name already. All hail the new campus queen!" When I got home that day, I quickly changed into my work clothes and rushed downstairs to meet my adoptive parents. "How's your new school?" "Oh, it's so cool and fun. Everybody really seems to like me and..." "Okay, that's great. Go to the kitchen quickly now and help the cook." I walked into the kitchen to find it in complete chaos, and the cook was relaxing on her feet up on a stool. Why is the kitchen so dirty? And you haven't even started cooking. Don't take that tone with me, Missy. Just 'cause you're going to some fancy school, I need to rest my feet. Now chop chop! To everyone outside this mansion, I was the only daughter of 2 loving parents, but I was actually their maid's daughter. A couple of years ago, Mom remarried and just left me. The rich couple she worked for, Mr. and Mrs. Richard, decided to keep me, and I worked for them so I could go to a good school. Later that evening, as the cook and I were walking back home from the grocery store, someone suddenly bumped into me, and everything went flying everywhere. Gosh, Emily, are you blind? Sorry, sir. The child's an idiot. The man just glared at me and walked away. As I picked up the stuff, I couldn't help thinking I had to do well at the school and get a college scholarship, so I never had to work under her again. The first week at school was going amazingly well. My popularity was on the rise, and honestly, it was all really new to me. I was doing well in my lessons, and all the teachers really seemed to like me too. That is, until the day our real science teacher, Mr. Howard, returned from sick leave. The minute he walked into the classroom, I recognized him as the guy I'd bumped into. Today, we'll be talking about something I detest: viruses. I mean, you kids are annoying enough, but I hate it when you're sick and come to school with noses full of snot. Wow, what an unpleasant guy. Now, something a lot of people don't know is that the same virus that causes the flu can also infect computers. So if you don't want your computers to crash, stay away from them when you have the cold. Wait, what? That was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Yes? I'm sorry, but that's not possible, sir. I've never given my laptop the flu. As a few kids started to laugh, he looked really mad. Why? Have you never fallen sick? Are you Superman? No. If you're Superman, why don't you show everyone how you can fly around? Go ahead. But I'm not Superman, and I can't fly. Well, then shut up. Just then, the principal walked into the classroom glaring at the teacher.
Mr. Howard, you cannot talk to Emily like that. We're very happy to have such a smart girl here. She's definitely smarter than you. Emily, if anyone tries to bother you, you come and tell me, okay?
Mr. Howard looked like he was having a fit. When the class ended, he called out to me to stay back. Oh no. Reluctantly, I walked over to his desk, and what he said left me in complete shock. I wondered why you looked so familiar. You're the cook's little helper I bumped into. So what? You're here now pretending to be all smart and rich? I'm not pretending. My parents are really wealthy people, and I am smart. Why were you dressed like a maid? Was that a disguise? Are you Superman? Oh my God, not that again. If you're really rich, answer this. What are the names of all the Kardashians? The what? Ha! I knew it. Every wealthy person knows the answer to that. I know you're just a maid, and I don't like dishonest people, so I don't like you. I'll be watching you. And he wasn't kidding. From that day on, anywhere I went in school, there he was. It seemed like he was hoping to catch me sweeping floors or something. I realized soon, though, that keeping up the rich act wasn't all that simple. These girls just seemed like they lived on another planet. We're going to Paris for Christmas this year. That sounds amazing. We're just having a party on Daddy's yacht. Emily, what did you do last Christmas? Washed 100 dishes and ate leftovers in my room with my hamster. My parents invited Lady Gaga over for a private concert. The girls screamed like hyenas and insisted that they wanted to hear every single detail. One day, they took me to the gym during cheerleading practice. Now that you're like the most popular girl in school, you've got to be in the cheerleading team, duh. Not every popular girl has to be a cheerleader, right? I'm not into this kind of stuff. I like to read books. The girls looked at me like I was an alien from outer space. They pushed me to try out anyway, and I was really bad at it. But the coach just said, "She's so pretty. She can just stand on the side and wave pom-poms. Welcome to the team, Emily." And just like that, I was a cheerleader. As I was walking out, I spotted Mr. Howard in the doorway. Well, being a cheerleader is every maid's dream, isn't it? Wait till everyone finds out about you. The next day in class, Mr. Howard suddenly dropped a book on my desk, making me jump out of my skin. Happy birthday, Emily! How did he know? Thank you, sir? So, I'm sure a rich, popular girl like you must be having a grand celebration, right? Everyone's eyes were on us now, and he was looking down at me with a smirk. Yes, of course! It's so big, I'm still planning it. But it will happen very, very soon. As all the kids gave me excited smiles, I stared down at my quiz in horror. What had I landed myself into? With everyone asking me about the party, I had to come up with something fast. I had no choice but to go to Mr. and Mrs. Richard. I'm really sorry, but I need to throw a big birthday party for my friends.
I'll make up for it by doing extra chores. I thought they'd be really mad, but Mrs. Richard jumped up excitedly. Deal. Now let's throw you the biggest birthday bash this neighborhood has ever seen. And boy, did she go all out. The theme of the party was teen models, and there was a fashion show runway, makeup stations, and pink outfits for everyone. I was just really excited about the party favors because Mrs. Richard had let me choose those. As the girls tore off the wrapping papers, they suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Ew, you gave us books? Yeah, and not just any books. These are limited editions, signed by J.K. Rowling herself. The girls looked really disappointed. But just then, Mrs. Richard came running in and pushed me aside. I know what teen girls want. Diamond bracelets. There, you get one, and you get one. Everyone gets one. The books were rudely tossed aside, and I nearly went deaf from their high-pitched screams. The next day, everyone was still discussing how amazing my party had been. Just then, Mr. Howard walked in with our assignments and started distributing them. I was horrified to see the big, fat D on mine. And you get a D, and you get a D. Everyone gets a D. Mr. Howard, my assignment is just fine. And how can we all get Ds? Are you the teacher now? How can your assignments be fine when all of you were busy partying last night? Oh yeah, I saw the Instagram stories. But we submitted these last week. That's enough. I'll see you in detention now. The bad grade and the detention wasn't even the worst part. Everyone in class was mad at me now. Like this is my fault. Look, Em, we can't be friends with you and fail science. My parents will kill me. So we're sorry, but bye. And they all walked off wearing their flashy diamond bracelets. Ugh, these rich girls were the worst. I couldn't let him bully me and ruin my grades. So I decided to talk to the principal. After he looked at my assignment, he called Mr. Howard into his office. I was looking forward to the principal telling him off, but I was not expecting what came next. Mr. Howard, you're fired. What? You heard me. Now please pack your things and leave immediately. Mr. Howard looked completely stunned, then got up and left quickly. I was horrified. I hadn't meant to get him fired. Don't worry, Emily. I'll have the substitute teacher fix everyone's grades. Later, as I walked down the hallway, I saw Mr. Howard leaving with his belongings. He looked so sad. I'd gotten him fired, but I just felt terrible. I decided to go tell him that I'd talked to the principal about giving him his job back. Later that evening, I sneaked over to his house and pressed my nose against the window to see him having dinner with his mom and 5 rather scary-looking sisters. So, Howie, why don't you tell your sisters your amazing news? He just stared down at his plate silently. He got fired, ladies. What have I done to deserve such a stupid son? Why couldn't you be a lawyer or a doctor or an astronaut like your sisters? Oh my God, Howard, it's a pretty easy job. Isn't it bad enough that you're just a teacher and now you're not even that? Seriously, bro, you're never getting a girlfriend. Loser. Oh, by the way, Ma, I got a promotion at work today. As they all clinked glasses, I saw Mr. Howard leave the table. I could not feel any worse right now, and I kind of understood why he was a bit of a bully. Just then, I heard a voice behind me. What are you doing here? It wasn't bad enough to get me fired. Now you want to see my humiliation at home? And before I could even say anything, he sat down on the bench and started to cry. Mr. Howard, I'm really sorry. I never meant to get you fired. I came to tell you that I'll talk to the principal. Oh, what's the point? I'm just a dumb teacher. Even you think I'm dumb. No, I don't. And your family is wrong. Being a teacher is just as amazing as any other profession. You can make such a difference in so many lives. He gave me a smile. You really are quite smart, aren't you? I'm sorry I picked on you for being a maid. You are a maid, right? Yes, sir. Well, who cares? You're really going to go places one day, Emily. Oh, also, can I have one of the signed Harry Potter books? Thankfully, the principal listened to me and decided to reinstate Mr. Howard. Since then, he's become much nicer to everyone, and he's hired me as his personal assistant to do the fact-checking for him. We've become really good friends, and I finally have someone to discuss books with.
Hi, I'm Sakura from Japan. I never met my dad, and I've always just lived with my billionaire mom and my twin sister Yumi. And for as long as I can remember, Yumi has been a crazy, jealous pain in my butt. Once when I was 5, Mom was so impressed with a painting I'd made, she had it framed. Later that night, I woke up to a sound and I screamed. My favorite doll was covered with paint, and it was hanging by its neck from the ceiling. OMG, Yumi was insane, and she just got worse. Anytime I was doing better than her at anything, she'd act out viciously, and Mom was totally blind to it. But in the 9th grade, Yumi really crossed a line. Mom was hosting a grand party on her new yacht. When I woke up that morning, I shrieked at my reflection. I had a terrible haircut and a mustache drawn on my face. The marker wouldn't even wash off. When I went screaming to Mom, she started laughing and said it was just a silly joke. But sweetie, you can't come looking like this to the party. That would be embarrassing for me. I was furious. When they'd left, I snuck into Yumi's room, opened her Facebook, and posted a status. I'm pregnant, everyone. Can't wait to get all round and fat. When Yumi found out later that night, she attacked me in my sleep. Mom came running at the noise and was so mad when she found out what I'd done.
My reputation is ruined. I can't live here anymore. Do something, Mom.
Next thing I knew, our bags were packed and we were moving to freaking New York. My new school seemed bigger than the White House. And unlike my strict school in Japan, it seemed like everyone could wear or do whatever they wanted here. As we were walking down the corridor, everyone was looking at us and whispering. Suddenly, I heard someone screaming behind me.
Hey, wait, are you the real-life Akko from Luna Academy? OMG, somebody pinch me. Oh yeah, you guys look exactly like anime characters. You're hot.
What were they talking about? Whatever was going on, it seemed like we'd just become the princesses of the school in minutes. Yeah, even me. I was reading in the library one day when a cute senior, Dylan, came and sat next to me. And he just asked me out. That was weird, but I'd heard Yumi say that she had a crush on him. So I said yes. And suddenly, we were the hottest new couple in school. I was already imagining us as prom king and queen, and I could see Yumi burning up. A month later, Dylan came to my place one day and immediately pulled me in for a kiss.
Happy Valentine's Day, babe. I got a present for you.
Oh no, I'd completely forgotten about it. He told me to close my eyes and hold out my hand. A rock?
Yeah, 'cause you rock my world, babe. What'd you get for me?
I ran to my drawer and took out a tacky heart necklace I'd had since I was a kid. 'Cause you stole my heart, babe. And he looked pretty happy. Wow, boys were dumb. A couple of weeks later, it was Dylan's birthday party, and I went over to his place all dressed up. When I finally found him in the crowd, I was shocked to see him kissing a girl. Oh my God, the girl was freaking Yumi. I pulled him from the back of his shirt. Hey, why are you kissing her? We're sisters, but we look nothing alike, you jerk. Yumi just grinned at me like a moron and hung on to him even tighter.
Why are you getting so worked up? Don't you know this is common here? We date many girls. That's just our culture.
Don't make him choose between us, Sakura. You know I'll always win.
I charged straight at Dylan and pushed him into the fountain. Then I pounced on Yumi, and we found ourselves rolling around on the ground, pulling each other's hair out. Dylan called security and had me thrown out. Gosh, I couldn't wait to tell Mom about her horrible little princess. But when I got home, I was shocked when the servants told me that Mom was in the hospital. She'd had a stroke. I rushed to the hospital, and Mom weakly opened her eyes when she saw me. Yumi? No, Mom. It's me, Sakura. Just listen. I should have told you both sooner. You girls, one of you is adopted. What are you saying, Mom? The heart necklace. You took it from me as a kid. It has the answer. The necklace? The one I gave to the jerk Dylan? Just as her eyes started to close, the doctor pushed me outside. And a few moments later, they told me she was in a coma. My whole world had suddenly turned upside down. My mom was in a coma? One of us was freaking adopted. Of course, Yumi was devastated by Mom's news, but I didn't tell her what Mom had said. I had to find out the truth myself first. The next day in school, I found Dylan in the boys' locker room and I told him I wanted my necklace back.
Sure, I'll think about it, but only if you give me my kisses back.
Dylan, just shut up and give it back, or else.
Jeez, calm down. I gave that ugly thing to some girl named Melinda. I think she's moved to England now.
What? I got so mad. I pounced on him and started pulling his ears. If I don't find the necklace, I swear I will hunt you down and kick your butt. Dylan screamed like a little girl and his buddies had to drag me out. That night, I tracked Melinda down on Instagram and booked my ticket. I left without a word to Yumi and found myself flying across the Atlantic in search of that stupid necklace. When I got to Melinda's place, there was a wedding happening in the garden, and the servant said the young miss was getting married. I rushed straight into the ceremony as the couple were exchanging their vows, and I yelled, "Give me my mom's necklace, Melinda, or your marriage will be doomed." As everyone stared at me, Melinda stepped out from the audience and pulled me aside angrily. "Who are you? I don't remember inviting you to my sister's wedding." When I told her everything, she looked at me like I was crazy. I gave that necklace to my maid. She just moved to Scotland, but you can get there by train in a few hours. Oh my God! When I finally reached the address she'd given me, I saw a couple of kids playing outside, and one of them was wearing my necklace. I felt terrible for what I was about to do, but I had to. I went up to the little girl and said, "Your necklace is so lovely. Can I try it?" "No! Leave me alone, Dumbo!" So I snatched the necklace and I ran like there were wild dogs chasing me. Finally, I was about to find out the truth. With my heart beating furiously, I opened the locket and what the freaking fish? It was just a picture of Mom holding two babies, me and Yumi. What was this supposed to mean? I took out the picture and turned it over. Sakura, born on 18th September. Yumi, adopted 2 days later. What? Yumi was adopted? This was unbelievable. As the shock wore off, I couldn't help smiling. For a brief minute, I wanted to put this up everywhere on Facebook and Instagram, but then I decided I wanted to see Yumi's reaction myself. I rushed home on the first flight I could get and barged into the house. "Oh, Yumi, where are you? I've got a surprise for you." I found her sitting on Mom's bed, holding a picture frame and sobbing. She turned around to me and said, "What if Mom never comes back to us, Sakura? I feel so lost without her." My heart melted and I ran to hug her. "She'll be fine. The doctors said she will. And you have me." As Yumi hugged me tight, I decided I wasn't going to tell her what I'd discovered. It would be devastating, and Mom would want me to take care of her, so that's what I was gonna do. Yumi and I were getting along better than ever before, but one day when I walked into the cafeteria, I was shocked to see Dylan standing on a table, holding a hand out to Yumi.
"I love you, babe. I know that I've let you down, but is it too late to say sorry now?"
Yumi took his hand and climbed onto the table, and everyone cheered and clapped as they kissed. I marched over furiously and pulled Dylan to the ground. "Hey, jerk, I saw you kissing a girl just yesterday, so get away from my sister." "Sakura, are you crazy? You can't treat my boyfriend like that. And I know he kissed someone. He just said he's sorry, okay? He made a mistake. That's a mistake he makes every day. Yumi, I swear, I just want what's best for you. Break up with him."
"Babe, don't listen to her. She's just jealous."
"Of what? A stupid jerk?" "No, Sakura. You're jealous of me. You know everyone loves me more. The kids at school, Dylan, even Mom." And before I knew it, the most horrible words slipped out of my mouth. "You wish, Yumi. You wish everyone loved you better, but the truth is, you aren't even Mom's kid. You're adopted. She only treated you better because she probably felt sorry for your poor orphan butt." With that, I threw the necklace at Yumi's shocked face in front of everyone and stormed out. As my anger cooled off, I realized what a terrible thing I'd done. So I rushed home to apologize, but Yumi was nowhere to be found. I checked her Instagram and saw she'd posted a picture with her friends at a frozen lake behind the school. I grabbed my skates and rushed out. Yumi wasn't good at skating at all. When I got there, I saw Dylan and his stupid gang going ahead, while Yumi struggled behind them, tripping again and again. She called for Dylan's help, but he just put his arms around a pretty blonde girl and yelled back,
"Keep up, babe, or I'll just kiss another girl."
And they all skated away laughing. The jerks! As I was trying to catch up to her, suddenly I heard a crack. To my horror, I saw the ice beneath Yumi collapse, and she went in. "Help! Somebody help me!" "Oh my God, Yumi, I'm coming!" When I got close, I threw myself down on the ice and grabbed her hands. I pulled her with all my might, and she came out shocked and shivering. I quickly took her back home and covered her up with blankets. "Yumi, I'm so sorry for what I said. That was such an awful way to tell you about the adoption. Sakura,
I've known about that for a really long time. I once overheard Mom talking to someone. She lost your real twin sister at birth, and I turned up as an abandoned baby at the hospital the same day. So she decided to adopt me. Maybe that's why I've always fought you so hard for Mom's love. I knew I wasn't her real daughter. And I'm sorry for everything too. You saved my life today. You are my real sister. I'd jump in 1,000 lakes and kick 100 butts for you. And man, am I gonna kick Dylan's butt. I filed a police complaint against Dylan and his friends for leaving my sister in extreme danger, and they were in a world of trouble. A few days later, we got a call from the hospital saying Mom was awake. We threw our arms around her the minute we saw her, and I told Mom I'd found the answer in the necklace. I always felt you loved Yumi more, and maybe it's true, isn't it? You just got me, but you chose Yumi to be your daughter. Mom took my hand and said tearfully, "Sakura, I'm so sorry I made you feel that way. Maybe I felt more protective of Yumi because I never wanted her to feel like she wasn't mine. But I chose to have you both, and I love you just the same." As we all hugged and cried, I knew the three of us were going to be just fine.